And good day. I'm Andrea Mitchell in New York, continuing our breaking news coverage of a presidential election racing toward the decision. Well, we think Joe Biden taking the lead now from President Trump in Pennsylvania this morning and steadily adding to it throughout the day. After passing the president in Georgia overnight, Georgia is so close it is likely will not be called for days or even weeks. And officials there say there will likely be a recount. But if the Pennsylvania lead holds up as more votes are counted throughout the day, that state alone would give Joe Biden the 270 electoral votes he needs to make him the presumptive president-elect. In Arizona's latest release of votes, the president is not gaining on Biden at the rate necessary to eventually overtake him there, according to NBC's calculations. The Biden campaign believes both Arizona and Nevada, where Biden's lead just doubled in the last hour, will end up being blue when all the votes are counted. NBC News Decision Desk says Nevada is too close to call. But as a result of these latest numbers, says that Biden is now in the lead. NBC News does have a projection in Arizona that is a big boost for Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats. Former astronaut Mark Kelly, husband of former Democratic Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, has defeated Republican incumbent Martha McSally, flipping John McCain's Republican Senate seat. We have correspondents in all the key states and covering the campaign across the country. Let's go to MSNBC national political correspondent right here at 30 Rock, Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, a lot of action in the last hour, but a slow level of returns from Pennsylvania, which is the key to everything as far as Joe Biden is concerned.
It really is, Andrea. Let's take a closer look there. Right. A win here in Pennsylvania for Joe Biden, that would make him president-elect. He leads, as you see, 8,867 votes. I mean, we had a long overnight where they were counting votes in Philadelphia, but they didn't release any until about 9 this morning. And they released a big batch, and it put Joe Biden ahead. And since then, a few other counties have released a small number of votes, about 1,500 here, 2,000 there. And it adds up at the moment to an 8,867 vote lead for Joe Biden. Now, there's still and it just jumped up by about 1,000. And I'm going to ask my producer to tell me what county just came in. We got more from, okay, this has been a recurring storyline. Bucks County, this is, outside Philadelphia, very competitive county here politically, but the mail ballots here have been overwhelmingly favoring Joe Biden. And we've been seeing this in county after county across Pennsylvania. Bucks came into this morning with about 10,000 mail ballots left to vote. I believe this is the third update we've gotten from Bucks this morning. So this is what continues to happen. They report out a few thousand votes. Biden gains votes because he's winning the mail ballots so big there. And you see what that just did. A minute ago, I'm sitting there telling you about 8,800. Now it's basically 1,000 higher, 9,746. That now is Joe Biden's statewide lead in Pennsylvania, getting close to 10,000 now. What I was about to say, though, before that was there are still a significant number of uncounted mail ballots throughout Pennsylvania. There remain over 20,000 in Philadelphia. I mentioned Philadelphia this morning had a huge batch of those mail-ins that put Biden into the lead statewide. In Philadelphia, the mail ballots are breaking for Joe Biden by about a 9-1 margin. And again, more than 20,000 uncounted in Philadelphia still. Another big load of them is out in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is. There are 35,000 uncounted absentee or mail-in ballots there. Again, Lehigh County, where Allentown is, there's about 10,000 uncounted there. This pile of uncounted votes in Bucks is probably getting pretty low now because we've had a couple of updates from there. But again, there are many of these smaller counties sort of in the interior there of Pennsylvania. Getting reports from them throughout the morning, and we expect to in the afternoon. But the bottom line is the overall trajectory of the reporting here from these various counties across the state. Biden is winning the mail ballot overwhelmingly in Pennsylvania. He's getting about 75% of all mail ballots counted in Pennsylvania. And it's been a pretty steady rate for him. I mean, what you just saw a second ago in Bucks is a pretty good example. We've just been seeing it now for a day and a half. That's how, if you've been tracking this, that is how what looked like a giant imposing lead for President Trump, a day or so ago, has completely eroded in how Biden's got in front. And it's why, if that pace holds, if it just continues to go like that between Allegheny, Philadelphia, Allentown, Lehigh, all the rest of these counties here, Biden will build that lead substantially. if it continues at this pace. There would need to be an unexpected twist here for this not to become a substantial Biden lead, Andrea. And as you say, if it becomes a substantial Biden lead and a win for him in Pennsylvania, it's a win for him of the presidency.
Now, there are a couple of things that come to mind, because when we were checking earlier, Biden is really overperforming Hillary Clinton in those Philly suburbs by a big margin. Also in Northeast Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, and Erie County, but underperforming Hillary Clinton in the city of Philadelphia, at least as of a couple of hours ago. The other thing I was wondering about is those ballots in Allegheny County, which were misprinted and had to be reprinted and were being held aside, and those can't even be counted until 5 o'clock tonight.
Right. Although we are told, I believe, that there's 35,000 of them. I think there is a slice of them that numbers about 7,000, about 7,500, something in that ballpark, that they can process before 5 o'clock. The bulk of them they can't do before 5. I think there is a small slice that they can and that they're working on now, which raises the possibility of maybe we'll get a partial readout on Allegheny County this afternoon.
Now, as I was looking at what you said earlier about Nevada just about a half hour ago, or 45 minutes ago, and Vaughn Hilliard as well, on the Nevada returns. And in Nevada, basically, Donald Trump is getting some more votes, but his pace is slowing down. It's about 53% of what he needs. He needs 59% in order to overcome what Joe Biden has elsewhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's actually in Arizona is where that is the dynamic that's playing out. You're right. Yeah, this is, Biden lead. Here it's the reverse of Pennsylvania. It's Trump who's playing catch up here. It's Biden who is sitting on the lead. Well, Trump is now playing catch up in Pennsylvania, but for the longest time it was Biden playing catch up in Pennsylvania. Anyway, Trump is trying to erode this statewide lead that Biden had. And basically there's just a group of ballots, a group of uncounted ballots. All these counties, they kind of do them in bunches in Arizona. So it's this last group of votes, and all of the counties kind of moved to begin counting them in the last day or two. In that last group of votes, it numbers in the hundreds of thousands, Trump needed to be hitting basically 59% or more, be getting 59% or more of all those ballots. If he maintained that pace, he would be right on pace to overtake Biden and potentially win the state. And he had been. Yesterday, last night, he had been on that 59% pace, raising the possibility that Trump would come back and win Arizona. But we did get a release in the last hour or two of 60,000 ballots from Maricopa County. That's the biggie, Phoenix metro area, biggest in the state by far. And of these 60,000 votes, instead of maintaining that pace, that 59% pace that he needed, Trump slipped down to 53%. And that's not a trivial difference between those two, because now it means there are fewer ballots in this pool of uncounted ballots, and the remaining ballots that are there, now Trump's got to win by an even higher margin. So suddenly Trump's at a real disadvantage here, a real pronounced disadvantage in Arizona, whereas before we saw these numbers, it looked like, hey, he might get there.
And Nevada?
And Nevada is one where we just got some some votes from Clark County mainly, although some other places as well within the last hour. But Clark County, we say Maricopa is the mother lode in Arizona. That is even more true for Clark when it comes to Nevada. This is almost 3/4 of the state just in this Las Vegas area, this one county right here. So what happened was we came into the day and Biden's lead was sitting just above 10,000 statewide in Nevada. Then we got a big release of about 30,000 votes from Clark County. A lot of these votes in Clark County are mail-in ballots. The combination there for Biden, Clark County, a Democratic area to begin with, mail-in ballots, which he seems to be winning at about a 2-to-1 clip in Nevada, in Clark County, I should say, moved him ahead. It basically doubled his statewide lead, got it over 20,000. We've had a few other votes come in from these rural counties around the state, but by far, still, even after this one report we just got, the vast majority of votes left to come in Nevada are from Clark County, and a lot of those are the mail-in ballots I'm describing. And so as a result of this release that we got from Clark County within the last hour or so, our decision desk now says that Joe Biden is leading in Nevada. That was a change of characterization from just too close to call to saying that Joe Biden is now leading in Nevada because those ballots were such good news for him. And you can imagine if that pace that I'm describing continues as more of these Clark County ballots come in, I imagine it would look even better for him than Biden leading.
Well, that's a lot. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. We'll be checking back with you throughout the hour. I know this is all moving very quickly to keep everything straight for everyone involved. MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, the capital city, as the Biden lead in that state continues to grow, but at a slow pace. Chris, how's the count going?
Definitely, Andrea, slower than was anticipated. I just asked Steve Kornacki, who stayed up all night after Democratic folks told me, leaders told me that they expected Joe Biden's number of votes to surpass that of the president's around 5 o'clock in the morning. It, of course, didn't happen until 9. But there's also a lot of anticipation here because in about, 20 minutes or so, we're going to hear a press conference from the folks in Philadelphia, both city officials and electeds, who are going to, we think, be talking about where it stands now, how long it might take, because I will tell you that while the people I've been talking to have been spot on for more than 24 hours when they said all the votes that are coming in, vote by mail, no matter what county they're coming from, are going to favor Joe Biden, they have adjusted what they think the timeline might be. We also heard this morning from a Republican election commissioner who acknowledged that there was about a 2-hour delay yesterday because of some of the legal machinations in Philadelphia, and that is by far the largest number of votes that still have to come in. The other thing that they're talking about are these legal challenges, and you saw it, of course, Andrea, in the statement that the president put out. He said here in Pennsylvania, they're going to be sure that the legal observers who are denied meaningful access, that they get redress. Let me say, there's a lot of lawyers who are coming in here. No one I've talked to on the Democratic side believe any of these lawsuits will change any way the outcome, but it's something that they have to continue to look at as we wait to hear from elections officials in Philadelphia. Andrea?
And Chris, as far as NBC is concerned, we need to see at least a 35,000 vote margin before we're going to come even close to that 99.5% magic number of perfection, where they would basically decide that there is no way that it could go the other way. And that would be the first time you would hear from NBC News on declaring a state. Thank you very much.
And that's
Chris.
the exact number of votes still outstanding in Allegheny, Andrea.
There you go. Chris Jansing, thank you so much. Joining us now from Las Vegas, MSNBC's Jacob Soboroff and John Ralston, the editor of the Nevada Independent and the guru of all things politics in Nevada. Jacob, first to you, what are you looking at right now?
Well, Andrea, what I'm looking at is the same thing that Steve Kornacki was just talking about, which is that new release of about 30,000 ballots. And why I find that so interesting is that we were told yesterday we were going to get 50,000 new ballots from here in Clark County. So if ultimately they do deliver on that promise that was made by the local registrar here, Joe Gloria, that lead by Joe Biden, if the trend continues, could increase, I think, substantially. And that's partially because there's the mail-in ballots, but there are other ballots that are yet to be counted too. And as a matter of fact, these folks right here, I mean, I think you can see them behind me that are in line to go inside the building right now, are dropping off their provisional ballots. They didn't even have their identification at the time that they voted. And so there's actually quite a line, and there was a line yesterday as well of people that had showed up here in order to bring in ballots that had also not yet been counted. I think Scott Killian can give you a shot of that. There you go. So these folks here, actually, believe it or not, while it feels like Election Day is over, the actual process is not by a long shot. So not only are we expecting more ballots to be dropped today here in Clark County, there will be subsequent ballots after that because there's still around 100,000 outstanding. And then there are the provisional ballots as well. So just to repeat one more time, if that trend continues, the lead that Joe Biden has will continue to grow if that trend continues here.
Jacob Soboroff and John Ralston, how many votes are outstanding, and how much more do you think, how much longer do you think it's going to take?
Well, unfortunately, it's probably going to take a little bit longer, especially because mail is still coming in, Andrea. There are more than 100,000 ballots still left in Clark County. And listen, I understand the great Kornacki being conservative, and I understand Jacob, of course, being conservative as well. But this trend is not going to change. Almost all of the votes are left in Clark County. Biden's lead is going to keep growing here. I think we're going to get another update from Clark this afternoon, and it's just going to grow. There is almost no chance that Biden's lead is going to do anything but grow from here, Andrea. There's just no path, as I said yesterday, for Trump to win the state. It's over here.
And, of course, he would need both Nevada and Arizona. I mean, especially if he doesn't get Pennsylvania. He needs to win Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. And right now, Arizona is also too close to call, obviously, because it is as tight as it is right now, but not going in his direction, we can at least say. We just heard that. What is happening in the rest of the state? Did you say that most of these votes are Clark County, the outstanding votes, or are there still scattered votes from red parts of Nevada?
There are scattered votes from red parts of Nevada coming in, but the people need to have a sense of proportionality here, Andrea. Clark County is going to be 2/3 of the vote, maybe more. The rural counties are coming in, and you see Trump gaining by a couple of hundred votes, or even in one county, it's like 3 votes to 1, literally. And so those are not going to offset the tens of thousands of ballots coming in from Clark County. There also was a small update from Washoe County, which is Reno, where Biden is also ahead, and he gained a little bit there as well. There just are not enough votes left out there in parts of Nevada where Trump is doing well to cut into Biden's lead. And quite the contrary, he's going to keep adding to that lead in Clark County unless something really strange is going on, Andrea, because he has been winning those mail ballots in Clark County by almost 2 to 1 throughout this period the Democrats have, and that is reflected in the actual vote totals. The one that was done yesterday in Clark and the one that just came out a little bit ago, Andrea, it was both 2 to 1 Joe Biden. That's not going to reverse. And even if Trump were to start making gains in Clark, I don't think that's going to happen. The lead statewide is now 20,000 votes. He's just not going to be able to make up that kind of deficit in Nevada.
John Ralston, thank you so much. Jacob Soboroff in Nevada. And NBC political reporter Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale with the latest on the Arizona vote count. Really fascinating numbers there. You can take us through it again, but it does look as though it would be very difficult for Joe Biden to not take the state right now if this trend continues, and that's, of course, a big if.
Yeah, exactly, Andrea. Steve, of course, nailed the number there, that 59% number that Donald Trump was essentially going to have to maintain among the vote share to maintain pace to catch or eclipse Joe Biden. But now what you're looking at is that number here from this batch of about 62,000 votes in Maricopa County. That was 53 percentage points. So what is outstanding? There are still about 140,000 outstanding ballots in Maricopa County. And if you take into account, we expect that number for those results to be right around 53%, because we're dealing with a very similar batch of type of votes. These are mail ballots that folks hand-delivered on Election Day. So if you keep that number at 53%, then what about the other outstanding ballots outside of Maricopa County? Well, there's about 70,000 of those, and a great number of those are in likes of Pima County, Pinell County. And of those 70,000, on some rough math, Donald Trump would have to win about 75% of those 70,000 non-Maricopa County ballots. Can he do that? Well, look at yesterday. Pima and Pinell County. Pima, more of a Democratic area, went 53% for Trump. Pinell County, 68%. Again, that is below that 75% that he'd need to do. So if, in fact, we're going to get our next batch at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, if, in fact, that batch is at 53% mark, yet again, essentially, that sets up the math that is just extremely difficult for Donald Trump to overcome at this point.
Vaughn Hilliard against the beautiful Camelback Mountain backdrop in Scottsdale, Arizona. Thank you, Vaughn. And joining me now are NBC's White House correspondent and co-hosts of Weekend Today, Kristen Welker in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, Peter Alexander at the White House. Kristen, first to you. The mood in the Biden camp, obviously upbeat with all of this news, but it's taking a while. When do we expect to hear from the candidate himself?
Well, Andrea, I am told that if we hear from former Vice President Joe Biden, it will not be until prime time. So that is what we can anticipate. And just to take you inside what is happening with the Vice President and with his campaign, we are told that he is watching these returns along with everyone else patiently, clearly feeling quite confident about the returns that he is seeing, but not wanting to get ahead of the vote count, not wanting to get ahead of this race until it is officially called, if and when that might happen. But inside his campaign, Andrea, there's more of a sense of jubilance. We are told that on the morning call, for example, with the campaign, there was a sense of, we did this. And so that gives you a sense of how they are feeling, this sense that they are really moving forward when you look at the vote count in these critical states, Pennsylvania, of course, Nevada, Arizona. It's worth noting, though, Andrea, and you and I, from working our sources, from talking to campaign officials, have known this for quite some time. This is what they anticipated happening. They've been quite bullish as it relates to these races in these critical battleground states. So they are making the point that this is what they had anticipated happening, albeit it is happening quite slowly. Now, in terms of the messaging that is officially coming from the Biden campaign at this hour, they are pretty defiant, releasing a very firm statement in response to some of the recent comments by President Trump, who's, of course, tried to raise allegations, unfounded allegations of fraud. Let me read you this. This is from Andrew Bates, and I'm just going to read you some of it. It says, quote, "As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House." So that's the messaging from Andrew Bates. And then I just spoke to someone who's close to former President Obama, who said that he is watching all of this quite closely as well. And I'm just going to read this. Former President Obama believes in the electoral process and that in the end, Joe will be victorious. I'm also told that Obama really enjoyed being on the campaign trail for Joe, his former vice president. A little bit of color here, Andrea. I'm standing outside of the convention center where Joe Biden spoke on Tuesday into Wednesday. Of course, after Election Day, the official Election Day, the first Election Day. And there have been signs of life here. They've been doing mic checks. They've been testing the lights. They've been making sure that everything is set on the stage. And in the last hour or so, Andrea, more cars have driven up. So, of course, we know that the signature drive-in rallies have been one of the sort of hallmarks of the Biden campaign. And so now there are more cars here. And we get the sense that they are preparing for a potential speech a little bit later on this evening, if in fact that does happen, Andrea.
I mean, Kristen, when you think about it, Kristen and Peter, he first started running for the White House in 1988. Just think of that trajectory. Kristen Welker will be hanging on every word from you coming up. And Peter Alexander, what is the White House saying? And how do they explain the president's defiance? We can understand it. It's part of the personality. But the false allegations last night coming from the White House podium were really jaw-dropping.
Yeah, undemocratic, I think, is a good way to describe it. The President of the United States standing behind the presidential seal there in front of an American audience, effectively casting doubt on the integrity of the election where votes are being counted as we speak. You ask about the mood in the Biden campaign, the mood among those close to the president and in his campaign world, I think you could describe, depending who you speak to, is one of dejection and defiance, as you described it. Publicly, it is that defiance where, in a statement from the campaign earlier this morning, they say that this race isn't over. You've heard from those close to the president, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr., saying that they will effectively fight to the death, in his words, for transparency in this process, repeatedly complaining about what they say has been a lack of transparency in places like Philadelphia, part of one of the lawsuits that they filed there. But notably, they were filing suit because they were complaining that observers were not able to watch the process. But while we know that observers are watching the process, they just wanted them to be a little bit closer, literally a matter of feet closer to witness what was taking place there. As for the president, nothing public on his schedule today to this point, but we are hearing from him on Twitter over the course of the day, making it clear that he is paying attention to the coverage of this day, watching Fox Business, some of his conservative allies there, making a series of points that he has been echoing, including this idea that he thinks this could be resolved in some form at the Supreme Court. It's something that he previewed when he was celebrating the nomination and then confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett a matter of weeks ago, and echoed it again today. But as you talk about the president's claims of fraud and corruption in this election, again, an important reminder that there has been no evidence of widespread voter fraud. In fact, the campaign, despite repeated efforts by us to get evidence provided, has not offered any as well. And much like in the past, this seems to be a situation where the president makes a claim and then those allies and aides and others try to go catch up to it and try to find the evidence to back it up. To this point, there is none of that. There had been some discussion internally about how they fight this and who they put in charge of this, frustrations that there isn't a better field general, a James Baker type, who was, of course, in charge of the ballot recounts for George W. Bush in 2000. But there's no discussion, I'm told, by those in and around the White House about any concession, the president conceding any ground, as one aide, or I should say advisor, described it. They said there is no talk of that right now. And as another person close to the White House, Andrea, told us, they said apparently no one is willing to tell King Lear the truth. Andrea?
Peter Alexander, thank you so much. And Kristen Welker, of course. And in his first appearance in more than 24 hours after Election Day, President Trump unleashed a barrage of false claims of election fraud and corruption, as Peter was just describing, as his path to victory was narrowing.
We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret. And they wouldn't allow legally permissible observers.
Joining me now is Leon Panetta, former CIA director and Secretary of Defense in the Obama administration, but former White House Chief of Staff for President Clinton. And it's that context that I wanted to ask you about. How does a White House Chief of Staff not work with the President of the United States to explain that you don't go out and make false charges, unsubstantiated charges, I should say, with no evidence at all of fraud, that undermines the very democracy here in America?
It's difficult for me to understand why they were not able to hold the president back from making the accusations that he did, because it only undermines his presidency when he challenges the most important pillar in our democracy, which is the right of the American people to vote. This is a moment when, frankly, I think all of us need to be very proud of the American people. We've had a record turnout. Republicans and Democrats voted in huge numbers. And now the vote count is being completed. This is a tribute to the fact that the American people still have tremendous trust in their ability to determine who will lead this country in the future. And I think the president should have recognized that, be patient, allow the votes to be counted, and in the end, ultimately accept what that final vote count is all about.
U.S. intelligence agencies were so concerned about Russia and Iran and misinformation. And now, according to our reporting, Ken Delanian from our team, the Russian media are simply picking up what the president has said, and which is based on a lot of false and misleading information, and broadcasting it back around the world and into the United States. So they are spreading basically the president's comments as propaganda against us.
Yeah, and that's no surprise. The Russians are basically interested in one thing, which is to undermine the United States of America in any way they can. They're our adversary, they're our enemy, and they're going to continue to try to spread false information about the United States. I think the key is that the American people, we know who we are. We know what we've been able to do for 240 years. And I think there's tremendous faith in our institutions and our ability to survive as a democracy. And that's what's important. Look, America always makes the decisions, whether it's in politics or whether it's in sports. You fight like hell to try to be able to achieve a win. The president certainly fought strongly. I think Joe Biden fought strongly. But in the end, it is the final scoreboard that determines who the winner is. And whether you're Tom Brady or whether you're Tiger Woods or whether you're the New York Yankees, you've put up a good fight. But in the end, it's that final scoreboard that determines who the winner is. And we accept that. The winner embraces victory. The loser accepts defeat, and we move on. And I think that's going to happen with this vote.
Now that we are reporting, NBC News is reporting also that Defense Secretary Mark Esper has written a letter of resignation, not a pro forma letter that often are written during transitions, but written a letter of resignation. But at the same time is helping members of Congress draft legislation that he knows the president does not want, to strip the names of Confederate leaders from military bases.
Yeah, no, I give a lot of credit to Secretary Esper. It's not easy to take the right steps, particularly with this president. But he has taken the right steps here. We know what needs to be done. I regret that he is resigning because ultimately he ought to be able to walk out like everybody else in this administration with some degree of dignity. But I understand. And I'm also confident, very frankly, that the United States military is going to be fully committed to supporting the Constitution and our process of voting, and that they're not going to be politicized at this difficult moment. So my hope is that that our military, our law enforcement, and the American people are able to be patient in these next few hours and ultimately accept what the final vote count will show.
Leon Panetta, thank you very much. Thanks, and it's very good to see you. And with just over 4,000 votes left to be counted, Joe Biden has taken a narrow lead in Georgia. The state is still too close to call with the margin so small. And we are in recount territory in Georgia. Let's go to NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. Blaine, what are you watching for as these votes keep coming in?
I think the biggest thing, Andrea, is now that we know, according to the Secretary of State, that we will certainly see a recount here in the state of Georgia. That just extends exponentially the timeline for when we will see final numbers here in the state of Georgia. Let me just walk you through what this is going to look like. Yes, we know that there are some 4,000 plus votes that still need to be counted. So it's almost kind of unbelievable that we are already talking about a recount when the first count hasn't even been completed. But just to walk you through what this looks like, we're talking about November 20th or so. That is the deadline for the state to certify the election. Now, of course, they can always do so before then. But once the election results are certified, that's when we would see the recount begin. We understand it's a process that would take about a week or so from beginning to end. So when you kind of just pull up a calendar in your mind's eye, you think about the 20th around there, we're talking about sometime after Thanksgiving before we know the final results here in Georgia. Andrea.
Thank you so much, Blaine Alexander. And the Atlanta mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, joins us now from Atlanta. Madam Mayor, thank you very much for being with us today. What are you expecting as you look at the voting turnout? You know, it's very, very close. When you look around in the areas around Atlanta and around the state, what do you expect to happen?
Thank you for having me. I expect that the lead that Joe Biden has will continue. We know that there's still some military ballots to be counted. Traditionally, those lean very heavily toward the Republican Party, but this has been an interesting year, to say the least, with Donald Trump and his dynamic with the military. So I expect that this lead will continue. It's going to be tight. We're used to tight races in our state. I had one myself as mayor, but I'm just so excited and so proud to see that Georgia has gone blue.
Well, of course, the question is going to be a recount, and you already have the possibility of recounts. We know one and possibly the second race as well in the Senate race. What is the likelihood, given a lot of ticket splitting elsewhere, that people may want to see, if Joe Biden is elected president, may want to see a Republican Senate as a counterweight, and it may help the Republicans in those two recounts if both races are in recount?
Well, I'm optimistic. We have two very strong candidates with Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, and people have seen the power of their vote across this state. We had a record turnout across this state. People just simply have to turn back out and vote. And this year, especially in Georgia, we lost John Lewis and Dr. C.T. Vivian and Joseph Lowry, 3 icons across this country, but in our state, but who really spoke of this day, the ability for us to use our votes as our voice. And that's what we've seen across the state. And I'm confident that if we take the same momentum into January, that we can also take 2 Senate seats, because we know that without the Senate, it's going to be very difficult for Joe Biden to do all that he needs to do to get this country on the path that it needs to be on.
Stacey Abrams had a major impact, do you think, on the voter registration and the turnout?
I think, Stacey, a combination of groups. We have automatic voter registration in this state, which ironically we can attribute to Governor Nathan Deal, our former governor, where when you show up to get a driver's license or renew your driver's license, you're automatically registered to vote in this state. 800,000 voters have come onto the voter rolls due to that. So it's been a combination of efforts. We've had people on the ground, from volunteers to civic organizations. But I think at the end of the day, all of the credit for this win will go to Joe Biden and the Biden team. They believed in Georgia, and they sent people to Georgia. They sent President Barack Obama, Kamala Harris. They sent Joe Biden himself came to Georgia because they believe that this state could go blue. It's a conversation we've had for the last year or so, and we watched it happen, and this is a historic moment for our state. But I think at the end of the day, Joe Biden deserves the credit for this.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, an early supporter of Joe Biden, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. And you're watching MSNBC's breaking news coverage of the presidential election. This is Andrea Mitchell Reports. Stay with us. And we have breaking news right now. The mayor of Philadelphia, Jim Kenney, is speaking. Let's listen.
And by staffing this ballot counting operation for all the world to see. You are all too numerous to name, but please know that you have my thanks and the thanks of the people of this city. And most of all, I thank the people of Philadelphia. Earlier this week, Commissioner Dealey and I sent out an open letter to voters urging patience and calm on Election Day and in the days that followed. You have shown it in spades. We ask that you stay calm and stay above the fray. You did exactly that. What we've seen on the streets outside this convention center was not anger or contention, but music, dancing, and celebration. As we predicted, the voters and residents of Philadelphia ensured that our city shined as an example of how to run an election correctly. So in the days ahead, please remember, this is not about a victory for a single candidate or a single political party. This is truly a victory for our democracy. That may sound cliche, but today it is oh so true. The votes will continue to be counted until every valid mail-in ballot, absentee ballot, and provisional ballot is counted. So while some, including the president, continue to spew baseless claims of fraud, claims for which his team has not produced one iota of evidence, what we have seen here in Philadelphia is democracy, pure and simple. Our founding fathers, who conceived this system just a 15-minute walk down the street, I know would be proud. 233 years after the Constitutional Convention, we stand at this convention center and proclaim the system still works, the people have spoken. And God willing, we will have a peaceful transition to power in January. And I'd like to take this moment now to introduce Commissioner Lisa Dealey, who's the chair of the Philadelphia City Commissions.
And let's bring in Donna Edwards. You just heard that appeal from the mayor, and the elections commissioners are speaking. We'll bring you any details that are pertinent to the vote count. Former Democratic Congresswoman and contributing columnist to Washington Post, Donna Edwards, and Kevin Madden, former senior advisor to Mitt Romney. Thanks very much for being with us. First of all, to you, your reaction, Donna Edwards, the House, there were losses in the House seats. Nancy Pelosi saying she will retain the Speaker's gavel, but there's a lot of criticism. There's a lot of internal fighting. Some of the centrists, Lissa Slotkin, AOC, Abigail Spanberger, have different conclusions for why some of those incumbents lost their seats.
Well, look, I think as Nancy Pelosi says, I mean, the Democratic Party and the Democratic caucus really a wide range. It's a very diverse caucus, and so I'm not surprised by that. I do think that there is a natural tension between, those who are run in the strongest Trump districts and others, people like myself, who had a solid blue district. At the same time, we have to understand that in order to form the majority, it's going to take all of them. And I think that united behind a President Biden, that people are going to come together on an agenda for the American people. And these differences that we like to talk about in the press and write about, really within the caucus, I think those things will be worked out. I've seen Nancy Pelosi operate like in a caucus like that before, and I think that she's the right person to be leading the caucus in this really important environment.
And Kevin Madden, I wanted to bring to your attention Mitt Romney's statement, because a number of Republicans, Lindsey Graham, for instance, have been backing the president in his charges now, certainly after fierce attacks against Republicans who don't fight fiercely for the president by the president's sons and others in his orbit. But now you've got Mitt Romney, with whom you work with, of course, saying that the president is, of course, within his rights to request recounts, to call for investigation of alleged voting irregularities where evidence exists, and to exhaust legal remedies. Doing those things is consistent with our election process. He is wrong to say that the election was rigged, corrupt, and stolen. Doing so damages the cause of freedom here and around the world, weakens the institutions that lie at the foundation of the republic, and recklessly inflames destructive and dangerous passions. That's the strongest statement yet from any member of the Senate.
Right. But look, I think there is still a split within the Republican Party on how to react to the president's remarks last night. I think, and I think clearly the folks who are supportive of the president and believe that we need to fight that they need to fight this to the bitter end, they clearly outnumber those that are more from the traditional wing, like Mitt Romney, who believe that the process has to play out. So I think that tension right now inside the party, I think clearly the Mitt Romneys of the party are outnumbered. But I think you'll also see, as the process starts to play out, more from that traditional wing start to come out. We did see Senator Toomey from Pennsylvania today make very similar remarks to what Mitt Romney said about letting the process playing out and his belief that there is not widespread fraud. And if there is, it is incumbent upon the president and his team and Republicans to bring together evidence of that. And so far, we haven't seen much of that.
And Toomey, of course, being from Pennsylvania, and was being asked precisely by Savannah Guthrie about, the allegations against Pennsylvania, which seems to be what the president is focusing on, largely because Pennsylvania is a deal breaker for him. That's, checkmate. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he knows that no matter how many of these other states. And we now have just been told we're expecting a Philadelphia update later this afternoon. We don't know how conclusive it will be, but there will be another update. I want to also ask you about Kevin McCarthy, the House leader who did not win the majority, but certainly picked up some seats. And this was what he had to say earlier today, or yesterday.
President Trump won this election, so everyone who's listening, do not be quiet. Do not be silent about this. We cannot allow this to happen before our very eyes. We unite together.
Well, he is certainly singing to the president's songbook.
Yeah, I think that view by Kevin McCarthy and others that have very strong voices and platforms inside the Republican Party, Newt Gingrich, for example, as well. I think it's emblematic of the current worldview that they have right now on this on the voting process, on this current voting process, as we see the mail votes being counted in places like Pennsylvania. And I think the big risk for the party is that as this process starts to play out, and clearly the vote totals don't change, and we do see a move towards certification of the election results, is the question is, how long will that last past certification? Do we see these tensions and animated forces within inside the Republican Party continue to voice comments like that as we get closer to January 20th, 2021? That is a real pressure point right now inside the party, and it's something that we have to watch very closely.
And similarly, Donna, there's certainly pressure points and schisms within the Democratic caucus.
Well, I mean, I think within the House caucus, clearly, Andrea, there are differences, but I actually think that the party has been amazingly united behind Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I think that that will continue as Joe Biden moves into the White House. I think that Joe Biden has run on one of the most progressive agendas of any president that we've ever seen. And I think that you're going to see a strong Democratic majority in the House lining up behind that agenda to make sure that it gets through. And I think that for those of us who just want to finish this election, it's important to go through the process, even to go through the healing process that Republicans are going to have to do, accept the decision of the American people, and then move on to governance. And that would be the responsible thing for Kevin McCarthy to do as leader. And we need to get to that point because Americans really deserve us all on a united page. I think Joe Biden is going to do that. And I look forward to putting this to an end. But let the process play out, finish counting the votes, get them certified, and then let's get to January.
And I also wanted to go back to the Philadelphia News Conference. Donna and Kevin, thank you very much because they are explaining the process that is now taking place. Let's watch.
Separated.
I don't know. They've been segregated.
Okay. When will you start to count those?
Everybody's monitoring. We have a live stream. Anybody can watch. You've all been watching it? There have been observers in the during the count. You could see them in the live stream.
How many segregated ballots do you have? How many segregated ballots do you have?
I can't answer two questions at the same time. It's not possible.
How about this one? How many segregated ballots do you
have? Three questions now
have?
at the same time.
How many segregated ballots do you have?
Let me to our foreign friends. Yes. You know, I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner, just as Jimmy Carter did, just as George H.W. Bush did, and, frankly, just as Al Gore did. And stop this and let us move forward as a country. And that's my feeling. I doubt he'll listen to me, but that's it.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, Rudy Giuliani was here on Wednesday, a former, I know you know. He said that funny things happen in Philadelphia. He alleges the election's being stolen. What would you say to the mayor?
He's wrong. He's wrong and he's baseless, and he's Rudy Giuliani, so he says whatever he wants.
You're going to fire your question?
Yeah.
Describe a little bit about the process that it takes to check the legitimacy of those ballot issues, and what's the time frame for you guys to be able to finish counting? I assume you guys are doing it this morning.
We're going to continue to count the ballots as quickly as we can without sacrificing accuracy, as we have from the beginning. That's where we're at. We'll be done, you know, when we get done, because we still have ballots that we're scanning today. There'll be another update, as I said, and we'll continue to do as we have been doing, ensuring that the ballots that we have are counted as quickly and as accurately as possible.
Can you say how many segregated ballots you have?
We should have a little update this afternoon. It might be going up now or shortly.
And when will you start counting the segregated ballots?
We are in the process right now of counting, just like we were yesterday and the day before. It's the same process. We are counting ballots, and we will continue to do that as quickly as possible without sacrificing accuracy.
Lisa, just to clarify, you said you're counting. More questions. You said you're counting all of the ballots, but how many segregated ballots do you have?
We are going to continue. I don't have that number. We're going to continue. We are going to continue to count the ballots until they're all done. And in a way that people as we have been doing for these past few days. We're going to get it done as quickly as possible, and it will be accurate. And we'll come out, and if we have something to tell you, you'll know. We sit as a return board. You've been on our website. The numbers get updated. There is a live stream. Everybody can watch. It's a very transparent process. It's a process that has been working for the past few days. It's the same process. We're just going to keep counting. We're going to keep counting. We're going to keep counting. Thank you.
And the segregated.
Well, importantly, the chair of the election commissioners, the city commissioners, did not answer Rahima Ellis's voice, whom I recognize, asking how many of the segregated ballots are there and have you been counting them? And those segregated ballots are the ballots that came in that 3-day period per the court decision that were under court order being separated. Those ballots are being separated and will be looked at the end of the process. But we don't know how many there are, and we don't know whether they have started counting them. Steve Kornacki, I think you have an update.
We do. We got some more votes out of Pennsylvania. We have been telling you that Lehigh County, where Allentown is, had about 10,000 votes that yet to report. It just reported out about 6,850 of them. And Joe Biden netted 2,644 votes from there. That's his net gain. And so therefore, remember, he was just under 10,000 before. He's now over 10. He's now over 10,000. Biden's statewide lead goes to 12,390. Again, the votes we are now talking about are coming from right here, Lehigh County. I don't believe this is all of their mail ballot. They said they had about 10,000 coming into today that were uncounted. And again, they released just short of 7,000 here. So they may even have some more to go. And I want to calculate the percentage here because we've been trying to. So, yeah, Biden just won 69% of the mail ballots that were just reported out in Lehigh County. Those are definitely most of the mail ballots from Lehigh County. There may still be a few more, but basically, yeah, the mail vote in Lehigh, Biden just got almost 70% of it. And again, I don't mean to be a broken record, but the overall vote in Lehigh County is just 53 to 46, a 7-point spread for Biden. The mail ballot is a 38-point spread for Biden. He is continuously winning the mail ballot by overwhelming margins, even in politically competitive counties. And he's continually adding to his statewide lead. These vote reports are coming in very slowly right now. As you can see, it had been a long time since an update from a county before this one. But when we do get the updates, he continues to move up.
So we see the same trend continuing. We'll be getting back. Steve Kornacki. And joining me now is NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss, along with an expert in governmental studies from the Bipartisan Policy Center, John Fortier. Michael, the president's gone from casting doubt on the integrity of the election process to basically lying, misleading the American people about the process right in front of him. You tweeted aptly after the president's speech last night, "Remember this night. What will you remember about last night's speech and this moment we are in?" Your thoughts?
I remember the president last night, and I will for the rest of my life, the spectacle of one of the worst things a president can do, which is to lie to the American people, lie to the world, and exacerbate national differences that will always be there, and to do it for his own selfish, personal, and political interest. That's about pretty near. Some things are worse, but pretty near the worst thing that a president of the United States can do.
John, here's a list of all the places where the Trump campaign is going to the courts. 4 different states, now cases in Georgia and Michigan have been dismissed because the courts found no evidence for these lawsuits. Has anything changed in the last 24 hours to give any merit to this litigation flurry of cases?
Look, I think the litigation just doesn't live up to the rhetoric. The rhetoric is that we're going to stop all the counting, or the court is going to step in a big way. I think there are legitimate questions we can ask in very specific cases about who can come in and observe the ballots or one subset of ballots. That's not going to make the difference in a big win or a big margin for one candidate or the other. So, again, I think these specific cases may go forward. They may win. They may lose. But the idea that large stopping of the actual typical vote is going to be obstructed, I think that's not going to happen.
Michael, many of us remember Al Gore's concession speech in 2000, one of the real moments of grace and strength, really, in the democratic process. He was on with us again last night, and again talking about the foundation of our country, the principle that all just power is derived from the consent of the governed, and these elections are the way that give that consent.
That's exactly right. Yes, and one of the things that he said in that concession in 2000, almost a month from now, 20 years ago, was he said verbatim, "For the sake of our democracy, I offer my concession." And, there were people urging him to fight on. And one thing that he said on NBC last night, which was so interesting, he said, there's not much distance between a Supreme Court ruling and violence. And he did this to basically calm things down and took one for the team and to unify the country. That's what statesmanship is. I hope we see that from President Trump as the weeks unfold.
With those words, we're going to have to leave it there. Michael Beschloss, John Fortier, thank you both so much. That does it for this very special edition of Andrea Mitchell Reports. Ari Melber is in for Chuck Todd and picks up our coverage right now.
Good day. Good day, I'm Ari Melber, anchoring MSNBC special election coverage at a pivotal time in this unresolved presidential election. 3 days after Election Day here, and the vote tallies now put Joe Biden on the cusp of winning the presidency. Here's why. As the votes are tallied, Biden has taken the lead in several key states. He now leads in Pennsylvania. That state alone would put him over the 270 electoral votes for winning the presidency. And the remaining votes are coming from areas that have been building that lead, including this final batch of outstanding absentee ballots moments ago. Officials in Philadelphia telling the world that they have about 40,000 ballots left to count there. Those updates will continue throughout today, and we'll bring them to you. Moments ago, we also saw results coming from Pennsylvania that pad Biden's lead. To be clear, this is a lead. This is not a final resolution. Because at this hour, the NBC News decision desk characterizes Pennsylvania as just too close to call. Then there's Georgia, another key remaining state where Biden leads with a razor-thin margin. No Democrats have not won this state since 1992. I could tell you that the top elections official there says today they're already heading towards a recount in Georgia. So while neither candidate has clinched this electoral college, the picture coming into view overall, you see it right here. It's pretty dire for President Trump. Biden leading in most remaining states, including a growing but tight lead in Nevada. The NBC decision desk has now changed its characterization of Nevada to too close to call. President Trump is gaining ground on Biden in Arizona. We're awaiting an update out of Nevada this hour, where the largest county is working on some of the last remaining votes today. Take it all together, and you can see what both campaigns see at the end of this tense week. The door appearing to close on the president. Joe Biden building in places that could clinch it all. And the surest sign that Donald Trump sees this picture that I'm showing you, this reality actually comes from the White House and Donald Trump himself. Facing bad news at the ballot box, he's talking about going to court, asking judges to somehow change what the voters said, and filing several thin lawsuits in states before the vote tallies are even final. Now, as we've reminded you here throughout our coverage, nothing is final until it's final. Whether it takes the rest of today, or even this weekend, or even next week, we will continue to bring you the facts and the numbers no matter what. If the president were to regain leads in any of the states I just showed you, of course we would report that too. But we know a lot more today, right now, than we did on Tuesday, and so do the candidates. We know Biden is up where it matters and gaining. We know Trump needs more than luck. He needs to reverse some outcomes. That's why one candidate is focused on counting, while the other is already suing. And the bar for getting courts to do anything that actually overturns final state counts is so high, I can report for you it's never happened in a presidential race. Now, right now, we're going to go dip in live in Clark County, Nevada, where there is another update on the vote count.
Instead of the 51. However, the universe of ballots that I communicated yesterday is still accurate. The only thing you need to do is take it down approximately 20,500 from the 51 to the 30,000. But the 63,000 ballots that I reported yesterday are in the system in various stages. So those will still expected to be reported. Beginning today, we will begin to report our results 2 times a day. So you've already seen the update for this morning. In the afternoon, we will be putting up a fresh report on the mail ballots that have been read into the system sometime before 4 o'clock. We're required to report to the Secretary of State first. Once they've indicated to us that they've received it and it's verified, we'll be able to post on our end. So rather than give you a specific time, I'll just tell you that it'll be sometime before 4 p.m. Now, one more time, I'd like to go through the ballots that are separate from that universe that I reported. We still have the provisional ballots. All of our laptops from Election Day have been downloaded, so all of that information is available to my staff. Today, we will start in earnest reviewing provisional ballots. There are 60,000 of those to go through in various categories. Now, I want to remind you that we have to coordinate with the Secretary of State because, again, we are not a top-down registration state. We work from the bottom up. So all 17 counties have to report to the Secretary. They still have not given me the instructions. I know that they're on the way, but at some point they'll let us know when to send our report up, and that will be the tool that they use to match against the other 16 counties in Nevada to make sure that nobody's duplicated a vote in one county to the next, because we want to prevent that. Once we do that, we can begin to release the provisional ballots into count. However, that won't happen until the Secretary of State verifies that report. A reminder that the ID required voters, their deadline is today at 5 p.m. For those who were required to provide an ID, that has to be sent to us by 5 p.m. today. We have a cure line available at 702-455-6552, where we have staff available to assist those individuals with getting that into us. The U.S. mail update for this morning. We received 241 ballots in today's mail that will be added to that number that I'm calling my universe of ballots to be counted. It's looking pretty clear that the number of ballots is going to continue to go down. However, I wanted to ensure the general public, we have been working very close with our regional supervisor at the U.S. Postal Service, and they're doing an excellent job of reviewing all of the post stations here in Clark County. In fact, they have them sweeping regularly more than once on a daily basis, and if they identify anything that needs to be delivered to the office, they get it to our office within 3 to 4 hours. It doesn't even go to the process of having it set up for us to pick up. They're physically delivering those. So we appreciate their effort. They're making sure, just as we are, that we're counting every ballot that's eligible to be counted. So our thanks to the U.S. Postal Service locally. The cure process is another group of ballots that we need to process. They have until Thursday, the 12th of November, to cure that. My staff will not leave this facility until we've counted all of those ballots that have been identified as curable. AB 4 was very clear in the legislative special session that we have to have all ballots counted by November 12th. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Remember, you need to be at the mic. Good morning, right there. Right there.
We have been listening to an update here in Nevada where they are going through the last of the ballots. I want to go right to Steve Kornacki at the big board. We're going to start with Nevada, but he's got updates on everything. Steve, one number that jumped out on there was 241. That is the trickle of mail ballots arriving. It would seem to be good news for Joe Biden if he's up and there's almost nothing else coming in.
Yeah, and the confusion here in Nevada today, too, was yesterday. I think I was on with you this hour. We had the same update from out there, and there were these 51,000 votes that we were told were going to be coming out at this time today, and they only put out 30,000.
And Steve, let's not pretend that either of us remember anything that's happened days ago and this week.
It was yesterday, right?
Was it? Yeah, no, it was.
That's about the level I'm at right now. But yes, the trajectory here, in Nevada, is all about Clark County. It's heavily about mail-in ballots. There's also provisional ballots. There's a fair number of provisional ballots, and they may not break as heavily Democratic as the mail is, but the differentiator here is there are clearly tens of thousands of ballots left in Clark County, Las Vegas area, Democratic kind of area to begin with. A lot of them are mail ballots. I think we've established with the votes that have been coming out so far from Clark County, Biden seems to be winning the mail ballots there by a 2-to-1 margin, and he is now ahead statewide by 20,000, thanks largely to votes from Clark County that were released today. So that's why, of course, our decision desk sort of changed its characterization of this race a while ago from too close to call to Biden leading in Nevada. So that's a step toward potentially at least Biden winning the state. And I think basically what's happening now just has to keep happening for Biden to win the state. Right now, there need to be a change in that. This is a bit like we're talking about Pennsylvania. It's sort of an abrupt, unforeseen change in the pattern of the ballots.
Yeah, and as you say, from yesterday's morning briefing to today's, you are not seeing, again, we're not making calls, you're just not seeing anything in Nevada yet that would move things away from the trend line where Biden builds this lead.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing was with that 51,000 ballots that we were expecting and told yesterday would be coming today, ended up only being 30. And I just was texting with Jacob Soboroff, who could
now move him to PA to talk PA.
Yeah, it sounds like they made a mistake in saying it was 51 today, but they did not make a mistake in saying the total number of mail ballots that were out there. So our understanding of the number of mail ballots that exist and are to be counted in Clark County doesn't change, nor does our understanding, so far at least, of how those ballots are breaking, which is 2-to-1 Biden. So if Biden is winning the mail votes 2-to-1 and there's the same number of mail votes that we thought before, then, yeah, I think our general sense of this remains the same.
Great. Well, then, Steve, I was just talking to our control room. We want from you what I think everyone in America wants from you now, which is to go back to the bigger prize. What is the latest in PA and Pennsylvania?
Okay, let's take a look here. We did get an update a few minutes ago, and I was just seeing if there were any more in the last couple. No, this is about 10 minutes ago, though. Joe Biden expanded his lead. He's now over 10,000 statewide. He leads by 12,390 votes over Donald Trump. Where did this latest batch of votes for Biden come from? Came from Lehigh County. That's where Allentown is. They came in today with about 10,000, they said, about 10,000 uncounted absentee ballots, mail ballots. They just released a batch of about 7,000 of them, and Joe Biden got 69% of those votes. And so, again, this is just the pattern we've been talking about. Pretty much wherever it is in Pennsylvania, when you get a batch of absentee, a batch of mail votes, Biden is winning them by wide margins. So, therefore, from that, Biden adds to his lead, goes over 10,000. There was also that press conference from Philadelphia city officials where they said, in fact, let me just check this. They said in the next few minutes they might have an update, and I'm seeing if there is one here on their website. There is not. They did say that they've got 40,000 ballots remaining, 40,000 uncounted absentee ballots in Philadelphia. And again, the thing we know about the absentee ballots in Philadelphia is they've been breaking for Biden by a 9-to-1 margin. And there's also 35,000 out in Allegheny County, too, another place that's heavily Biden. You're just seeing a lot of math that works in Biden's favor here.
And the green circle we're looking at there on that number on Biden that you just did, Steve, if I'm understanding you right, you're telling us right now, 1:12 p.m. on the East Coast, that is the largest lead Biden has had yet in PA.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So that's pretty big as we continue to go through this. I don't mean big in the sense of the largest lead ever. I mean big in the news sense. That right now he's got a bigger lead in PA than he's had all week, and you just told us the numbers of why that is growing. You also mentioned there that you might get an update. Please flag us in the control room. Whatever you do, we'll come right back to Steve on that. We're on the ground with Rahima Ellis in Pennsylvania. We also have Ali Vitale with Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, Peter Alexander at the White House. But we continue the PA conversation. Rahima?
All right, a couple of things to tell you about in terms of the numbers here in Philadelphia. As Steve was saying, according to city officials here, they have that 40,000 mail ballots still to be counted. The question is, what about those, they call it segregated, I call it separated. Those ballots that came in were legally postmarked as of 8 p.m. on election night, but came in after election night, and they have up until 5 p.m. today to come in. Are any of those part of the 40,000? City officials, right a few minutes ago, behind me in this convention center, would not say exactly if the ballots they have that came in after election night are part of that. So it could be another number. We're not sure yet. But the mayor of Philadelphia, a Democrat, he was saying, Mayor Jim Kenney, congratulating people on what they've been doing. You know, there's been some criticism about the process here from the members of the Trump campaign as to whether or not there's some fraud or they are hiding the counting here. He dismisses that outright, and he dismisses all of those, including the president, who has been critical of this process. In fact, Mayor Kenney said he would say to the mayor, put your big boy pants on, do like Jimmy Carter and Al Gore, and respect the process. Ari?
Strong words. We'll be coming back to you throughout the day. As promised, we turn to our campaign reporters first. Ali Vitale with the Biden campaign. Ali?
All right, you make the point that he's not yet at 270, but in talking to to a Biden campaign aide just now, I asked them how they felt about this moment. They're confident, and they say it's just an eventuality at this point. To that end, we do expect to see the Democratic ticket tonight in prime time. We're told that Kamala Harris is going to speak first, give short remarks before we see the former vice president take the stage. And frankly, we're seeing signs of life here in this parking lot in Wilmington that we've been staked out in for days now. We're seeing more cars be pulled in, some mic checks, some tinkering with the lights. So it's clear that they're preparing for something. I would also note that it's pretty unusual for a vice president to give remarks on a night like this. But Kamala Harris, if they get to 270 and are the president-elect and vice president-elect, would be historic. She would be the first person of color vice president and the first woman of color vice president ever in the nation's history. So clearly making history here. And it comes after a Democratic primary where you had more women running and more people of color running than ever before. I remember covering back in March, the day Elizabeth Warren dropped out of the race, talking to women and girls who were dropping cards and flowers off at her front door, worrying that this would be another year where they would not see a woman in the White House. Now that fear seems to be assuaged as this campaign starts moving into a more aggressive posture. We know that they were already feeling confident, but everything we've seen them do on the map so far, all of the updates that Steve and others have brought us today really do fit into the calculus that the Biden campaign has been expecting for several days now, Ari.
Ali, briefly, you're reporting suggesting that Biden and Harris speak tonight even if there is no 270 call?
And that is the caveat there, right? Because this campaign team is really bullish, but at the same time, we also know that former Vice President Joe Biden is patiently watching these results. They have really been clear that they want to get to 270, but I think it sort of speaks to the dam breaking here in terms of this group of people feeling really good about where they're at. They're watching the vote totals come in, and they feel confident that they could see it happen tonight. Of course, we're not on their timeline. Our decision desk is on our own timeline, but that's the mood right now in Biden world.
Great. And Ali, because we've been just going back and forth so many days in a row, I'm curious, no Tom Petty today?
No Tom Petty today. I think I would go more J-Lo, waiting for tonight.
Waiting for tonight. I was thinking more, Beastie Boys, No Sleep Till Philadelphia.
Not a bad choice.
Yeah, well, this happened. Thank you, as always, Ali, our friend and colleague. We go out to the White House. Peter Alexander has been monitoring a Trump team that seems to have two different tracks. I'm wondering, Peter, if you can walk us through what people inside the White House think of what the president did last night. We fact-checked it. You fact-checked it. We've dealt with that. That's one track. And then there's everyone else who works for him, many of whom are talking more legally, more grounded about, well, we could try to get a recount. Sure, that's their right. That's very different, of course, than some of the falsehoods the president shared.
Yeah, Ari, I think you're right. Depending who you talk to in and around this White House, close to the campaign, there is either dejection or defiance. We should tell you we're standing outside the West Wing. Just a short time ago, we saw the Marine Guard out front of the West Wing. A White House spokesperson told us that the president was in the Oval Office. The Guard was only there for 10 minutes. Presumably the president has now left the Oval Office and returned to the residence. But we know he's been paying close attention to all of the coverage over the course of this day. I want to talk to you about the inconsistency in the messaging and the different views when you speak to different folks behind the scenes here, but also just want to do a little quick fact check on one of the president's latest tweets within the last 30 minutes or so. The president was complaining about what he described as the missing military ballots in Georgia right now. There are no missing military ballots in Georgia to this point. The Secretary of State there, a Republican within the last hour or so, said that there were roughly 8,900 of those ballots still outstanding. They could arrive by law as late as today if postmarked by Election Day, and if they do, they will be counted. Ari?
Peter Alexander, thank you, and thank you for the facts, as always. We're deep into this hour here. I got to fit in our first break, but coming up, we're going to go to several of the other key states. That includes Arizona, the latest on the legal challenges and why they can only go so far. MSNBC special Decision 2020 coverage continues right after this quick break. Welcome back. I'm Ari Melber with our special election coverage. We're following several aspects of this story, including something interesting and frankly a little unusual. The Biden campaign, like everyone, waiting on a potential call, but they say we should expect to hear from the former vice president tonight. Of course, we don't know if there'll be a call by tonight of any kind. When we heard from Biden yesterday, he was urging patience and short remarks. When we heard from President Trump last night, he blatantly questioned the integrity of the election and made false claims about fraud.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
That is false. The legal votes are what's being counted. I turn now to Michael Cruz, the senior staff writer at Politico, who's been following Donald Trump and reporting the ins and outs and all of this. Thanks for being here.
Greetings. Happy Friday, I guess.
Happy Friday, a big week. We're all having an interesting time as a nation. I think a lot of people are doing great with patience and letting the numbers and the facts lead us. We'll continue to follow that. Obviously, they didn't lead the president last night. We fact-checked that. He is behind in the legal votes, or the votes, but it's a lawful process in each state. And for those who are political, many of these states, of course, have a range of both parties involved in that processing, and there's transparency. Having dealt with that, I want to turn to your reporting on where the president and Trump world goes from here.
So we are on the precipice of a first. Donald has lost before. He's lost tons of money. He's lost lawsuits. He's lost opportunities, but he's never lost with finality. He's never been stopped, even in the early to mid 90s when he was so deep in debt. Lenders did not stop him. They did not very materially make him leave his Trump Tower triplex. And so the situation here is eventually the process is going to play out. Votes have to be counted. But President Trump is going to be made to leave the White House. His brand for decades obviously has been, in a word, winner. And for the first time, he will be, in this indelible way, a loser. And that is
Michael,
troubling.
It's interesting the way you put it so physically, and Trump is someone who understands symbols, right? Wall, whether it exists or not, is a physical thing. You can get your head right around it. And you just raised the specter of relocation or eviction, that Donald Trump was literally hundreds of millions of dollars in debt. That's documented. Most Americans are evicted far before that. And he got away, and he got away, and he got away. And the New York Times reported he got away with the taxes. And he seemed to get away losing the total vote, but finding an electoral college path last time. You're pointing out there's no call, but that if he were to lose this race, which many are bracing for, then he is finally forced out, evicted from the White House, moved off that stage. Do you have any sense from your reporting and the people close to him that now on this Friday, which is different than Tuesday night, that any of that prospect is sinking in for him?
Oh, for sure. And I think it has been sinking in. over the weeks leading up to Election Day, it was interesting. He started using a word he hadn't used as much in the past, a lot, at rallies, in news conferences, at the White House, and that word was immunity. And the context was the coronavirus, was his recovery at Walter Reed and how he was now, quote unquote, immune. But what I was hearing, and what people who have known him for a long time were hearing, was a fear that his immunity, in some sense, the immunity he's enjoyed these last 4 years, immunity he didn't even have before that, even if he felt immune, his immunity is dwindling away. He can see the end of an actual kind of immunity he's enjoyed over these last 4 years. He is scared, and frankly, he probably should be.
Michael Cruz, appreciate both your reporting today and also some of the poetic themes you're sharing with us, much to cogitate on. We want to turn to Arizona. We have our NBC News colleague, Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn?
Ari, what we're looking at right now is the next batch from Maricopa County that is not slated to be released until 9 p.m. Eastern. But what the new numbers out of the state here showed this morning was the fact that Joe Biden essentially was able to dilute the margins that Donald Trump was gaining in this latest batch. And we expect that the numbers out of this morning should pretty closely reflect the remaining 140,000 ballots that are outstanding in Maricopa County. And if, in fact, like the numbers this morning, those hold for the remaining 140,000 ballots in Maricopa County, that is incredibly difficult here in Arizona for Donald Trump to overcome because there's only 70,000 non-Maricopa County ballots outstanding, and Donald Trump would have to win 75% of them. And so far, the numbers that have been coming in recent days from those counties that Trump would be relying on haven't hit the mark that it would take in order to make up for those deficits that he is now facing in Maricopa County. You also got to note, Mark Kelly, now projected by NBC News to be another U.S. Senator here from the state of Arizona, the second Democrat to be elected by Arizonans in just 2 years. If Joe Biden's lead holds, this could be a defining moment, the year 2020, for Arizona politics. Ari?
Great context, including on all those important Senate races. Vaughn, thank you very much. Up next, we're going to turn to Nevada, a small state with big impact right now. Jacob Soboroff here. Much more Decision 2020 coverage right after this. Welcome back. I'm Ari Melbourne. We're taking a look at where things stand in Nevada. We just got new vote updates within the past hour. And joining us on the ground is our NBC News colleague, Jacob Soboroff. You are in the thick of it. What are you seeing?
Hey, Ari, so let me just tell you where we are. This is inside of the Clark County Election Center. This is where I think it's fair to say that those 6 electoral votes from this state are going to be coming out of the ballots that are being counted here. To be honest with you, they're not being counted right now. That's the area. Those things that kind of look like printers. I don't know if you can see them in there, white on the bottom, kind of grayish up on the top. Those are the scanning machines. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them that I can see with my own eyes right now. And that area in there is as quiet as it looks. That's where the scanning is supposed to be going on. These folks here are election observers. That gentleman is a Republican observer. There are some other observers over there talking to one of the staff folks from around here. And I tell you all this just so you understand sort of what's going on in this facility. The numbers are what's important. Yesterday, the difference between Vice President Biden and President Trump was about 8,000 votes. That advantage for Biden has grown, or it did grow, to around 12,000, and now it's all the way up over 20,000 at this point based on some returns that came in this morning, the tabulations that came in this morning. What was, I guess, curious about all of this was that we had expected 51,000 ballots to come in, and there are a lot of outstanding ballots. I want to tell you exactly, so let me just look. 63,262 remaining mail-in ballots, 60,000 provisionals, over 120,000, plus what are called cures, signature verifications, and what comes in the mail before the 10th of this month. Unfortunately, that number from this morning, that we were going to get 51,000, was incorrect. I guess a staff member made a clerical error, what I guess is the most simplest way to describe it, and we only got about 30,000. So there are quite literally tens of thousands of ballots that are remaining to be counted here. And so for the first time, the registrar here, Joe Gloria, has said, we're going to get a second update today. in Clark County, Nevada. Clark County, Nevada, of course, is where Las Vegas is. It is by far the biggest election jurisdiction in this state. When we get that information, we'll have more numbers this afternoon. We expect, if the trend lines hold, for Joe Biden's lead to grow, but we can't say for sure until those come in. All right, so that's the scoop from here.
Well, Jacob, part of what you're reporting for us does illustrate one of the Kornacki rules, which is he says the number of hours the county tells you it'll take to count, you double or triple. The number of votes you say you're going to get is sometimes lower. And
No
from
doubt.
yesterday morning, all of us were doing this together yesterday morning to now. As you say, we got several, thousands of votes, but not that initial full number. We'll keep tracking it. You're on the ground. And I would just remind folks what you walked us through just now is a good reminder of why there is a lot of faith in the process. You're there as the independent press. Representatives of both parties are there. The cameras are on. There's transparency to that, to what we're watching, which is why people say, oh, it's taking longer. What's going on? Nothing nefarious. What's going on is this. We can all see it. So, Jacob, thank you, as always, being part of our team of reporters, sir.
You got it, man.
Absolutely. I want to turn right now to NBC's Pete Williams and Matt Sanderson, a former attorney for the McCain and Romney campaigns, who's also an NBC News election law analyst. Pete, you know your way around so many of these issues and what it takes to get voting or potential alleged voter fraud issues up to a court, up to a higher court, and then to change potential outcomes. I'm just curious, big picture, to hear from you, your view of the legal framework to help understand the context or the fact-checking of what the president asserted last night.
Okay, so there are really only two kinds of lawsuits that could change the actual vote totals that we know of. The first one we've talked about before is the U.S. Supreme Court case. That is the Republican challenge to the decision by the state legislature to extend the period by which mail ballots would be counted if they came in after Election Day. So that's the sort of overtime period between 8 p.m. on Tuesday night and 5 o'clock tonight. So depending on how many votes are there, whether that could make a difference, the Republicans would go to the Supreme Court and say, now will you please take our case? Their argument is that the state Supreme Court had no authority to extend the deadline, that only the state legislature could do that. Now, the second category that could actually affect ballots, and there's just been a development in it just before we came on here, just less than a minute ago. This is a challenge in state court, in state appeals court in Pennsylvania, that challenges the decisions by at least two counties that we know of, Montgomery County, which is the third largest county in Pennsylvania, and Northampton County, where officials gave notice of defective mail ballots. They didn't have a signature. They had some problem with them, and gave voters a chance to come in and fix the problem and cast a provisional ballot. The Republicans say you can't do that. State law doesn't allow it. The Democrats say, well, state law doesn't explicitly provide for it, but it doesn't prohibit it either. So just a moment ago, the appellate court in Pennsylvania, this is what's known as the Commonwealth Court in Pennsylvania, issued an order saying that all provisional ballots that were cast on Election Day, where the elector's absentee ballot or mail-in ballot was received, have to be segregated until basically we can decide whether the provisional ballot can be counted. So it's telling all the counties, even though this litigation only initially involved a couple of counties, it is telling the Secretary of State, tell all the counties now that they have to segregate any provisional ballots that were cast as a result of voters fixing their mail-in ballots. Now, Matt Sanderson is on with me. I mean, the first thing that occurs to me is I think this is only going to be forward-looking relief because I don't see how the county can go back and pull out provisional ballots that were already dumped into the swimming pool. So it seems to me this will be forward-looking only. But I think that's the Supreme Court, and these are the only that could actually change totals.
Really important and a good reminder to people about which suits affect the vote count versus other things. We're juggling a lot of breaking news. I want to ask Pete and Matt to stay with me, but I'm told we have breaking news out of the White House, so we turn to Peter Alexander. Peter?
Yeah, Ari, within the last few minutes, we received a new statement from the Trump campaign that comes directly from the president himself. Let's share that with you in part. It sort of presents a different tone than we have heard from him and from, frankly, his remarks yesterday and his all-caps tweets 24 hours ago. He says, in effect, that this fight right now is for full transparency. He says it's no longer about any single election, but about the integrity of the entire election process. So no longer trying to say it's about, I don't know, these feuds that many viewed as small and self-interested, but about something bigger than him, at least is what the statement is trying to suggest right now. He says, we want to pursue the process. We will pursue the process through every aspect of the law. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation. So those are the new words of the president today. The first real full public comment we've heard from him today, and the first full one since those widely panned remarks we heard from him, undemocratic comments he made at the podium yesterday, where he claimed there was widespread voter fraud despite providing no evidence of that. So this message, while he does say that he wants legal votes to be counted, not the illegal votes to be counted, is more about transparency, and as he tries to cast it, something bigger than him about the American democracy at large, which is notably different than his comments yesterday that were criticized by all sorts of folks. Mitt Romney coming out with criticism. Today, Adam Kinzinger, a Republican critic of the president, saying, quote, "This is insane" on Twitter. It was only some of the president's closest allies and loyalists like Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, and Kevin McCarthy, the top House Republican, who had come out basically echoing the president's own words after the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., called on all Republicans to stand by his side. Ari?
Peter Alexander, brand new statement. As you emphasize, it's certainly different in tone and content than some of what we heard last night. I know you're busy at the White House. We'll be coming back to you. I want to bring back in Pete and Matt, who have been discussing some of the local issues here legally. Matt, I'm going to go to you first because I actually want to ask the intersection of politics and law, and then I'm going to go to Pete on the law. But on the political side of this statement, I'm going to reread a little ending of it. Quote, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in our government." It does sound politically less strident and certainly less misleading than the president's rather unusual remarks, at least by the standards of history and an incumbent president last night. And so, Matt, your first reaction to this?
Well, hopefully this represents turning the page. The president's obviously talked a lot about law and order this year. He should embrace it here as well. We have laws. We have state laws that dictate how the process should unfold, how these votes should be counted. And frankly, up until now, the main cause for uncertainty in this whole post-election process has really been the president's remarks. So hopefully that represents him taking a step back from the brink.
And Pete Williams, I'll just reinforce something that we've been reporting throughout. There is not yet any specific or combined legal strategy that's been outlined by the president or his senior team about how he would literally get to a very different place. You were just giving us new reporting out of Pennsylvania, which is relevant, and there are Republicans involved in that. But when you see the president say here on Friday, again, I'm reading from this, "We'll pursue the process through every aspect of the law," okay, but that's not exactly a roadmap that tells you how you would have different results in the key states that form the margin. It doesn't seem to me, I'm curious your view, to be the kind of legal coordinated strategy we saw, for example, from the Bush campaign in 2000.
These are all procedural challenges that are right now, that are in court right now. You're not doing the counting right, is basically what these lawsuits claim. You're using automation to verify ballot signatures in Nevada. You shouldn't be doing that. You're letting voters cast provisional ballots to fix their mail-in ballots. You shouldn't do that. That is the status of where things stand right now. And then, of course, it's a big, but the U.S. Supreme Court case, if there's enough votes there to make a difference, could decide potentially who wins Pennsylvania if it comes down to that. But you're right; it's not. These are challenges to, and it's odd, Ari, and I'm curious what Matt thinks of this. It surprises me every time there's an election and some question comes up about state election procedures. I say to myself, you mean they haven't figured that out yet? They haven't figured out whether somebody can fix a mail-in ballot with a provisional ballot. Now, I think one of the reasons why is because in the past there were so few mail-in ballots. But, once the state said anybody can file a mail ballot, no excuse, no need to be absentee to prove that you're going to be out of state on Election Day, that obviously compounded the problem and I guess raised a lot of new questions.
Yeah, and to your suggestion, we'll turn it back to Matt for one final thought. Pete has weaved together, as he often does, the legal intricacies into the bottom line, which is, well, we're not saying it doesn't matter at all how you resolve some of these questions, and there are more novel legal questions because of pandemic voting this year, which we all expected. There is not, as of Tuesday night or through the week or now with a new statement from the president, I mean, the deadlines are here. They're approaching. If you want to do something big and legal, there is not, Matt, the kind of legal, actual cases and controversies that would widen out and overturn the margins we're seeing in several states, best as Pete and I and others can track it.
Yeah, that's right. And it should be noted that I think they've spent a lot of time in these first few days filing a lot of lawsuits that allege some form of impropriety by election officials. And I keep hearing this idea that the Trump legal strategy is to throw spaghetti at the wall to see what sticks. But I don't think that's quite right. This isn't throwing spaghetti at the wall. This is slinging mud at the election system with the intent to leave a stain. And that's matching the president's rhetoric over the last few days for the moment. The legal strategy and the rhetoric are coming together. That's what's happening.
Right, and Matt, to extend that allegory, the question is whether that tomato sauce stain on the legitimacy of our democracy will stick to the country or to Donald Trump, and that remains to be seen. Pete Williams, Matt Sanderson, thanks to both of you. Really great breaking legal analysis. We got to fit in a break, but we then will go to Georgia. We'll be right back. You're watching MSNBC special election coverage.
Out of approximately 5 million votes cast, we'll have a margin of a few thousand. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be a recount in Georgia.
News from Georgia's Secretary of State there saying that he does expect, based on the count and the law, a recount because of that razor-thin margin. Joe Biden took a slight lead over President Trump there just early this morning. The number of ballots to count, though, remaining is dwindling. Joining us now from Georgia is our NBC News colleague, Blaine Alexander. Blaine?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's pick up when we talk about that recount. What this does, one, is it confirms something that we knew all along. We knew that this was a thinner than thin, razor-thin margin that you saw a difference, that you saw Joe Biden's lead over President Trump. And with more than 4,000 ballots still left to be uploaded, still left to be processed, we know that that number is going to fluctuate some. So, yes, it was almost a foregone conclusion that we were going to see a recount. The Secretary of State confirmed that today. Let me walk you through what that's going to look like, though. You know, the state has to certify its election by November 20th, but the recount will not take place until after that certification. Now, the state can always certify it earlier, but let's say that it goes up until the deadline, November 20th. If you kind of pull up a calendar in your mind's eye, that puts us at about a week. It takes about a week from start to finish of that recount process. So that puts us until sometime after Thanksgiving, likely, before we know the final numbers here in Georgia. Now, let's talk about the ballots that we're still expecting to get, the number of votes that are outstanding. A little more than 4,000 left for the counties to upload, but there are several different pools on top of that. One, we're still waiting for those military and absentee ballots. Remember, they have until the end of the day to be to arrive and be counted, and as long as they are postmarked by Election Day, they will be counted if they arrive today. You've also got the cured ballots and the provisional ballots, so still quite a few ballots to be counted here in Georgia. Ari.
And Blaine, before I lose you, I'm just curious, what does your reporting suggest about the kind of margin that could shift in a recount versus what's out of the margin that would likely shift?
Sure. So in Georgia, under state law, it takes 0.5% of a difference to allow a candidate to request a recount. It's not triggered automatically. A candidate has to request a recount. So 0.5% between the two, a candidate can ask for that. As for right now, the candidates are both sitting at about 49.4%. So they're, I mean, right at the same percentage. So that's why we've kind of been looking at this and saying it's a foregone conclusion that there was going to be a recount, again, confirmed today by the Secretary of State. But when we're talking about just a difference of less than 2,000 votes, I mean, we're talking about the size of a school, if you will. So we're talking about a difference that small. It's definitely certain there will be a recount. All right.
It's truly remarkable, as you say, that many votes and that thin a margin. Blaine Alexander, as always, thanks for your great reporting on the ground. We turn now to Michael Steele, former advisor to Jeb Bush and John Boehner. And I'm really curious, as we wrap up this hour of special coverage, you are a well-placed Republican. Fair? You take that compliment?
I think so. I hope so.
Yeah. You've worked for a lot of senior Republicans. I think we have, just visually on the screen for folks, the McConnell and Romney and others really coming out last night and very clearly, just a whole battery of tweets here. I'll tell people the bottom line. It's strength in numbers, Michael. It's a lot of prominent Republicans completely breaking with Donald Trump's claims last night. What does that tell you?
Tells me that everyone can read the polls, everyone can read the numbers, they know which way the wind is blowing. You know, it's all over but the shouting. There's going to be some more shouting. The president, despite his statement earlier this afternoon, I think is not ready to be done fighting yet. But all the smart Republicans, it seems, are sensing which way the wind is blowing and giving statements that are perfectly defensible and reasonable. Let's count all the votes. Let's make sure everything was done legally. Let's make sure there isn't any fraud. But at the end of this process, I believe they expect Joe Biden will be the president of the United States.
Yeah, you just put it clearly. These are not political statements in any automatic sense. They're pro-democracy. And yet, Donald Trump has comported himself Tuesday night and last night as the sitting president in a manner that is so anti-democracy, the leaders of his own party feel the need to say this, yes?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a real element of Trump fatigue here. You see that in some elected Republicans. You see that in some conservative media. There is a lot of exasperation with the fact that he's done all these things that have put them through so much political pain, and yet he is not acknowledging the reality that his leadership led to losing the White House.
Now, Michael, you identified as Trump fatigue. Is that best treated through civic unity or caffeine?
Well, I think we've all been trying a lot of caffeine this week, so maybe civic unity for the end of the week. Start off the weekend right.
So walk us through where you see this going politically over the next couple of days. We heard from the Biden camp today through our reporters that they are gearing up for a big night. They plan to have the vice president speak. We're the independent press, so that doesn't impact when and how a call is made. But Ali Vitale was reporting just minutes ago. They see that as basically something they could do coming out of a potential call. The president was unusually quiet for 2 days, then came out last night, and what's also broken this hour is a new statement attributable to him, not people covering for him. Here he was coming out last night, where he sounds much more like a boring RNC lawyer than what we heard last night.
Exactly. This is a Trump version of a unity message. And I think what you're probably going to see over the next 24 to 48 hours is most of the major news organizations begin to call this race the presidential race in its entirety. And the president will perhaps never concede publicly in his own words that he lost. But I think we will see the beginnings of a peaceful transition of power, the preparations for a peaceful transition of power at the appointed time.
Really interesting getting your context, Michael Steele, and as I remind viewers, as a former aide to Speaker Boehner, to the Bush campaign. Michael, thank you very much. I want to tell everyone I've enjoyed being with you during this hour of special coverage. I'm Ari Melber. I will probably, although you never know these days, but I will probably be back on tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern for The Beat, unless I'm just part of our larger special coverage. We're going to take it as it comes, but don't go anywhere because this round of special coverage continues with our friend and colleague, MSNBC's Chris Hayes, right after this break.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Hayes. MSNBC is continuing our special coverage of the 2020 election. I was sitting at this desk just 12 hours ago. I'm back. We'll be joined throughout the next hour by Katie Tur. Here's what we know so far. Joe Biden has taken the lead in the key state of Pennsylvania. When last I was speaking to you 12 hours ago, he had not yet done it. But while the votes there are still being counted, a victory would clinch him the presidency. Biden also holds narrow leads now in Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, as well as a 4 million vote lead in the national popular vote. President Trump is not handling this news well after more than a dozen of his election tweets were flagged by Twitter for containing false or misleading information. He took a more direct approach. He gave a bizarre and rambling press briefing in which he once again made outrageous claims of widespread fraud without a shred of evidence. Today, again, trying to cast doubt on the results, both on Twitter and in an official campaign statement. The president's allies in Congress and right-wing media are essentially facilitating this entire spectacle. Allies like Senator Lindsey Graham and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, they're telling their supporters not to trust the vote, not to trust our nation's election officials, not to trust the media. Now, we do not yet know who won this election, but I want to just level with you for a second and break the fourth wall. There right now, and this is a descriptive statement, there's a huge gap between the certainty that people who work in politics, both on Capitol Hill, in congressional offices, in campaigns, in political media, the certainty they have about this outcome, and I think what the public's perception is, because we are now here days later and votes have been moving in different directions. So we don't know in an official sense. NBC News decision desk is independent, and they will make a call when they feel confident to do that. They have been appropriately prudent and conservative to make sure votes are counted, and that's well and good. But I want to try to communicate to you that there are many people around the world of politics right now who do not feel very uncertain about the outcome. According to our White House team, the president's campaign is feeling grim but determined, and they are going to continue to claim fraud without evidence, refuse to back down. One source close to the president says there has been no talk of concession, not surprising. In a new statement from the campaign, the president promises to pursue this process through every aspect of the law. Joining me at the big board, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, from Atlanta, NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, from Pennsylvania, MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing. Steve, let's go to you. And 12 hours ago, you and I were talking. I think I got sleep and you didn't. But where are things right now? We're for the first time, I would say, the four outstanding states are also four states that have Biden leads on the board.
Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Yes, that's right. A couple things. I think maybe let's focus in on Pennsylvania because there's been a lot of discussion about the trajectory that we seem to be on here with the outstanding mail ballots in Pennsylvania. We've talked about a lot about Biden is winning those overwhelmingly. He's building a lead with every new batch that comes in. There are still quite a few outstanding ballots. We expect this to keep going up. And yet, where is the uncertainty here? Is there a possibility of something unforeseen happening? Let me explain why there is still, I think, a little bit of uncertainty when it comes to calling Pennsylvania, despite what seems, to be a very clear trajectory here. If you'll indulge me, this might take a minute, but I think it might be worth it.
I would love to, yes.
Okay. Let's take this in two categories here. So first of all, there are the outstanding mail ballots. We've been talking about this quite a bit. In Philadelphia, we think there are about 23,000 outstanding mail ballots in Philadelphia. In Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, there are about 35,000 uncounted mail-in ballots. Let's see here. In Bucks County, we think this is right up here. We think there are about 4,000. These are the big spots for it. But overall, you're still looking at something in the neighborhood of 100,000 uncounted mail ballots. Okay, about 100,000 uncounted mail ballots, according to the state right now. Now we look at that and we say, well, Biden's winning the mail ballots at a 75% rate. Should net about 50,000 votes from that total. Here's the first piece of complexity. It's far from clear at this point that all 100,000 of those mail ballots, of those uncounted mail ballots, will in fact be counted. One of the things that we're seeing in a lot of these counties that have done and been doing their absentee mail vote counting is they're not getting down to zero. And remember, they're getting these ballots, they're opening them up, they could be challenged. We had that whole conversation about if it's not inside the envelope that's inside the envelope, that can happen here.
Right.
So you say there's 100,000 that are uncounted, that doesn't mean that's going to be what actually goes into the final vote total here.
Right.
There's uncertainty there. And if that came down 25,000, 30,000. Now, this is just,
right,
to give you a sense of it, then Biden's not getting as much out of that as I think people would assume. Right. That's one possibility here, okay? So there's no dispute right now that the mail ballots that are outstanding that do get counted will overwhelmingly favor Biden. And that with each update there, this lead he's accumulating from that will go up. There's a question of how much that lead will go up because we're not entirely sure how many of these actually get counted, okay?
Yes.
That's the first piece of it. Now, the second piece of it is this. There are also roughly 100,000 provisional ballots in Pennsylvania. That's an unusually high number of provisional ballots for the state. The number, I think, was about 4 times less than that in the 2016 campaign. There are about 100,000 of them. Why are there so many provisional ballots this year? I think one possibility here is that because of the new mail voting system that Pennsylvania has, if you requested a mail-in ballot and it was sent to your home, you've got the mail-in ballot, and you decide on Election Day, I'm going to bring that ballot in myself.
Yep.
And you bring it down, and you don't have the ballot, the envelope, and the inner envelope. That's a spoiled ballot. They give you a new one, and you vote provisionally.
Correct.
Also, if you just decided, if you're home and you have a ballot, and you just decided to go in and vote, and you didn't bring the ballot at all, provisional ballot. There are a lot more provisional ballots than normal in some Republican areas. And the provisional ballots have been counted in a few Republican-friendly places. And unlike the mail ballots that we've been seeing come in those places, they're not favoring Biden. They're favoring Trump. So we don't have a lot of information on this yet because we don't have a lot of these counts yet. But it just raises a possibility, and it raises a question. We're used to thinking of the provisional ballots in any given state in a sort of normal pre-COVID election. We say provisional ballots is almost always a Democratic-leaning vote. So you see a provisional ballot here, if that's your assumption, we need some evidence that that's the case here. Or, we know that Republican and Trump-friendly voters were much more likely to vote same day than Democrats. That's established. Were these Trump voters who had requested mail-in ballots at one point, but then maybe because of the politicization of mail ballots, so I'm not voting mail, I'm going in person? That would be a provisional ballot if they went and did that. So we need to see, are we sure that this is going to look like provisional ballots in the past, or is it possible it's going to look very different? And so that combination of, does Biden not get what we're assuming he'd get out of the mail-in ballots that are uncounted, and does the provisional become much more Republican than expected? I'm just saying these are the two things.
Great. That was really useful from the uncertainty perspective. Let me just follow up here, and then I want to go to our correspondents. So let's talk about that first category. What do we know about is this an error rate? Is this challenges about the sort of outstanding ballots that they're sort of in the system, but then don't report out as votes? That gap is ballots that have, for some reason, they're naked ballots. They didn't have the inner envelope. There's a lack of a signature match. One of the election observers, again, there's two bipartisan election observers standing over people, are challenging them. Those are the sources of that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what we believe, and we're trying to get clarity on that. Because the one thing you see, I'm just looking at the list here, the one thing you see is, these counties their state, I should say, gives you a list for all the counties of the uncounted mail ballots. And they finish up, and you don't see these counties getting down to zero. So it seems possible that what you're describing is that's one thing we're trying to figure out right now, is that what is going on here? Are we going to end up in a situation where we had a list here of, here's 100,000 uncounted mail ballots that are out there, and then it turns out that only 80,000 made it into the count for the reasons you're describing?
Gotcha.
That's what we're trying to get clarification on.
Also, okay. That was extremely, extremely clarifying for me about the sort of logic of where we are right now. I'm going to let you take a break, Steve, which is well earned. I want to go to Chris Jansing, who I believe is in Pennsylvania. We also have Blaine Alexander down there in the great state of Georgia. Chris, let me start with you about what the latest we're hearing from election officials in the state is.
Yeah, that's really important what we just heard from Steve, because listening to election officials today, it became clear what we've seen throughout this, that it's hard sometimes to get a handle on the exact number of ballots that are outstanding. They've been giving us sort of general numbers. For example, today at a press conference they had in Philadelphia. The second part of that is there are these other things that Steve said that are sort of mitigating factors. When I talked to some of the Democratic leaders in Pennsylvania who have been optimistic for the last 36 hours that they would see these mail-in ballots going heavily toward the vice president, they also recognized that today there were going to be these other counts, that the 35,000 ballots in Allegheny County were not even going to start to be counted until 29,000 of them won't even start to be counted until tonight. And they were also keeping a very close watch on any legal activity by the Trump campaign. They've not been very successful so far. They had one kind of minor victory, but we saw a statement from the president today who suggested that there was some fraud here. Baseless accusations, but they have legal teams at the ready. The one person who was pushing back really hard was the mayor of Philadelphia. Here's what he said at that press conference a short time ago.
I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner, just as Jimmy Carter did, just as George H.W. Bush did, and frankly, just as Al Gore did, and stop this and let us move forward as a country.
So, again, there is that, but I will tell you that the overwhelming response that I've gotten, certainly from Democratic elected is they're not going to get out ahead of what the call is going to be. They're certainly not going to get out ahead of what the vice president decides he's going to do. They're going to have a very strong wait and see, even though many of them still believe that in the end, Joe Biden will win this state by as many as 100,000 votes, Chris.
Yeah, that's the number that I've heard from a lot of people. Chris Jansing, thank you very much. We got Blaine Alexander in Georgia. Big news overnight, Blaine, in terms of Biden surpassing Donald Trump in that state. What's the latest there?
Well, it's the thinnest of razor-thin margins, Chris. We're talking about less than 2,000 votes that separate Joe Biden from President Donald Trump. That's smaller than a lot of major high schools. So when you look at those numbers and you look at the fact that there are still several thousand votes across the state that are left to be counted, or that are left to be uploaded, rather, well, there's no question that we're going to a runoff, and the Secretary of State confirmed that earlier today. So let's talk about these kind of pockets of different votes that we're expecting. One is a number of counties, about 5 counties statewide, that still have to upload their outstanding votes. So about 4,000, a little more than 4,000 votes there. Now, that's something that the Secretary of State said that they're watching for and expects to happen anytime, that the counties are working on that. The second pool are these military ballots, these military and overseas ballots. And while we're on that, Chris, I want to kind of address a tweet that President Trump sent and fact-check that tweet in real time. So in his tweet, the president asks about the, quote, missing military ballots in Georgia, asking where they are. A couple of things there, Chris. One, those ballots are not missing. Here's how this works. Military people, military members, and those who live overseas have until the end of today for their ballots to be received, to be returned here in Georgia. And as long as they're postmarked by Tuesday, Election Day, they will be counted if they're received today. Now, all along, the state has been saying that there could be about 8,900, as many as 8,900 or so that will come in left to be counted. We talked with the statewide voter implementation manager, who says that number's actually much lower than that. He says it's going to be much lower. Can't give an exact number, but we can kind of estimate based on officials that I've talked with throughout the state. Gwinnett County, for example, is looking for about 1,000. Down in Savannah, Chatham County, the mayor tells me that they're expecting several hundred. There is a military base there. So that's another pool. And then finally, you've got the cured ballots. Those are people who voted by absentee, and maybe their ballot was rejected for an issue like a signature or something like that. They've got until the end of the day to cure those ballots. So all told, we're looking at several thousand ballots that still need to be counted, and all of that has to take place, the election certified, before the recount can begin. So we're estimating possibly sometime around Thanksgiving, maybe even later, before we get the final numbers here in Georgia. Chris.
Wow, Blaine Alexander, thank you very much for that. With me now is the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman. And it seems necessary to me, Lieutenant Governor, before we get into the latest, just to give everyone a picture of the fact of why we are where we are. We are here, my understanding is because state law doesn't allow what's called pre-canvassing, pre-processing, right?
To start anytime before 7 o'clock in the morning on Election Day. And the governor, asked, and the Democrats pushed for it, like, hey, just even 24 more hours, 48 more hours. And then we would have avoided all of this delay. But they dug in and they refused to consider any such request, because I suspect is that this is the kind of chaos and theater that they wanted to.
When you say they, you mean Republican state legislators?
Yes, the Republicans absolutely refused. I mean, a simple request, 24 extra hours, 48 extra hours to open some envelopes, flatten some ballots, and we're not going to count them or do anything. Just get them ready to be counted, and they wouldn't even grant that. Again, and that's kind of contributed to this theater and the delays.
Yeah, so, I mean, my understanding is that in some ways we've been warning about precisely this scenario, that it would take a while in Pennsylvania specifically because of this. And this situation has now been successfully engineered in terms of the timeline by Republican legislators at sort of the behest of Trump. And yet the vote continues and proceeds apace. How are you feeling about the state right now?
Yeah. Like I've said before, math doesn't respond well to opinion. It is what it is. And the mail-in ballots are going to continue to trend strongly for the vice president. And, I know Steve's a data guru, but with provisional ballots, one of the things that we wanted to confront during the election was people that didn't trust the mail process. They didn't trust their mail-in ballot. And they're like, I want to be sure I want to vote in person. So I think a lot of those individuals are going to be Democratic, especially if they're coming from Democratic counties. Now, that's not to say that there might be little pockets of provisional ballots from a red county, but I think a lot of those provisional ballots are going to trend with Biden. So.
Right. That's a good point. That Steve's point is that unlike mail-in ballots, provisional ballots from Trump areas did have Trump leading. But of course, the distribution of provisional ballots becomes the question. Presumably, that distribution will look like the distribution of population voters in the state, concentrated in Allegheny and in Philadelphia.
Yeah. And one other thing I can say is that a lot has been made of that Supreme Court decision that would allow ballots to be received, on Wednesday, Thursday, and today. I think that's going to ultimately be a big nothing burger. In Philadelphia, they have a small amount of those, and I'm sure that's going to trend across the entire state. So this idea that that's going to be like a Perry Mason moment where, the Supreme Court throws those out. I mean, I don't think that's going to go the way they're hoping it would. I don't think they're going to be a factor, quite frankly. So that being said, it's going to come down to the votes that the vice president is going to continuously accrue as long as these ballots are going to continue to be counted, and that's the state law. And I want to emphasize, these ballots that are being counted now are outside of the legal consideration. And there's not a Supreme Court case or anything that could stop them. These were all lawfully received before 8 p.m. on Election Day.
I want to play just briefly and then get your comment. A senator from your state, Pat Toomey, who, unlike many other Republicans, at least stood up for the integrity of the state that he represents this morning. Take a listen.
Yeah.
It is taking a long time. It's going to take the time that it takes. I saw the president's speech last night, and it was very hard to watch. The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated. I'm not aware of any significant wrongdoing here.
Were you happy to see that kind of talk from the Republican senator in your state?
I'm happy to see it, but it would have been nice if somebody could have FedExed him that backbone 4 years ago. But that being said, another important Republican stepped up and said something similar. Jake Corman, who is the majority leader in the Pennsylvania State Senate, is going to likely be the next president pro tem. So in other words, he's the most powerful Republican in Pennsylvania. On Fox News said that there is no evidence of fraud either in the state. So no one on the ground honestly believes that. And I suspect Senator Toomey's honesty and candor comes from the fact that he's not running for re-election for any other office. So he's much more liberated to defect from this orthodoxy of fraud, even though there's absolutely zero evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, it's a sad pattern we have observed over and over again. Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, who, if his Twitter feed is accurate, was up watching us last night at 3 in the morning. He's just like you. He's just like you. That's the appeal, Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you.
All right, joining me, MSNBC anchor Katie Tur. What's new, Katie?
So I want to focus in on Pennsylvania, Chris, and how much it will mean to Donald Trump if Philadelphia ends up being the city that puts Pennsylvania over the edge for Joe Biden and ends up removing him from the White House. This dates back to 2016 when Donald Trump would tell his supporters not to trust the city of Philadelphia, not to trust them voting there. Look at those other communities. You got to watch them at the polls. He would say this in the run-up to the 2016 election, and he would do it in the more eastern part of the state, Wilkes-Barre, which is predominantly white, implying that the black support to the black population, the Democratic population in Philadelphia, was going to be full of fraud when he knew that city would not break in his favor. He did the same thing again, and he is doing it in the lead up to the 2020 election. And what you're seeing now is he and some of his allies are doing it now on Fox News and in the Twitter atmosphere ecosystem, trying to cast doubt on what is happening in a Democratic city. Lindsey Graham the other night was on Fox News saying he didn't trust Philadelphia. It wasn't a place that he could trust, unlike other cities, offered no explanation for why that was. So if Philadelphia is the city that gets the bulk of the votes, that puts Joe Biden into the White House over Donald Trump, it will mean a lot to Donald Trump. He has seen this coming for 4 years. The other thing that I want to point out is, with the president still going on and on about how the election is being stolen from him, and I know the campaign tried to kind of smooth that over today and give a more sober statement about what they want to happen. With the president going on and on about stealing the election, there's a lot of questions about what his supporters will do, whether or not they will accept this and how far they will take it. You know, I spent a lot of time in 2016. I spent quite a bit of time in the past 9 months, over a year, talking to Trump supporters outside of Trump rallies and in Republican strongholds, asking them what they think when the president says the election is going to be rigged. Do they believe the president can lose in a normal process, normal democratic election? And the consistent answer I got was no, the only way he could lose was if it was rigged. They repeated word for word what he would say. They repeated word for word what they would hear, especially during the primetime hours of Fox News. And I've been talking to law enforcement officials over the last few months, national security officials, both current and former, who are still very concerned about what this is going to mean when the election is ultimately called and if Donald Trump is not the winner.
That's a really, really, really important point. Katie, thank you. I think you're going to stick around, hopefully, around throughout the hour. We are still waiting for the final count of ballots out west in Nevada and Arizona, where Joe Biden, as he does in Pennsylvania and Georgia, holds a lead. We'll go live to each of those states for an update. Where are the campaigns at this hour? We know the president spent the early morning hours tweeting, as per usual. We will check in with both the Biden and Trump teams for reaction to all the latest developments next. Biden campaign says they continue to feel very good about their prospects of winning the presidency as votes are counted in several key states, all of which, 4 at least, showing Biden with a lead. The feeling of calm, cautious confidence is not shared by the Trump campaign. They have turned their shrinking odds into all-out defiance. Joining me from Washington Weekend Today, anchor and NBC News White House correspondent Peter Alexander, from Delaware, NBC News political reporter Ali Vitale. Peter, let's start with you. What's the latest?
Well, what we're hearing right now is that there's been a lot of frustration behind closed doors and within the president's orbit that there hasn't been someone as the sort of field general in charge of this effort to try to pursue these different I don't know, fraud cases, for lack of a better term, in spite of there being no evidence of fraud around the country. States like Pennsylvania and Georgia, where they're pursuing it, Arizona and Nevada as well, where they've been making this public stand. And we're now hearing that there has been some conclusion to that. The New York Times now reporting that Dave Bossie, who was one of the president's deputy campaign managers back in 2016, an advisor to the president in the time since then, has now taken over that responsibility. I reached out to him a moment ago and have not yet heard back, but it does reflect the frustration that we have seen over the course of the last 72 hours about the sort of inconsistency in the messaging about what they're supposed to say in public right now. As one person close to the president described it to me, when they go on television, are we saying stop the count? Are we saying stop the fraud? What are we saying? And to that effect, the president, as you saw, Chris, after facing a lot of criticism from many Republicans, including some of his allies, Chris Christie, who described the president's remarks here in the briefing room yesterday as inflammatory, Rick Santorum, who said that the president's comments, the former senator from Pennsylvania, of course, said the president's comments were dangerous. The Trump campaign put out a very different statement today, frankly, a statement that reads like it was written by someone other than the president, casting this effort as something much bigger than just the president's personal fight for this election, but being about full transparency, as they describe it in the statement, saying it's no longer about any single election, but about the integrity of the entire process. The president says in that statement, we will pursue this process through every aspect of the law. I will never give up fighting for you and our nation. That idea that he will never give up is one that's resonated with the folks I've talked to here. I asked them, has there even been a conversation about a concession at any point? And one of them laughed, and the other one, who I spoke to, said that's not even a conversation anybody is initiating at this time. Behind closed doors, as we understand it, there are different people with very different perspectives on this about how long they fight. The president on the side of he wants to fight this to the very end. It's something you've heard from those closest to him, including his son, Donald Trump Jr., yesterday in Georgia, saying that they would fight this, I think, to the death was his language. And others who are saying it's not unreasonable to try to pursue legal avenues here, but absent the evidence that the president is claiming exists, you can only do it for so long. Chris?
Thank you, Peter. I'd humbly submit the president's issue right now is not a personnel issue of finding the right field general, though I can understand why they're looking for one. We got some breaking news this hour. We're doing this now on the Republican efforts to challenge Pennsylvania ballots in the course. Joining me now, NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, what's up?
Well, this is, frankly, what we have been waiting to see whether this would happen. The Republican Party has now gone to the U.S. Supreme Court and is asking the Supreme Court on an emergency basis to immediately order the Secretary of State to make sure that none of the ballots that were cast in this overtime period between Tuesday night at 8 p.m. and tonight at 5 p.m., the extended period for receiving mail-in ballots, they're saying to the Supreme Court, order the Secretary of State to make sure none of those ballots are counted until we can fully litigate whether the state had a right to extend the deadline. Now, remember the history here, Chris. The state Supreme Court ruled in September that because of the COVID pandemic, because the Postal Service had said it would have trouble delivering these ballots in time, the state Supreme Court said the deadline for receiving mail-in ballots would be extended from Tuesday until Friday at 5 o'clock. The Republicans immediately went to the U.S. Supreme Court and said, we want you to issue an order freezing that. And the Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to do that on a 4-4 vote. Then the Republicans came back and said, okay, we want you to take our case in an emergency appeal and act right away. And the Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to do that either. So now the Republicans have come back for a third time and asked for an order to tell the Secretary of State not to count those ballots. Now, we know for a fact that the state is treating those ballots that arrived during this extended period differently because the Secretary of State has already told all the county election officials, keep those ballots separate, segregate those ballots. She basically did that on her own before she was ordered to do so. Then she put out a new directive saying that the ballots could be counted and keep an accurate log, but go ahead and count those ballots. And now the Republicans are saying, stop that count until we can fully decide whether those votes are going to count. Now, who knows whether we don't know what that number of ballots is. Nobody does. And of course, we won't know until 5 o'clock tonight I'm sure somebody knows how many have come in so far on Wednesday and Thursday. But we don't know whether that's enough to make a difference. But in any event, this is the relief the Republicans have asked for. I'm sure if the Supreme Court follows its usual practice, it will ask for a response from the Secretary of State and the state before it decides what to do about this.
That was incredibly clear on a very complicated set of facts. Let me just add to that. My understanding is the Secretary of State has said that the absolute number, I think particularly in Philadelphia, is actually quite small. I don't think we have a we don't have a pegged number, but the indications we've gotten from election officials is that all of the messaging about this was effective insofar as we're not talking about tens of thousands of ballots that arrived in this period of time, as far as we know now. We don't know definitively. Just one more follow-up question here, Pete Williams. So you had 2 times that the Supreme Court declines to take the case. In one of those,
declined to act on the case might be a more precise way to say.
Declined to act on the case. In one of those circumstances, however, and this is often referred to as the shadow docket, which is when they decline to act, they are not required to explain why they are doing what they're doing, but some justices can weigh in about how they feel about what the court has done or not done. And so there have been some indications, if I'm not mistaken, I think Justices Alito and Thomas and I believe Gorsuch
and Kavanaugh.
You know, we would like to take this case. We think that there's a constitutional issue here in which the federal courts. There's a constitutional issue about whether the state Supreme Court basically gets to rule over election law in the state of Pennsylvania, or whether the Constitution gives that solely to the legislature, a theory that appears in Rehnquist's opinion in Bush v. Gore, if I'm not mistaken, and which they seem open to as a means of instructing a state Supreme Court and state elections apparatus what it can do in its own state.
Yeah, that's precisely it. So the theory of the Republicans is this, and what the 4 dissenters were saying, and at least one of those the Supreme Court actions, that the Constitution says that the states shall choose their presidential electors, and that's, after all, what a presidential election is. We're actually choosing electors to the Electoral College, in such manner as the legislatures thereof shall direct. So what these 4 justices have said, and what Rehnquist said in the Bush v. Gore opinion, which attracted only 2 other votes, it was not a holding of the Supreme Court, is that means that no entity can change the rules for conducting elections except the legislature.
Right.
So the claim goes in this case that because it was the state Supreme Court that made the change, it shouldn't count because the legislature didn't change it.
Although, just to reinforce, that theory was not the majority holding of Bush v. Gore. So this is
the Supreme Court has never said that is the law. And the one thing that points sort of in the other direction is this: in a case about whether a state can change the way it redistricts, the Supreme Court said that a similar phrase in the Constitution about legislatures means the entire legislative apparatus.
Correct.
The state legislatures, the governor, the courts, and everything. So it's not a holding of the Supreme Court. The question is, can you get to 5 in the U.S. Supreme Court? We think we know where 4 justices are. We now have a 5th justice, Amy Coney Barrett. Would she agree with those 4 or not? Now, the Chief Justice, William Rehnquist, is the Chief Justice Roberts has basically said, you know, if it's the state that makes the decision, either the state election board or the state court, the Supreme Court will defer to that. If it's a federal judge that sets in, then Roberts thinks that shouldn't happen. But this is we'll see what happens, whether this immediate relief is granted as they've asked for. It takes 5 votes to do that.
All right. That was incredibly, incredibly precise and illuminating, as always, Pete Williams. Thank you very much for that. I really do appreciate it, because this is extremely complicated terrain. Now I want to go to Ali Vitale, who covers the Biden campaign. And I got to imagine, Ali, I mean, again, there's a cone of uncertainty here, but if you're Joe Biden and you're knocking on the door at 270 in 4 different states where you currently hold a lead, you gotta be feeling pretty good.
that's exactly how they feel, is pretty good. And throughout the day, we've seen an air of jubilation here in Wilmington, as well as clear signs of preparation ahead of tonight. One of the more reserved members of the Biden campaign team actually framed it to me this way. To them, it's an eventuality. And so we know that we're going to see the Democratic ticket tonight. Kamala Harris is going to speak first here in Wilmington, followed by remarks from Joe Biden. And they've been really careful the way that they've had Biden be talking about this. We're told that he's being patient, that he's watching these results come in, making phone calls, keeping track of what's happening in all of these different states that we see votes coming in. The reality is, though, things like what we're seeing happening in Pennsylvania, the legal battles, the things that could potentially stop vote counting, these are the things that can be hang-ups in this process. And so that's why, for the Biden campaign, it's just shy of something that's completely finished. In their mind, victory is imminent, but we're stretching the meaning of the word imminent here because the timing feels just so up in the air in a lot of these different places. So when we hear Joe Biden speak tonight, the campaign's going to want to see networks calling these states for him to get him to 270 officially. But even if that doesn't happen, it doesn't necessarily change what he's going to say, because we've heard that this address is going to hinge on themes that we've heard from Joe Biden, not just recently in the course of the last 2 times we've seen him since election night, but over the course of the entire campaign, playing on themes of unity, of combating partisanship, of coming together and bridging divides, but also the fact that he's still going to push a message that every vote should be counted, as well as hit those themes of basically the battle for the soul of the nation, one that they very much think that they've won at this point. Peter Alexander also brought up a good point, though, about the role of a potential concession. We know that there's a really aggressive stance right now from the Trump campaign. The Biden campaign on the legal front, they think that they'll be successful there, too. They're ready. They've got their lawyers in place. But in terms of the role that a concession could play, President Donald Trump is not a good loser. He's even conceded that. And obviously, given Peter's reporting, a concession isn't really even in the cards at this point. But the Biden campaign came out with a statement this morning, sort of pre-butting that potential. And Chris, I want to read you just a piece of it, because they say the American people will decide this election. And then they go on to say, also, the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. That's a pretty aggressive stance there.
Yeah, that is. Someone asked me once about that and said, well, what if he won't go? And I said, well, the Constitution, January 20th at noon, he will be escorted from the White House. That's the way it works. Ali Vitale, thank you so much for that great dispatch. Still ahead, we're going to go to Nevada. Joe Biden doubled his lead since yesterday. The gap is still relatively narrow. There's a lot of outstanding votes as well. We're going to take a closer look at Arizona. The race is still too close to call, and the Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, will join us after the break. Thank you. You're looking live at what has become a familiar image for all of us, people counting ballots. So the final ballots that are being counted in Maricopa County, Arizona. The state of Arizona still too close to call after today's release of another 60,000 ballots. It is a state Democrats had been hoping to turn blue, and they did in the Senate. This is key. NBC News this morning projecting Democrat Mark Kelly the winner over incumbent Martha McSally, putting both Arizona seats in the hands of Dems, giving McSally the ignoble landmark of winning 2 Senate races in 2 years in the same state. Back with me is Katie Tur. Katie, we're still waiting to see if that translates into a win for Biden as well.
Yeah, we are, but it does bring us one step closer to finding out what the final results will be in Arizona either way. Chris, right now, in Arizona, Biden leads by roughly 43,000 votes. President Trump did cut into Biden's lead, but not so substantially. Let's go straight to Vaughn Hilliard, who's been standing by for us in Arizona now for what feels like an eternity. Vaughn, there are 220,000 ballots left. What are those ballots, and is there a timeline for when the counting will be finished?
I think I talked to both of you between like the 1 a.m. hour and 2 a.m. hour last night. And what we were saying at the time was, let's wait to see what the batch that came out this morning. There were about 60,000 votes out of Maricopa County. Let's see what those are going to look like, because Donald Trump was going to have to hit essentially winning 59% of the share of those votes. And what happened this morning? He won just 53% of them. And that is big because that batch of ballots is going to look, it is expected to look like the remaining 140,000 ballots here out of Maricopa County. There's 210,000, 220,000 ballots overall. But here in Maricopa County, we should expect that those remaining ballots to hit that 53% threshold mark there. And if that is the case, it's almost insurmountable to make that up in the other parts of the state. Essentially, Donald Trump would have to win 75% of those ballots outside of Maricopa County. And so far, even in some more Republican-leaning counties, he hasn't come close to hitting that 75% mark. And so the mathematics become very difficult. We should note the next batch out of Maricopa County is expected at 9 p.m. Eastern tonight.
9 p.m. Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, thanks so much. And joining me now is the Arizona Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs. Madam Secretary, it's always good to see you. So there are roughly 220,000 ballots that are still out there. Vaughn just gave us a 9 p.m. update. Do you have an expectation for how many ballots we are going to see at 9 p.m.? Are we going to get the bulk, or do you think it'll extend into the weekend?
I do think it'll extend into the weekend, and that's based on conversations with Maricopa County officials. They've been, with every update, they've had about between 60 and 70,000 ballots, and so we expect around that same number tonight, which will bring Maricopa County's total below 100,000. We are really right where we thought we would be at this point in tabulation of ballots.
So these ballots are the early ballots that were dropped off at polling locations on Election Day, which means they have to have their signature matched. What is the process for getting that done in Arizona? I know in a place like Connecticut, you will have both a Republican and a Democrat looking over each of the ballots to agree on whether that signature does match.
Yeah, it's a very rigorous process. Trained folks doing it, trained in handwriting analysis, and they're comparing it with the voter's file that has many signatures for that voter on file. And it just, unfortunately, it's something that takes time, and that's part of how we ensure the security of the vote by mail process.
Do you know how many ballots so far have been rejected based on a non-matching signature?
We do not have those numbers.
If there is a non-matching signature, how much time does a voter have to cure it, to go back in and to sign it with the signature that is on file?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the voters are supposed to put their phone number on the ballot, and that is so county officials can contact them. They will contact them if there's a mismatch. And we have 5 days post-election for that cure period, so 5 business days, so that ends on Tuesday.
There's also been a bit of unrest in Arizona. There have been protests outside of the Maricopa County Registrar's office. It has been getting tense at times. There have been there's been armed security, armed law enforcement there protecting those inside. How is your staff doing right now? How are your election workers? Do they feel like they can do their job, which is ensuring democracy, safely right now?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, we've been in contact with Maricopa County, and they're working with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department to ensure safety of all the staff. I think one of the biggest issues, if you can see where they're standing there, that's right in the parking lot between the door and the parking lot. So having help getting the staff out to their cars and things like that. And, quite honestly, what these protesters are asking for is transparency in the process, which exists. There are party observers inside watching the process. There are also cameras, so anybody can watch the process via the magic of the internet. And, what these folks are doing are actually disrupting, distracting, and potentially causing delays in exactly what it is that they're asking to be done, and that's counting the ballots. And certainly,
do you think it would help?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would help if the president came out and said, hey, listen, let them do their jobs, especially in a state like Arizona where it is so close and where he wants every single vote to be counted?
Absolutely. I think it would help. It is far beyond my expectation that would ever happen.
Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, if past is precedent, he is not going to do that. Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate all of your time and all of your clarity regarding how these votes are being counted in Arizona. Chris, back to you. I know Arizona is only one of 5 states right now that are still counting ballots. People are waiting. Take a deep breath. Have some patience.
Yeah.
We will get there eventually.
Are you finding I am weirdly enjoying doing all this math constantly, which is not, I don't think we go through our adult lives doing a ton of math, but I feel like I'm back in grade school math competitions. I'm giving away the kind of kid I was.
My mother last night texted me as I was trying to do some basic math, and she said, Katie, for the love of God, please do not do math on television. I'm very happy to watch Steve Kornacki do it at the big board and follow along.
It's like an Olympic sport. Thank you for sticking around, Katie. I really appreciate it. Nevada is one of those states that is still counting, and Jacob Soveroff gives us the lay of the land there next. Today's the last day of ballots postmarked by Election Day to arrive and be counted in Pennsylvania and Georgia. But in Nevada, another state we're still waiting on, that deadline's November 10th. And some 100,000 votes are still outstanding. Joining me from Nevada, NBC News correspondent Jacob Soveroff. And with us at the big board, MSNBC's Ali Velshi. Ali, maybe first give us a little bit of the numbers lay of the land on Nevada, which is I'm a little confused again about the uncertainty in Nevada, having covered, a bunch of races in that state and a state that has a fairly reliable pattern in the way returns come back in terms of where big pockets of different kinds of votes are, particularly because of Washoe and Clark. What's the status right now, and what's the cone of uncertainty?
Okay, so what we've got right now is, for our purposes, this is a state that is too close to call. We only have 92% of the vote in, because you said there's about 100,000 votes outstanding. You talked about 2 counties. Washoe County is Reno. There are only 2 counties, really, that Joe Biden is as concerned about here. In Washoe County, we've got about 95% of the vote in. It is breaking to Joe Biden. He's got a 10,000 vote lead. We're not entirely sure how many votes we've got outstanding around here, but we've got 95% in. In Clark County, that is Las Vegas, that's breaking more toward Joe Biden, and the numbers are bigger in this county, a 75,000 vote lead, but we may have tens of thousands of votes coming in here, and of course they don't have to have their votes in before November 10th. So we are, this is one of those states that just becomes a big struggle, because we know there are a number of outstanding votes. We know that Joe Biden's got a lead here, but statewide the lead is 20,000 out of all these votes that have been counted, out of 1.2 and a bit million. And that's what the problem is. This is really the definition of too close to call. Now, we will be getting more ballots out of Nevada later on today. That may give us enough to make a decision in Nevada. We've got a similar situation, by the way, in neighboring Arizona, in which case we've got 93% of the vote in. We're waiting for a little bit more. Again, a slim lead by Biden. He's not over 50%. 40,000 votes is his lead right now, but we may have way more than that to come in these counties. Apache County, this county that Flagstaff is in, Maricopa County, which is basically the massive suburb around Phoenix, and in Pima County, where Tucson is. So we're looking very closely at the Southwest. While everybody's very concentrated on Pennsylvania right now, we should be looking very closely at Nevada and Arizona for today.
All right, thank you for that, Ali. Let's go to Jacob, who is in Nevada, and it's been a slow count, and I think all of us are urging patience. Nevada's a state like Pennsylvania, really not used to this level of mail-in votes because of the pandemic. That said, the internet memes about how slow Nevada is being are very funny. What does it look like from there,
yes,
Jacob?
They are funny. Well, you know what, Chris? I think that the issue is, exactly as you said, they are not used to this. Universal mail-in balloting is something that maybe Coloradans are familiar with, Oregonians, but not here in Nevada. And I think that the system, in some measure, was overwhelmed, not in the sense that they're having actual accuracy problems with counting of the ballots, but the machinery of democracy is moving quite slowly because of the sheer volume. It's not just the fact that there are 63,000 60,000 outstanding mail-in ballots alone, plus 60,000 provisional ballots. I mean, you also have the people coming to cure their ballots. What hand is that guy? There he is. There's a line of people that have showed up here because their signatures didn't necessarily match. There are a lot of ballots yet to count, maybe 100,000. And so even though the margin continues to grow, and it was 8,000 for Biden yesterday, then 12,000, now 20-something thousand, I don't think we can say with confidence, with the volume of ballots that are still out there, that we can confidently predict this race. And on top of all of that, Chris, it's confusing for them, frankly. They haven't done it this way before. They told us we were going to get 51,000 ballots because of a clerical error. That number was wrong, and we only got 30,000 ballots this morning. So it's a bit of a comedy of errors, but I do feel like they're counting accurately and deliberately, if slowly.
Yeah, and again, two things here to keep in mind when we think about the sort of timeline here. I mean, some of the timeline issues are just out of bending over backwards to make sure people's votes are counted. So if you're going to let things come in after Election Day because the mail might be slow, or let people cure their ballots, which is great. And again, I just want to emphasize this because we are so focused on margins. If there's 5,000 of those votes that get cured, and they break 3-2 for Biden, whatever. 2,000 Trump voters are getting to cure their ballots too. They deserve to have their voices heard too. Like everyone. Right. It doesn't. The margins are what matter for the outcome.
Line, Chris.
Yeah.
The last guy I talked to in line said, hey, I re-registered as a Republican, but when I went to check on the website, my ballot hadn't been counted, so I'm showing up to cure my ballot. There are many Republicans in line wanting to cure their ballots. So the idea that the Trump campaign, et cetera, that they want to come in here and stop the count, they're their own people waiting online right now.
Exactly. Jacob Soboroff, thank you. Don't go anywhere. I'm not going to go anywhere because at the top of the hour, I'll be joined by former White House press secretary for President Obama, Robert Gibbs. We will get his take as Joe Biden continues to inch closer to victory by the hour. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Hayes, continuing MSNBC's special coverage of a truly remarkable 2020 presidential election. How are you doing out there, America? You doing okay? With us? It's Friday. Lovely weather on the East Coast. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is on the verge, as he has been for a while, of hitting 270 electoral votes. Pennsylvania can put him over the top. It's one of the 4 states too close to call, all four, where Biden has the lead, and that includes Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. In less than 2 hours from now, we're going to expect another round of votes from Pennsylvania. Trump and Biden are separated by just over 13,000 votes, although that has gone only in one direction over the last 48 hours towards Joe Biden. He has taken the lead, and he's up 13,000. This is what's happening right now in Atlanta, Georgia, where elections officials are about to give another briefing on the latest numbers out of that state, which, of course, a state controlled by the Republicans. We heard this morning from Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger.
Out of approximately 5 million votes cast, we'll have a margin of a few thousand. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be a recount in Georgia.
Let's begin the hour. Director of Elections at NBC, John Lipinski, who I got to imagine has not slept in days and is crunching lots of numbers. Talk me through your thinking. And I don't want to go too behind the curtain here. And I think you guys have done an incredible and creditable job in your sort of caution and precision and prudence. There's lots of votes outstanding. How are you thinking about where the race sits right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're really spending a lot of time on all of the races that are remaining, but each one of them have a lot of little wrinkles that are difficult. So we could maybe start with Nevada. We're expecting some vote there soon, we think in a few hours in Clark County. But we just learned one of the things that we've struggled with, and in Nevada, is how much vote is out, and mainly, Chris, what type of vote it is. So we just learned that there are 60,000 additional provisional ballots that are going to come out of Clark County. I know you know Nevada well, but the tricky thing there is those 60,000 votes might act like election day votes. And Trump has done so well with those election day votes. And so he's, Vice President Biden is cleaning up on the mail ballots. But, and we thought we had about 50 or 60,000 of those in Clark. But then all of a sudden we find here's another 60,000 that are these votes that might be pro-President Trump. So we're really sort of being cautious there and making sure that we know what we have, because the differences in these different types of vote have just been extreme. If we go ahead, did you have a question?
Well, I just want to intervene there because I think this is actually very illuminating. So let me just sort of restate what you said as I understand it. There's a sort of statistical sampling that one can do if you have samples that are not biased in certain directions, in which a small sample can predict the larger whole. And often that is the case, and one of the means that you use to make calls or projections. You look at bellwether counties, you look at votes, and there's no reason for there to be systematic partisan differences in votes that arrive at different times, that are cast in different methods. This year, that's not true. There are systematic and large gaps by voting method that mean that making forward projections based on statistical samples is just more difficult because it depends so highly on the form of vote.
That's absolutely right. So really what we're doing right now is we have a lot of different statistical models we use to analyze this data, but it's very, very important that we know exactly what the data is that we're looking at. And so, these officials are doing a good job. I don't think that there's any question that they're counting the vote carefully and accurately, but this is new for them. And so for them to report out the information that we need, it's come a little slower than, I think than a lot of people would hope. But, for us, it's all about accuracy. And so that's why we're being cautious. And so in Nevada, I think we have a pretty good handle now on what we have. And now we just need that vote reported out. And we do need to be careful because we just will see ups and downs, as we've seen in each of these states, depending upon what type of a batch of vote we actually get in at any particular moment.
All right. That's really, really clarifying. It helps me to think about your thinking and how to think about where this race is right now. John Lipinski, thank you. Vote counting continues in Philadelphia. It's unclear when there will be final tally on mail-in ballots there. Earlier, the city's mayor spoke out about President Trump's repeated, baseless claims of fraud and legal actions.
I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner, just as Jimmy Carter did, just as George H.W. Bush did, and frankly, just as Al Gore did, and stop this and let us move forward as a country.
Joining us now from Philadelphia is NBC News' Rahima Ellis. What's the latest there, Rahima?
What we know here is that city officials say that they've got 40,000 remaining mail ballots that have not yet been counted. One of the things that you and I have been talking about overnight was, what does that mean in terms of the ballots that have been segregated or separated, those that came in after election night at 8 p.m.? The answer we got was those have not yet been counted. Back to you, Chris.
Okay, sorry, Rahima. We've got the Secretary of State of Georgia speaking right now. We're going to take that right now. Secretary of State Raffensperger, let's take a listen.
Election workers around the state are working with integrity to ensure every legal ballot is counted and no illegal ballots are counted. Right now, Georgia remains too close to call. Out of the approximately 5 million votes cast, we'll have a margin of a few thousand. The focus for our office and for the county elections officials for now remains on making sure that every legal vote is counted and recorded accurately. As we are closing in on a final count, we can begin to look toward our next steps. With a margin that small, there will be likely a recount in Georgia. Interest in our election obviously goes far beyond our borders. The final tally in Georgia at this point has huge implications for the entire country. The stakes are high and the emotions are high on all sides. We will not let those debates distract us from our work. We will get it right, and we will defend the integrity of our elections. In some states, there are complaints about monitors not being allowed to watch the count. In Georgia, This process is and will remain open and transparent to monitors. If any member of the public raises legitimate concerns, we'll investigate those. We are committed to doing anything and everything to maintaining trust in our electoral process here for every Georgian, regardless of partisan preference. Thank you.
All right, that is the Secretary of State of Georgia, Republican, Secretary Raffensperger. He, of course, succeeding Brian Kemp, who became the governor of Georgia in that very hard-fought race in 2018 with a lot of controversy about how he oversaw his role as Secretary of State in the election he was running in. This Secretary of State, I think, striking the right notes. It's sort of an interesting situation to consider here. You know, the president would like to fling baseless accusations of fraud, particularly at, say, Pennsylvania or Philadelphia, Democrat-controlled cities and states, as he liked to call them. Of course, that's not true of the state of Georgia. It's slightly more difficult for him to say that Brian Kemp and Raffensperger are rigging the state for Joe Biden. Pretty clearly not what is happening in that state. And you saw a little bit of, I think, subtextual peek from the Secretary of State there about any implications that things are going any less than squarely. Let's go back to Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia for us. Rahima, you were talking about the lawsuit that I just discussed with Pete Williams a little bit ago. And I just want to, let me start on this. I think it was your reporting earlier, and I think you and I spoke about this last night, about the universe of those votes that they want to segregate. Obviously, we don't know the total number until the end of today, because that's the deadline. But do you have a sense of how many of those votes we're talking about?
No. And that was a question I was asking in the press conference. What are we talking about? What's the number here? If you've got them so-called separated, count them, or haven't you counted them? It seems like it's a reasonable question to ask. They are able to tell us that there are 40,000 mail-in ballots. Well, how many of those have been segregated? We did not get an answer from Election Commission officials here, and hopefully we'll get one soon.
So let's put that to the side, put that category of the segregated ballots aside. Our best understanding is there are 40,000 mail-in ballots just in the city of Philadelphia left to count. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because that's what folks are talking about here, just what's happening in Philadelphia.
Great.
There are other ballots across the state that have yet to be counted as well. And so each little portion could have an impact on the outcome of this election.
Totally. Let me just ask this again, you may have said this and I just didn't process it, but have they given us a timeline for that, or are we just sort of waiting?
We're waiting. And they're telling us they're going to do it as fast as they can, but they're going to do it as efficiently as they can. Everybody here has been saying speed is not their issue.
It is not.
Accuracy is.
That's right. The new president will be sworn in on January 20th. Certification for, I think, the Electoral College, if I'm not mistaken, is December 16th. Those are the count. Yeah. What do you want to say, Rahima?
And one other thing we need to consider, it might be an element in this also. Military ballots and overseas ballots also have yet to be considered, but they have until next Tuesday, November 10th. That's the deadline for those to be brought in to the state.
All right, Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia, thank you so much. Joining me now, former White House press secretary and NBC News political analyst Robert Gibbs, and Heather McGhee, co-chair of Color of Change and an NBC News political contributor. Robert, it's a strange situation right now because it seems to me that there's sort of two things going on. One is that I think that the sort of prudent and careful unfolding of counting every vote is absolutely necessary, in some ways a sort of demonstration of American democratic vitality. At the same time, the time frame has been engineered from the beginning by Republicans so as to essentially attack the integrity of the election. Where do you see things balanced right now?
Well, look, and I think if we take our cues also from Vice President Biden and his campaign, they're preaching to us, I think, what we have to understand, and that's a bit of patience. And look, I think we all want to know the answer. and we'd like to know it sooner rather than later. I think your question to Rahima was about timelines, and the look on her face when she said, like, we don't have it. Look, I think that's everybody right now. But I think, look, we're going to make decisions, and courts are going to make decisions, and electoral boards are going to make decisions that have ramifications well into the future. So I think getting that right makes a lot of sense. I will say this. Look, I think politics, sports, you name a lot of things, they're always about momentum. And I would say if you're watching this unfold over the last few days, you've noticed that one side has almost all of the momentum. And so if you're watching this as a Democrat, I think a Biden supporter, you've got a lot to be thankful for. You're most certainly in the best position. It just is going to take a little while longer to get that final answer.
Heather, where are you at right now as you watch this unfold and you're thinking about what it means for the country and politically?
I'm celebrating. I'm celebrating because at just what Mr. Gibbs just said, you know, the momentum is with us. The numbers are there. You know, a lot of different people have said this is done. And most importantly, I'm celebrating the movement. I am celebrating particularly the Black activists and movement leaders who helped totally close the enthusiasm gap for Joe Biden by creating a moral energy around this election that wasn't necessarily there. They, with their incredible on-the-ground organization in the cities that are putting this over the top for Joe Biden, organizations like the New Georgia Project, the Working Families Party in Philadelphia, where we've seen that beautiful music and dancing in the streets, that was joy to the polls, but meanwhile, people were door knocking and phone banking and getting their neighbors in line and in formation for record turnout. Think about all the different things that the communities have had to overcome in order to deliver for this country. You know, the pandemic, voter suppression, voter purges, ID requirements, you know, state violence, misinformation and disinformation. This is a moment to celebrate the will of the people. So I am happy.
Well, I like hearing that, Heather. I like it when you're happy. We've known each other a long time. You being happy makes me happy. You know, Robert, let's talk about the map here. I mean, there's, you know, one of the things about electoral politics of the last 20 years, which is the most sort of competitive and polarized politics have been in a very long time, is that, you know, every game's pretty close, and so sports radio gets to spend 3 hours on, like, the last 6 plays. Was it the foul that was called or the foul that wasn't called, the shot that was made or the shot that wasn't made? And elections that are this close, or as close as our elections tend to be, can produce the same thing, right? You can point to a million different things plausibly as a kind of but-for condition. There seem to be 2 trends. The Democrats have now won for the first time in American history 7 of 8 popular vote victories nationally. It's never happened before through the various iterations of American politics, the various coalitions and factions that have formed. Never happened before. From a popular vote perspective, this is probably going to surpass 2012, Barack Obama's win, and come just shy of his 2008 win in terms of the number. At the same time, it is also clear that the geographic base of the Democratic Party is small and shrunk, and the Constitution gives a lot of power to land.
Yeah.
So what does that add up to?
Well, I think every election is important, but it doesn't for either party produce that perfect result, right? There are always races that you wish you'd won that you didn't. There's always races that you didn't think you'd win and you did. And I would say a couple of things. And I said this Tuesday night when lots of Democrats were underneath furniture right after Florida started to look bad. I'd be careful to draw a lot of sweeping pronouncements about what the election means for a bit. Yeah. Because we've got a lot of sifting through to figure out. Like, we're going to get, I don't want us to get stuck in a narrative around Miami-Dade that doesn't really extend to all the way across the country. Let's not be generalizing in a bad way. I think that's really an important thing for us as Democrats. But I think you touched on an important point. I mean, we don't pick our president through the popular vote, which you mentioned. But, boy, there is a 5-alarm fire in the Republican Party. The Democratic Party's got its work cut out for it as well. Don't get me wrong. But to lose the popular vote in every election except one since Bob Dole was on the ballot in 1996 is a 5-alarm fire. There is a, and I'm not involved in that. That's a different party, but there's an intellectual project that has to be undertaken.
That's right.
And that's going to have to be undertaken as it looks at and sees a president that maybe thought wasn't going to do as well, that actually did better than he did 4 years ago. So there's a lot of stuff that has to get balanced out.
Heather, what do you think?
You know, there's a lot of soul searching in the Democratic Party right now, a lot of accusations. I said on Wednesday morning, Democrats, fix your face, steal your spine. You know, if the way you're feeling right now is making the other side happy, don't do it, right? But one of the things that's really actually disturbing is we're already getting to see signs of some Democrats trying to blame the very movement that closed that enthusiasm gap for Joe Biden. I mean, look at the Black Lives Matter movement in Georgia, the place where, you know, which may be the place that makes it all happen, which certainly may be the place in January that makes the Senate happen. That is a place where the Black Lives Matter movement has a net favorability rating of 13 points.
Yeah.
You know, white Americans have, since LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act, had a problem with the Democratic Party. But young white people, more white women in the suburbs have moved over to the Democratic Party and, more importantly, become activists. And you don't get these turnout numbers, this kind of enthusiasm, this marching through high water to vote without activists and organizers. And that's really where I think the Democratic Party owes so much credit.
Robert Gibbs, Heather McGhee, great to talk to you both on this Friday. We'll be checking in with you again soon, I'm sure. While we wait for the final result, the U.S. broke another awful record in the coronavirus pandemic. And I feel like this is a background, and we're all focused on those results. And in the pandemic, the virus, of course, doesn't care what we're doing. It doesn't care about our elections. It doesn't care about what party people vote for. On Thursday, the U.S. set a new single-day record. More than 120,000 new cases reported. That was a jump of more than 16,000 cases from the record set on Wednesday, the previous one. And here's what's even more concerning, because sometimes cases are fluctuating with testing. Look at the middle chart. That is the one to watch. That is the currently hospitalized chart. You can see there have been two big waves in this country. The first time we got hit, the summer wave in the Sun Belt, and we are now accelerating, speeding into all-time records of hospitalization, possibly will exceed the all-time records of hospitalization. Joining me now from Milwaukee, NBC News correspondent Cal Perry. Wisconsin is one of the largest single-day increases for cases in the country this week. Cal, what's the latest?
Listen, we're in the shadow of Miller Park, the home of the Milwaukee Brewers. Normally, the parking lot behind me would be full of sports fans. Today, as it is every day, people are getting tested. The door that's sort of right here is where the cars go in. We've been seeing about 300 an hour. They can test up to 2,600 people here a day, and they have been doing so virtually every day. The last 2 Mondays, they've actually been turning people away. As you said, daily high cases here in the state. I can talk to you about the hospitals as well. 92% of ICU beds in the state are full. 85% of beds in general are full. You don't want it to get any higher than that, Chris, or they start moving folks to other states. The problem is surrounding states are no better. Chicago, just south of here, also daily highs, including today. So the concern is obviously growing. Now, they're trying to still ramp up testing here in the state of Wisconsin as they are in the Midwest. So more and more centers like the one behind me should continue to pop up, Chris.
All right, Cal Perry in Wisconsin for us. Thank you. For more on this, I'm joined by the director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, Dr. Michael Osterholm. Dr. Osterholm, you've been an incredible voice throughout this, and one of the things that I think is striking here, and it's a little bit of actually the parallel between the election and the virus. The first two outbreaks we had were concentrated in a few metro areas. By and large, although there was a Rio Grande outbreak in the summer. What we're seeing right now is spread over a larger geographic area of the country than we have seen before. It's growing from a broader base, and it is harder to break the back of through any single policy intervention in a targeted geographic area, is my understanding. Is that how you see it?
You summed it up very, very well. We're in a whole new ballgame with this virus right now. And what's going to happen over the next 12 to 18 weeks is going to be the darkest weeks of this entire pandemic for us.
I mean, tell me more.
Well, okay, if you look right now, we have the convergence of several factors, kind of the perfect storm. We've got the issue of pandemic fatigue. A lot of people who have been basically trying to protect themselves and their families for the past 6 to 8 months. Now they just are tired. The virus isn't tired of them, but they're tired. They're going to funerals, weddings. They're going to bars, restaurants. Then we have the pandemic anger piece that I call. This is up to the third of the population that believes this whole pandemic's a hoax, and that anything that we do to recommend changes in behavior to limit transmission are met with complete rejection. And then the third thing that's happening is we're now meeting indoor air. The fall and winter season, we know, is a better way to transmit these kinds of respiratory viruses. The virus inside the house and as it accumulates in rooms is a much more efficient way. You put those three things together, and we're going to see all the states. This is not going to be a regional outbreak. This is a 50-state event that's going to last for a number of weeks to come. And I promise you, with great pain, I say this, we will look back one day and say to ourselves, oh my, 120,000 cases that day? That was a good day. I wish we were back there.
The fourth thing, it seems to me, which intersects with politics as well, and part of what you mentioned, is that the bluntest instrument for breaking the back of an outbreak, of bending that curve, are these widespread lockdowns, right? Shelter-in-place orders. And I'm not recommending that as a policy intervention. I understand all the reasons those are off the table from a political and I think economic and cultural standpoint, but they are off the table. No one's going to do that, I don't think. And so we're left with fewer tools in the toolkit to intervene.
Again, you nailed it. We do have fewer tools. We're going to have to learn to live with these virus levels unless we do take the steps to limit the transmission. Let me just add a context to this, though. If you ask 100 people what a lockdown is, I bet you can get almost 50 different answers.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And one of the things we have to understand is we could do a lot more.
Yes.
Look at what Asia's done.
Yes.
Look at Australia and New Zealand. We have to do what they've done.
Yeah. Mask up, close the bars. That's a 1-2 that I think we should be thinking of. Dr. Michael Osterholm. Again, you've been a really great voice. I've learned a lot from you over the past 9 months. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chris.
We're following breaking news right now. 2 men are under arrest after police say they were busted with guns while on their way to the Philadelphia Convention Center where the vote count is underway. Police say they got a tip last night about a possible threat involving 2 armed men driving a Hummer truck from Virginia. NBC News' Tom Winter joins us now with more details. Tom, what do you know?
Chris, basically, law enforcement officials in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia just wrapped up a briefing. They say this tip came in last night to the Norfolk, Virginia FBI field office saying that these 2 men, or at least 2 men inside of a silver Hummer, the Hummer truck that's there on camera, were en route to Philadelphia. And police were able to find that vehicle. When they found that vehicle, it was unoccupied several blocks away from their officers. After being alerted to be on the lookout for these 2 men over police radio, were able to find them. And when they did find them, one man, according to police commissioner for the city of Philadelphia, Daniel Outlaw, had a handgun on his person out in the open in a holster. Another man had a concealed .40 caliber handgun also on his person. That person stated that they have a concealed carry permit to carry that gun in Virginia. But of course, Chris, as you know, oftentimes those permits are not able to be enforced or able to be carried across state lines. And so both men are expected to face weapons charges. Now, we just saw on the screen on the back of that truck a QAnon sort of a posting. According to the district attorney inside the car, they also had a QAnon hat. I'm going to read from our previous reporting as far as how we've classified this QAnon. As we've previously reported, QAnon is a conspiracy theory that falsely claims the world is run by a secret cabal of child-eating Democrats and Hollywood celebrities who worship Satan, and that President Trump is fighting a secret war to stop them. So that's just what we've reported previously about this group. Yeah. On top of those handguns, Chris, law enforcement was able to get a written consent to search the vehicle. They found a AR-15 style weapon that they apparently put together themselves from other gun parts and 160 rounds of ammo. So while they say these men have no sort of nexus to any known extremist group, and they say say that these two men were believed to be acting by themselves. Still a concerning scene in Philadelphia last night, Chris.
Tom Winter, thank you for that. Up next, we're live on Capitol Hill, where few are outspoken with support for President Trump's false and dangerous claims of victory, illegal ballots being counted in the stolen election. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell is keeping relatively quiet in the sort of usual cowardly fashion. You're watching MSNBC. Welcome back. We're closely watching the results out of several states, including Pennsylvania, which is still too close to call. Former Vice President Biden is leading President Trump. For more of the latest numbers, I'm joined by the host of Velshi on MSNBC, the one and only, my friend, Ali Velshi. Ali, let's take a look at those Pennsylvania numbers.
Yeah.
How many? Steve did a long walkthrough of the sort of reasons for uncertainty, which I think was a extremely persuasive argument about the sort of meta-epistemic situation around Pennsylvania. That said, there's still, what, 100,000 mail-in votes, a bunch in Philly.
Yeah, so here's the problem. Pennsylvania is the reason why we should vote like Canada. My wife actually flagged this to me a couple of weeks ago. I have to give her credit for this. If everybody was sent an application to get a mail-in ballot in Pennsylvania, if you didn't do anything with that application, you could just go in and vote like normal. If you did ask for a mail-in ballot and you got it, but you decided not to vote with that mail-in ballot and you walked in to vote, you had to present not just the ballot, but the security envelope and the envelope it came in. 3 documents, right? If you didn't have that, you voted provisionally. So now we have 2 things that are happening in Pennsylvania. You've got mail-in ballots. So you've got some ballots that are still being counted. We've got 96% of all votes in. We have mail-in ballots that are being counted, and there are a few lawsuits about that because of the way you have to put your ballot in, the security ballot into the mail-in ballot. And there's some issues about that which just strike me as somewhat undemocratic, right? Like, we really shouldn't be going out of our way to not have people vote. But the thing that Steve was talking to you about is something different, and that is if you went on election day to vote and you did not present your mail-in ballot, they couldn't spoil the ballot at that moment, so your ballot became a provisional ballot, separate from the mail-in ballots. And there are lots of provisional ballots outstanding in Pennsylvania right now. And the thing is, while the mail-in ballots are breaking fairly heavily toward Joe Biden, his lead in the state right now is 13,000, right? We still have some regular ballots and some mail-in ballots to come in. The lead in the provisional ballots does not seem to be breaking the same way. There are people apparently all over the state who got mail-in ballots who then said, you know what, I'm going to vote in person. They might well have actually been Trump supporters who said, you know, he says don't mail in your ballot, so I'm going to go in person. But if you didn't go in the right way and give them your ballot, your ballot's not being counted until the very end, which is sort of now, because as you know, this is when it ends.
Great explanation, Ali Velshi, over the situation in Pennsylvania. I think we'll probably return to that. There are a handful of Republicans who are, I don't know, what do we call it, breaking with Trump, sort of, like stiff-arming him a little bit, after he once again made multiple falsehoods about the current state of the election and ballot counting. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell sent out a hilariously, almost painfully neutral tweet this morning saying that all legal votes should be counted, campaigns should be able to observe the election process, and the courts will decide any disputes. When pressed earlier during a news conference in Louisville, here's what McConnell had to say about the president's comments.
I sent out a statement on Twitter this morning that I think that you've all gotten, and beyond that, I don't have anything to say on that. I haven't talked about it. I sent out a tweet this morning that covers my thoughts about the national situation. I think this is ultimately going to be decided exactly what I said in my tweet. Look, I've already covered the subject. I told you I sent out a tweet this morning which covers my view of where we are.
I got to say, it's very relatable. I cite my own tweets a lot in editorial meetings. I will refer you back to my tweet, sometimes even with my wife. So that's relatable content from Mitch McConnell for me. Joining me now, MSNBC Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, it's interesting. At one level, all of this is painfully familiar for the last 4 years. The president does something that is either offensive or odious to a lot of people, or breaks with a lot of very sacrosanct democratic norms and traditions, or insults someone. You go to Capitol Hill, you talk to Senate Republicans, I didn't see the tweet, hemming and hawing, blah, blah. But the level of severity and seriousness here is just in another stratosphere than he said a mean thing about John McCain as he died. Has it changed at all, or do you feel like you're in the same Groundhog's Day of doing another one of these, despite the fact that what's at issue is the integrity of American democracy?
Yeah, I think it's basically the latter, Chris. I mean, look, this answers, I think, an important question that a lot of people had, which is, what is the Republican Party going to do, and what are they going to look like if and when Donald Trump loses? And it seems increasingly likely that that is, in fact, the case that we're seeing here. And the idea that the Republican Party would just snap back to what it looked like before appears to not be the case. You have these statements and tweets that we're getting from lawmakers still spread out all over the country that are essentially these political Rorschach tests, where it's this very neutral language about, counting all legal votes. Don't count illegal votes, as though anyone is proposing that. It has kind of a all lives matter, Black Lives Matter feel of just like trying to play with the language here a little bit, to like you're saying something without actually saying anything.
That is, you know what? That is a great point. That all lives matter, because all lives matter is at some level almost tautological. Like, well, of course, obviously that's the case, but it is said in a context to have an extra meaning. And you're totally right that count the legal votes is exactly like that, in that, of course, that's a tautological, yes, count all the legal votes. The implication is that there's a bunch of illegal votes running around, even though that is not the case.
Yep. I mean, I think that's exactly what we're starting to see, and it'll be interesting to see how this develops over the next couple of days. You have Mitt Romney, who came out with a stronger than the others statement, which is also the kind of thing we're used to saying. But watch this space. Dan Crenshaw and new incoming QAnon sympathizing soon-to-be Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene have been going back and forth over their, comparative level of support for the president on this. So this has a strange and still developing dynamic to it, I think, over the next couple of days.
Yeah, Dan Crenshaw, a solid, loyal supporter of President Trump at the right wing of the Republican caucus, getting outflanked on the right by the new incoming QAnon, founding member of the QAnon caucus, who is mad that Dan Crenshaw is not engaging more forcefully in spurious attacks on the electoral system. Garrett Haake, thank you so much.
You bet.
As of today, there are 8 active election lawsuits in progress as the Trump campaign continues to promote the baseless theory that there is large-scale fraud taking place. There is not. Meanwhile, the Biden campaign continues to urge calm and patience as the remaining states with outstanding votes continue to count. Joining me now, NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign, NBC News White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, and NBC News chief legal correspondent and host of The Beat, Ari Melber. And Ari, I want to come to you first because there's a real struggle, I feel, in conveying the legal landscape here, which is that you can give these things more credence than they deserve. At the same time, you don't want to foreclose what judges will do. But, as someone said in the newspaper the other day, a law professor, that, a lawsuit without factual legal basis is just a tweet with a filing fee. And a lot of this looks like that.
Yes. There are very few lawsuits here that have even been filed that would affect the total votes, that would affect what is counted. And so that's different from the classic example people remember in 2000 in Florida, where there were actual live lawsuits that might affect whether they either kept counting or which votes were counted. Are you recounting in the whole state or part of it, et cetera? We're not in that place right now. There's been suits, for example, about where people can stand to observe the race. I don't want to minimize it to the degree that it's meaningless, Chris, but on the scale of things, it's a 1 out of 10 to say an election observer can stand 15 feet or 6 feet away. And it's a 9 out of 10 to say a federal appeals court's looking at tossing votes. And so to be clear, in most states, these suits do none of that. In Pennsylvania, there's a narrow distinction. Rachel Maddow, you, others have reported on this all week, where the timing of certain ballots might be the type of thing that Supreme Court could look at in PA, but we just learned from the PA Secretary of State yesterday that she doesn't see the number affecting the margin. So that would be what we would call a moot issue, not a live one.
That's a really, really great point. Let me go to you, Kelly O'Donnell, at the White House. You know, again, it's a little always hard to know what's going on over there, and whether it is sunk in around people around the president. The president is losing. It doesn't mean it's over, and it doesn't mean he lost, but he is losing right now, particularly at a point where he's now down in these 4 states. Stopping any counts would be the opposite of what he needs.
Part of what I think is happening right now, Chris, is that this is a situation where the Trump campaign, those in the White House, have very few levers they can pull. Taking this approach of talking about legal strategies in a handful of states is something that they can do actively when they have no control over the counting process and the tallies that are happening. And part of why that's important when you're the campaign that is behind is that there's a psychology piece to all of this. Certainly the candidate, in this case the president, is not ready to say that this is not winnable, and he's got some time in order to hold that view. But it's bigger than that because you've got campaign staff, you've got a donor community, you have voters, roughly 70 million Americans who supported Donald Trump. I've covered a lot of campaigns that ultimately did not win, and there is a process that they go through that gets from the election night, especially in this case where they had some strong showing on same-day, election day voting, and then this longer, kind of unusual process that we've been in where it has been a slow drip. Now, I covered 20 years ago in Miami-Dade and Tallahassee for NBC News, part of the team doing the recount. That was a very different set of circumstances. That was recounting.
Yeah.
The votes had all been decided, and then there were separate issues. We're still not to the point of states having resolved their counts. So some of what this legal strategy is keeping avenues open, talking to the donors, trying to generate support and interest. They don't want Republicans, donors, supporters, voters to move on. They want to hold on to the opportunity to see, is there a pathway, however narrow, and is there a way that, whether it's military ballots or provisional ballots or all of the things we've all been talking about, could somehow break Donald Trump's way. Now, and remember, it's in the category of Donald Trump, who has done the unpredictable, the unexpected before. And so part of it, when it may not look like there is a way to land the plane for the Trump campaign, remember it in terms of there's a process of getting them to a point where they can be comfortable with the outcome. Chris?
Yeah. Bargaining, denial, all of that. And that's a real thing that happens for all campaigns that lose. It really is a very human thing. This is a different sort of flavor of that. Mike Memoli, the Vice President Biden, this is now, I think, a sort of strange, tricky thing to walk, because the calls from media organizations exist nowhere in the Constitution. They have no legal meaning or force. But as a tradition of American democratic transition, they have a lot of force. They're the moment when they happen, and then the person's like, well, then the concession happens. Biden has to essentially sort of walk through this in the absence of that, which is not a straightforward path.
No, that's exactly right, Chris. I mean, it was only about 6 hours ago that Pennsylvania, we saw the margin flip from Trump to narrowly in favor of Joe Biden, that margin continuing to build throughout the morning, but very, very slowly. And a Biden team at that point, once he did take the lead, began immediately preparing for a celebration here tonight, the kind of celebration they hope to have Tuesday night, but we're seeing signs of throughout the afternoon building towards. The problem is what you exactly just laid out. Joe Biden, throughout the week, in an effort very clearly, but also because it's what he believes, to contrast with what we're hearing from the president, said repeatedly that it is not for him to say who has won the election, that it's for the American people to say that. And I think we're at the point very soon where, absent the independent announcement of media organizations and others that Joe Biden has, in fact, crossed 270 electoral votes and is the president-elect, I think he's going to be reluctant to come out here and speak tonight. And so the Biden campaign has been urging everyone to be patient all week, saying they want the votes to be counted. That's still very much their point of view. They still very much believe that he's on track to be elected. But Joe Biden, who is going to be inheriting a very difficult task if he is the president of the United States, of doing what he has promised to try to do, unite this country, can't, in his, I think the campaign's view, come out tonight and declare victory without some other independent verification of that fact.
Mike
Chris,
Memoli.
can I?
Yeah, quickly,
just quick point. What we haven't heard from the Trump team Tuesday, last night, or today, what does a legal victory look like? In Florida 2000, it looked like stopping a recount to hold a margin.
Right.
What does it look like? What has to happen in PA or Arizona or Georgia? They haven't said it. I don't think the president knows.
Yeah, filing a lawsuit. Give us more votes. Doesn't work. Mike Mamali, Kelly O'Donnell, and Ari Melber, thank you all for joining our special coverage. Up next, we go out west. We speak with Nevada's Attorney General. And as we go to break, another race call. NBC News projects Democrat Mark Kelly has won the special U.S. Senate election in Arizona, defeating the appointed incumbent Senator Martha McSally. It will be the first time in 68 years Arizona has had 2 Democratic senators serving at the same time. Martha McSally losing 2 races in 2 years. That's tough. You're watching MSNBC. Right now, let's go to Nevada, where former Vice President Biden is leading President Trump by 20,000 votes. The race remains too close to call. There's thousands of votes still left to count out of Clark County, where election officials say they have one goal.
Our priority here is to make sure that we're accurate in what we're doing. So we're not interested in moving as fast as we can. We want to be accurate.
Joining me now from Clark County, NBC News correspondent Jolyn Kent, live in North Las Vegas. I've admired the frankness of that election official in multiple addresses he's given, and he's not wrong. Better to be right than fast.
Yeah, Chris, you're right. And Joe Gloria there was answering my question about, the whole country wants you to speed up. Why aren't you speeding up? And this comes today after we only got a batch of about 30,000 votes versus the 51,000 they promised yesterday. And the reason there was that discrepancy is he said that someone inside Clark County made a mistake in tallying how many ballots that they would be able to process here. So it's been really interesting to see how this continues to play out. But he really is prioritizing the accuracy of the count. Now, the reason Nevada continues to be very much up in the air, even though Biden has widened his lead to about 20,000 votes, is because of 2 things: the mail-in ballots here in Clark County and the provisional ballots here in Clark County. There's about 60,000 of each that are still outstanding. And so the registrar there, Joe Gloria, told me at the press conference they'll be able to count the majority of mail-in ballots by Sunday, most likely. But TBD on those provisional ballots that may take a little bit longer to get through. And so there's a lot of anxiety and sort of anticipation here in Clark County because historically those mail-in ballots would break for the Democrats, for Biden, for example. But it's unclear on the provisional side of things, Chris.
Yeah, this provisionals, I think the voting method polarization and the outstanding provisionals has added some extra uncertainty to what I think in normal circumstances would be a much clearer picture. We do expect that lead to grow as the mail-in ballots from Clark County are counted for Biden and probably in Washoe as well. Jolyn Kent in Las Vegas for us. Thank you. Joining me now is the Democratic Attorney General of Nevada, Aaron Ford. It's good to have you. What is your perspective on how things are going in your state?
Well, thanks, Chris, for having me, and thanks for getting my name pronunciation correctly. First thing I want to say is thank you to the election workers, Joe Gloria, and all throughout the state. They've been doing a great job, as have those across the country, and I think we owe them appreciation, so I want to say thank you. But in my estimation, things have been going well in Nevada. We want to get it right, and we don't have to be fast to do it. And at the end of the day, what we want to ensure is that all lawful votes are counted, and that's the job of our county registrars and our Secretary of State, and they are taking that duty very seriously.
What do you tell folks in your state? I mean, it's a funny thing, right? You represent all the voters of your state, whoever they voted for, right? There's a concerted effort that flows from the president of the United States on down to undermine trust and integrity of the system, even as election officials, Republican and Democrat across different states, Georgia, Pennsylvania, your state, Arizona, are trying to basically say, look, we are trying to count the votes and produce a valid election result that is the will of the people. What are you telling people in your state?
Well, listen, I leave the hysteria and the hyperbole, as I've said before, to those who want to undermine this process. It's my job as a top law enforcement officer in the state and the person who wants to protect all constitutional rights, including the right to vote, to ensure that we get this done right. And so these challenges and attacks against the system are those that I push back on. We've had to meet Trump in court 3 or 4, I've lost track of time, lost track of how many times, but 3 or 4 times. We've defeated him every time. We're in court with him again today in about an hour, and I anticipate winning that case as well. These challenges, these attacks are undermining, obviously, or attempting to undermine, and what we're trying to do is to keep the confidence.
What's the case in an hour?
Well, the case in an hour is, frankly, a rehash of a case we've already beat him on. In state court about 10 days ago, he said that there wasn't what he called, quote unquote, meaningful observation. He's used that phrase throughout the nation, obviously. You heard it used in Philadelphia and whatnot. Meaningful observation for his poll observers, which was nonsense. And the court saw through it and denied his TRO. They would put it to the Supreme Court, and it's sitting there right now. And so on last night, I think it was, they filed at the last minute a federal action. And it's that action that we are now defending against in court in about an hour.
I see. They've done this quite a bit, and they've done it around these issues of poll observation. Of course, these are established procedures state to state. They vary a little bit, but not that much. You have bipartisan election observers, and they're given certain rules of where they're allowed to stand. Are you confident that basically you can do this, that you can fend off these legal challenges and finish a clear and clean vote and report that out to the American people in your state?
Absolutely. As I've indicated, we've met him in court a handful of times already. We've won every single one. We intend to win this one as well because we're confident in the law, and we're confident that our people are following the law. Our legislature passed a law that allowed people to receive all active registered voters to receive mail-in ballots so that they could exercise their constitutional right to vote free from COVID. And good on the legislature for doing that. And at the end of the day, we want to ensure that that law is followed, and it has been followed, again, as courts have vindicated. And we will continue our streak of having fair, free, secure, and open elections.
All right. Nevada attorney Aaron Ford. If I screw up the Nevada part, I'll get angry tweets and emails from the folks in your fine states. So I got to nail both those. Thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you, Chris.
That wraps up the hour for me. Stay with MSNBC as the vote count continues. We'll bring you all the news as it breaks. Brian Williams picks up our special extended election coverage right after this quick break.
Good day, Brian Williams here with you as we continue now our special MSNBC unending election coverage. Thankfully, our friend Nicole Wallace will be with us shortly. Election day was Tuesday, let's not forget. It's now Friday, nearly 72 hours after the first polls closed. It looks increasingly likely that it will be Joe Biden standing on the steps of the U.S. Capitol January 20th and taking the oath of office as the next president of the United States. As of now, this Friday, this hour, all eyes remain focused on Pennsylvania, where the former vice president overtook Donald Trump in the vote count early this morning, with his lead only growing as the hours have ticked by. If Biden should capture those 20 electoral votes in his home state of Pennsylvania, it would put him over the magic number of 270 needed to win. He would also become the 10th person in our history to unseat an incumbent president. We're expected to hear from Biden and his running mate, California Democratic Senator Kamala Harris, this evening. For Joe Biden, a victory would mark a triumphant end to his 32-year-long quest for the White House. Kamala Harris would make history by becoming the nation's first female vice president, and then some. But Donald Trump has no intention of going down without a fight, saying in a statement this afternoon, and we quote, "We believe the American people deserve to have full transparency into all vote counting and election certification, and that this is no longer about any single election. This is about the integrity of our entire election process." Indeed, he went on to say, "We will pursue this process through every aspect of the law to guarantee that the American people have confidence in our government." That's a far cry, we should hasten to point out, from last night, when the president sought to undermine our entire democratic process by claiming, without offering any proof, that there was widespread fraud and cheating and the election was being stolen from him. Comments that actually didn't sit well with some Republicans, at least those courageous enough to speak out, including Pennsylvania Republican Senator Pat Toomey.
I saw the president's speech last night, and it was very hard to watch. The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated. I'm not aware of any significant wrongdoing here.
All right, let's begin with the latest on the vote count, and it's fitting that the very last person I spoke to last night / this morning is the person I get to speak to first this afternoon. That's Ali Velshi at the big board. Ali, how are you?
I'm good. I think there's a public service announcement due to explain to everybody where Steve Kornacki is. We have forced him. There might have been restraints involved into getting some sleep for just a little while. Let me tell you what's going on right now. As you know, we stand at 253 to 214 electoral college votes, and we're looking at the same stuff we were looking at last night, right? Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Alaska is going to be a little while away. Let's talk about Pennsylvania. What's going on? We got 96% of the votes in. A lot of the mail-in ballots have been breaking toward Joe Biden, who's got a 14,000-point lead in that state, a 14,000 vote lead. That has diminished a little bit, and I'll tell you why. Because there aren't just mail-in ballots, which tend to break Democratic. There are also provisional ballots. There's an arcane rule in some states, including in Pennsylvania, that if you requested a mail-in ballot but decided to vote in person, you had to take your mail-in ballot and the envelope in which it came and the security envelope, hand it to them. They would spoil the whole thing, and then you would vote. If you didn't do that, you got a provisional ballot. The provisional ballots are being counted last, and they are not breaking toward Joe Biden the same way, which is why Pennsylvania remains too close to call. We have similar issues in Nevada. They're just counting a little bit slowly right now. They're not used to the volume that they're getting. We have 92% in, so we're looking for a lot more votes. Joe Biden is ahead there by 20,000 points, 20,000 votes, I'm sorry, not 20,000 points. He's leading a little bit in Washoe County, which is Reno, and we're still expecting more votes that'll probably break toward Biden there. And then in Clark County, where Las Vegas is, he's got a 75,000 vote lead. But again, same problem. Provisional ballots are coming in, and they're not breaking toward Joe Biden the way mail-in ballots are. So that's too close to call there as well. And finally, we've got Arizona, where we are hoping to get an update a little bit later. 94% of the vote in there, Joe Biden leading by 39,000 votes. Georgia, as we know, is close and will go to a recount. They've already announced that. We do not have a final result. Joe Biden leading there. North Carolina will not give us numbers until the 11th.
All right, Ali, don't go anywhere. We may need to come back to you at any moment. We want to go live now to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. That's where we find our senior national correspondent, Chris Jansing, also Mike Memley standing by at Biden campaign headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, what's been called the most famous parking lot for the time being in the free world. Chris, first to you, and what can you update us on the count going on in all-important Pennsylvania?
Yeah, the great vote watch is on. I think a lot of people are looking to an hour from now when we heard that Allegheny County was going to be putting out about 6,500 ballots that have been counted. They're going to, at the same time, be starting to count about another 28,000. Those are the ones that were misprinted ballots that they had to replace. So it's really wait and see. And I have to really say that one of the things I've noticed over the course of the day is how the mood has changed. People were pretty easily making suggestions yesterday, well into the night, about when the vote count was going to end, including the Secretary of State. And now, as these final votes are coming in, as the complexities of counting them are becoming obvious, people are stepping back. And I'm talking to folks who are Democratic electeds, who are activists, people who have been involved in this process for a long time. A lot of them seem to be taking their cues from Joe Biden, which is, let's wait, let's see what happens. Having said that, you can also sense some tension around the lawsuits that have been out there, including the Republicans going back, asking the Supreme Court to look at these ballots that come in after election night at 8 p.m. A little bit of tension we saw from the Philadelphia mayor, who suggested that the president should put on his big boy pants and concede, although, of course, this election is not over yet. And I think that we've seen some defense of these poll workers. For example, in Allegheny County, we're told they worked all day, that, in fact, they skipped lunch. They're planning to work well into the night to count these ballots. And in Bucks County, which is pretty even, a harshly worded statement was put out saying any criticism of the integrity of this election is a direct attack on the integrity of these public citizens. Those public citizens, the poll workers who at this hour, Brian, continue to do their work.
Chris Jansing standing by, watching what she can from Harrisburg. Let's go over to Mike Memoli in Wilmington. And Mike, it appears, those of us not in Wilmington, that this is a campaign kind of in suspended animation. They can hardly do any more sound or lighting checks on the stage until they have something to talk about.
Yeah, Brian, that's exactly right. The roller coaster of emotions that began heading into Election Day on Tuesday really just continues at this point. This morning, when we saw Joe Biden take the lead in Pennsylvania, the state that would most clearly put him over 270 electoral votes and as president-elect of the United States, when that moment happened, we saw staff who have been talking about victory as imminent really begin to talk about it as realized, as actually happening. There was a real ramp-up of preparations at that point for a victory speech tonight. You'll see the red, white, and blue Jeeps that were to have the front row seats for this drive-in celebration have returned after leaving Tuesday night. What the issue is at this point for the Biden campaign is that the former vice president clearly treasures, values these norms, these traditions of our democracy in a way that the current occupant of the White House perhaps does not. And I think for him, the speech tonight that he hoped would begin the process of unifying the country really depended on the independent declaration of news organizations and others that he had, in fact, reached 270 electoral votes. But as he has been saying all week, Brian, it's not for him to say who has won the election. It's for the American people to do so. And I think there's reluctance now on the part of the Biden campaign. The longer this day goes on, the slower the count continues to trickle in at this point for the former vice president to get out ahead of a clear result in a way that will seem more of a campaign moment rather than the beginning of a governing process for the former vice president.
Yeah, I think they'll have to ask themselves what that buys them, if anything. All right, Mike Memoli, Chris Jansing, two people who will remain on post for us. We turn now to a longtime friend of this broadcast, PBS NewsHour White House correspondent and MSNBC political analyst, Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, a reporting challenge to you today is to ask you your best knowledge of what you think is going on inside this West Wing and inside the head of this president.
Well, the president really is angry at where he stands right now. His path to victory is very, very narrow. I talked to someone close to the president who said the only way they think that he will win re-election is by having recounts, and then he would have to win state after state. While, of course, Joe Biden only really at this point is looking at having to win one state. Of course, the AP has already called Arizona. I know the NBC hasn't. But what we see here is the president lashing out. He's making all sorts of unfounded claims. He's having, in some ways, a whole grab bag of accusations that are not founded. He has no evidence for anything that he's saying. But we see the president, in some ways, floundering. He's really trying his best to try to make the case that he has won this election when, of course, he simply has not. And people close to the president tell me that his mood is somber. His mood is anger. And his mood is also looking around at Republicans trying to figure out who has his back in this moment, which is why you see people like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz coming out, senators trying to back up the president's claims.
Yamiche, while I have never seen your phone contacts, I know a good deal about your reporting, and I know that that involves talking to members of the White House staff in the West Wing. Let's say, for the purposes of this conversation, Joe Biden prevails. Are any of the people on your contact list preparing for that kind of mental pivot that will be required to view this presidency differently as something perhaps on its way out?
It's very hard to say. There are staffers who definitely have started to talk about life after a Trump presidency. I just talked to the highest ranking African-American official in the Trump administration. He's leaving. Today was his last day. He tells me that he was planning to leave before the election, that he still supports the president, still wants him to win re-election. But he also told me, I didn't think we were going to be in this position. I thought the president at this point would be cruising to re-election. I've talked to other people who are starting to talk about the fact that they might lose. And there's also been talk about who's going to really break the news to President Trump, not just that he might have to concede, but also that he might have to stop talking about the integrity of the U.S. election this year as compromised. So there's really a lot of talking going on at the White House about who can really pull this president back when it's time for him to admit that he's lost. Of course, there is still some feeling that he could pull this out. I'm not at all saying that the president couldn't win, but there's real talk, real tension around who is going to have to convince this president to do something that he really has not done his whole life, which is admit defeat.
And as you and I have discussed, there's such a short list of Republicans who have, in good times, been willing to stick their heads up, say something publicly, God forbid, risk getting tweeted at or about. It'll really be important to see who they are in the days and perhaps weeks ahead.
That's right. There's a feeling in Trump world and people who are close to President Trump, there's a feeling that there are names already being made and put on a list of people who stood with President Trump in this moment. It almost feels like we're back in the Access Hollywood moment where the president was standing on an island on his own, trying to say, yes, I'm still going to be part of this nomination. And the establishment Republicans started to distance themselves from the president. You're seeing people like Matthew Gaetz go after Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley tweeted that President Trump had a great presidency. She didn't say that he had lost, but you already see Matt Gaetz going after her, saying she's trying to have an obituary for the president. The president's son, Donald Trump Jr., is also saying people need to go to war at this point. You also hear Trump legal advisors saying Amy Coney Barrett needs to, quote, come through for the president. So you're already hearing people also not only taking stance and looking at Republicans and how they're standing in this moment, but also now looking at justices on the Supreme Court saying, do they owe President Trump some sort of victory here? Can they step in and try to deliver this presidency for the president? Of course, again, the critics of the president say it's impossible for the president to mount any sort of legal challenge that would end up at the Supreme Court that would then deliver the presidency for him. But there is all that talk going on in Trump world right now.
Yamiche Alcindor, we're happy to have a bit of your time on what we know is a busy day for you and your colleagues. Thank you, as always, for making us and this broadcast a part of it. We're also happy to be joined at this hour by the Attorney General of the state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. As busy people go, he's right up there on the list these days. Mr. Attorney General, thank you very much for making us a part of your plans this afternoon. You have a free shot now at a television audience that's eager for information. They're eager for news. And yes, they have their eyes on 270 and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So 2 things, please. Number 1, any of the legal challenges that have come your way have any standing or merit in your view as the top law enforcement officer in that state? And number 2, what can you assure the people watching about the integrity of the ongoing vote in the Commonwealth?
Brian, thanks. Good to be with you. Maybe I'll handle those in reverse order. I've been saying for months that here in Pennsylvania, we would secure, protect, and count every legal vote. We had a secure election day. It was smooth. We've protected those ballots, and now we're in the process of counting. And that counting is going on by clerks and volunteers and others who live in communities all across Pennsylvania, and we're indebted to them. And I know they're working as quickly as they can. I realize maybe not as quickly for the people across the country or even my own kids who want, finality to this. But they're doing a great job, and it has been smooth. As to your first question about the legal issues, as you've reported on air, there's a lot of noise around on the legal front here in Pennsylvania. But, Brian, there has been basically no impact on the process whatsoever. The ballots are being counted. These are legal votes. They're being tallied up. And soon the people of Pennsylvania's will be heard, not just here in the Commonwealth, but across the country. And so I would just urge everybody to take a deep breath. I know it's hard. Everybody wants to have finality here, and recognize that good people in Pennsylvania are doing good work. And these legal charges or tweets or whatever that's being put out there by some right now really have had zero impact on the process. And that's a good thing for the people of Pennsylvania because it means their ballots are being counted and their voices are being heard.
Let me ask you about this phrase, legal votes, which is getting an airing from both parties, certainly from the president, the vice president. Have you encountered any of the other kinds of votes? I heard the Secretary of State yesterday say she was aware of one guy in Luzerne County who tried to get a ballot for his deceased mother. How often do you encounter illegal votes?
We don't. And by the way, Brian, if I did, we would shut it down. There's a difference between a clerical issue that may come up here and there and the kind of widespread fraud that, really outrageously has been claimed by the president and some of his enablers. But it follows a pattern, Brian. I mean, there's a pattern that we have seen time and time again, right? Here's how it goes. They make a crazy claim. They tweet about it. They amplify it. Maybe it shows up in some kind of press release or statement from a White House spokesperson. Sometimes a lawsuit follows. And every time a lawsuit follows, it gets dismissed because there's no evidence to back up any of these claims. So I realize there may be this need for spin right now. But I would just sort of say, look, I mean, the campaign is over. There's no need for spin. What there is need to give these great clerks here in Pennsylvania and in these other states who are doing terrific work the space to count the votes. And then we're going to respect the will of the people, whatever that will is, whoever is chosen. That's what's going to happen. That's the process that's playing out here in Pennsylvania. And I'm exceedingly proud of our Commonwealth.
Final question for those of us who are football fans, and this football fan is without swagger because I'm a long-suffering New York Giants fan. We divide your state into Eagles country and Steelers country. Let's talk about Steelers country out west, Allegheny County. I heard the registrar earlier today responding to complaints that it's taking a long time to count, say what I've heard you and others say. We would have loved to have the early vote count done and dusted and ready to announce on Election Day. The legislature wouldn't let us. So do you think that message to an anxious nation is getting out enough that this is the work that is mandated by the legislature to have taken place after Election Day?
Well, Brian, you're right on that, but there's a bit of a nuance to Allegheny County. So if I may give you a broader answer to address your question.
Sure.
You are correct that the legislature did not tweak the law to allow for processing of these ballots in the days prior to Election Day so that we could have a result on election night. States like Florida, North Carolina, just to name two, they allow that. As the mail-in ballots come in, they get processed. Obviously, there's no count that's recorded until Election Day, but at least on Election Day, you get that result. And you are correct that when Governor Wolf asked the legislature to give these clerks more time to process the ballots, they refused to do that. That's statement one. Statement two has to do with Allegheny County, which you referenced, because there's a nuance there. And I think it actually speaks to the broader narrative that has gotten a bit hysterical at times. Certainly not from you, Brian, but I've seen a little bit online about this. Folks thought when the Allegheny County clerks went home a couple days ago and didn't process these ballots, then all of a sudden there was something nefarious going on, that something bad was happening, when in fact they were doing what the law required. There was a court order in place that said they couldn't actually begin processing these, I think it's roughly 35,000 ballots or so, until today. They're following the rules. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Allegheny County County Chief Executive Rich Fitzgerald's doing a terrific job there. And so what we got to do is just recognize that laws are being followed. Clerks are working hard. Yes, of course, it would have been good to have a little bit more time at the beginning of this process. But ultimately, the most important thing here is that we get it right, that we follow the law. The will of the people is reflected ultimately in the outcome. And that's what we're working hard on every single day here in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, General, for an orderly walk through what may, from the outside, appear to be a disorderly process. The Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, greatly appreciate you making time for us this afternoon, and good luck. Up next for us, ballots continuing to be counted. Joe Biden continues to gain ground in his path to 270. We'll have the very latest from the states yet to be called. Plus, how the Democratic ticket has already made Election Day history, and the legal fight brewing in the Trump campaign as the president prepares to throw down and challenge the election results in several states. A lot to get to. We're just getting underway on Deadline White House.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners.
That was the last time we heard from Joe Biden. Again, tonight we may hear from him again. An election result that we're still waiting on. And the results come in from these possibly race-determining counties trickling in today. Biden has the clearest and easiest path to victory. We can say that. We can also say he appears to be on the verge of becoming president-elect. But Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris have already made history with a record turnout of votes in a record turnout election, something all Americans can be proud of. Over 74 million showing up for their ticket, about 4.1 million more than the Republican side, about 4.5 million more than the record Biden set alongside President Obama back in 2008. Let's bring in our next two guests, and with us is MSNBC contributor, Washington Post columnist, former Democratic Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and Steve Schmidt, political strategist and among the co-founders of the Lincoln Project. Good afternoon to you both. Steve, I have to begin with you only because I'm a follower of yours on social media where you really have to learn to be more candid. You have been pointing out today, in a manner of speaking, that there's a way to do this now. There's a way to behave. There are certain things to say, and you don't see that behavior in all of the loyalists and in all of the holdouts surrounding this president. Do I have that about right?
You do, Brian. Good afternoon. Look, Joe Biden is going to be the president-elect of the United States. And frankly, every leader of every network decision desk knows that the math is an impossibility now for Donald Trump. He cannot be elected president of the United States. There is no path for him to be elected when you look at the counties and where the votes are from that are outstanding. And so we are in this hour where I understand the caution, but by the standards of all of the networks and all of the news organizations, including through how the first 35 states were called in this election, at this hour it is clear, and these races should be called. Because with each hour, Donald Trump is able to use the confusion, his lying about the inevitable, to do more damage to our democracy. If there was an eclipse coming, and a news organization knew about a suicide cult with 1,000 members who were planning on offing themselves when the eclipse occurred, would news organizations not cover the facts of the eclipse? And the answer is they would. The president's feelings don't matter here. His temper tantrum doesn't matter. His delusions, his King Lear Act, the factotum, the enablers, everybody around him who is upset. It doesn't matter. They lost. And what happens now is we begin the process that culminates with the peaceful transition of power uninterrupted since 1797 at noon on January 20th.
Donna Edwards, two things. Number one, there's a reason why there's a cocktail shaker not far behind Steve Schmidt. Everyone should have one nearby during this time. Number two, Donna Edwards, and I know you think about such things, how do you best advise Biden-Harris, should they prevail, to govern during a time where we can just look at the math, look at the turnout in this race? We couldn't be a more divided country.
Well, I think we have to acknowledge we were divided in 2016. And I think what we do is what Donald Trump did not do, and that is come together from the beginning with a message of unity. That has been the tone and the tenor that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have struck, especially in these days as we're awaiting a final decision about who's going to be the president-elect and the vice president-elect. And I think that they will demonstrate exactly that same kind of tone starting out. I think Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have an advantage of having served on Capitol Hill. They know those institutions, and I think that they will be able to at least borrow some of that steam in order to begin the process of governing. And you know what? The challenge is great. Starting at the beginning, as Joe Biden said, conquer this pandemic so that you can conquer getting people back to work and restarting this economy, and then do it in a way that doesn't just say we're going to rebuild the economy that we had, but we are going to build it better. That's it. That's his language. And I think what he means by that is doing things that unify people. Build infrastructure, roads, bridges, rail, all of the things that every single congressional district in every state in the country needs in order to grow their economies. And that is a way that you begin the process of governing. And people come together when there are jobs at stake. And I think that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have exactly the right tools and the tone to be able to do that.
Steve Schmidt, when I heard Marco Rubio, I guess the day before Election Day, kind of saluting the folks, the Trump caravan that almost ran the Biden bus off the road, you hear something like that from someone who's supposed to be a mainstream Republican senator, you realize that Trumpism, and that's part of what the Lincoln Project was formed to defeat, Trumpism is a powerful thing. It may be a loser politically, but do you anticipate it to survive Donald Trump?
Oh, absolutely. Look, we have almost 48% of this country that's voted for a statist, authoritarian movement with fascistic markers that's hostile to American democracy, to the rule of law, that venerates an individual that's a cult of personality. I think that Tucker Carlson is the front runner for the Republican nomination in 2024. What you're going to see is every Republican candidate will kowtow to the conspiracy that Trump was stabbed in the back by unseen malicious forces of the deep state, that the election was stolen, that it's illegitimate. I mean, forever, more than a majority of the Republican Party will believe this was an illegitimate election because they have been poisoned by the Murdoch operation, by OAN, by Sinclair, by the toxic sludge of sewage and crap and disinformation and lies that flows on Facebook into the screens of the American people. And so this is a long-term fight. We have an emboldened white supremacist, white nationalist movement in this country now because of Trump. We see a militia movement that has become part and parcel of the Republican Party, where it's now standard operating procedure at a political rally to see the guys with their AR-15s. So all of this needs to be sealed back under a sarcophagus of the type that lays over the Chernobyl reactor. But it's going to take a long time to do it. The good news is this: the majority of the country has rejected this. They've rejected it by more than 4 million votes. The states of Georgia will flip, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This is a very substantial victory by Vice President Biden. It is a historic victory. It is hard to turn a president out of office. Donald Trump has been repudiated by the righteous anger of the American people significantly. Now, the Trump enablers like Lindsey Graham, they paid no price. They were rewarded for it. And now we see Lindsey Graham standing up with Donald Trump in what is tantamount, at least rhetorically, to a coup. In the end, from Lexington and Concord forward, the idea of the country was that we, and by we, I mean the people, govern ourselves. We pick the leaders. Our politicians don't tell us how long they wish to serve. We tell them. And Trump has been fired because of his recklessness, his insanity, his malfeasance, his incompetence, and because he's the worst president in the history of the country who has presided over one of the greatest calamities in the history of the country. It's time to pack up. Every single Republican elected official in this country, from dog catcher to U.S. senator to governor, has an absolute moral and an American obligation to support the integrity of the election and the result of the winner. And the winner is Joe Biden, the 46th president of the United States, come January 20th, 2021 at the noon hour.
Donna Edwards, a final question about your old caucus. I don't think anyone expected the Democrats under Nancy Pelosi to lose seats in the House, but that is what happened. Any lessons that are obvious to you?
Well, I think it's disappointing, but I think Democrats have also displayed a lot of unity over this last year. And I think that they're going to have to hash whatever the differences are inside of the caucus and then get down to the business of governing. I think part of the reason that you saw these losses are in places where, Democrats won in places where Donald Trump, had major victories. It's tough to survive under that. But Democrats have the majority. They have the majority. They will have the presidency. And they will have a governing mandate, I think, with a record numbers of millions of people who did, as Steve said, and repudiated Donald Trump. And they will begin to really rebuild this country in all of its institutions. Brian, I've been very concerned about the way the world sees us. And this week, they have to see us as a surviving democracy. And the way that we do that is for Democrats and Republicans to begin to govern.
Two of our returning veterans, our thanks. And Steve Schmidt, when we have time next time, we're going to talk about your theory that Tucker Carlson is the heir apparent to the Republican candidacy for the president. Up next for us, Arizona, Nevada remain too close to call. We're going to swing out west. We'll get another check on the ballot counts out there right after this. We know not to take our focus too much off where the votes are being counted. So to that end, we want to go back out to the American Southwest, where, of course, two key states remain uncalled. Counting continues in Arizona, where a batch of votes this morning cut into Biden's lead in the state. Less than 220,000 possible votes are out there that remain to be counted. And in just a few hours, we've been told to expect another batch of results out of Clark County in Nevada, where Joe Biden is holding on to his lead. We're told further there are at least 100,000 votes still outstanding in Nevada. So let's first go to Jacob Soboroff. He's live in North Las Vegas, outside of Clark County election headquarters. Jacob, what can you add to our reporting about what's going on behind you?
Well, it's a great question, Brian, and I think that there are several things that are going on. One is, they're counting those mail-in votes. They have about 60,000 outstanding mail-in votes that they're going through quite methodically on the process that we've been able to detail from the inside. Then there are 60,000 provisional votes additionally, which have to be counted. And then there are the folks who are coming to actually cure their ballots. And we've started to see an interesting phenomenon. I think I can show you if we walk this way. This is the beginning of the line, right? Elections have been over since Election Day. These are folks that are here to have their ballots what is called cured. Check the signatures. They believe they have some issue. Some of them say they logged on and their registrar says that their votes were not actually counted. Many of them say they were Republican. This nice woman has said to me she got an urgent vote alert. If you're a current resident who cast an in-person provisional ballot, our records indicate your vote may have not been counted. You're telling me they came to your house with this?
To my house.
Who?
The Republican Party came to my house today.
And they said, we're from the Nevada Republican Party?
Yes, sir.
And did you look online at your ballot?
No, I didn't, but my son and daughter-in-law did.
And it said it wasn't counted?
It wasn't counted. Theirs was, but mine wasn't.
And you said the same thing, sir?
Correct.
Okay, Brian, come with me. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Welcome.
Look at this line. I've never seen anything quite like this. It's concerning, frankly. I mean, I think it's concerning that there are folks out here who feel like they need to have their vote cured, number one. You guys checked your ballot and it wasn't counted, or what happened?
Actually, I tried 3 different locations yesterday to register and vote and was denied 3 times.
Okay, so let's just, thank you very much. Nice to meet you. I mean, look, this is the issue, Brian. The line goes like this. It's been like this all day long. It doesn't necessarily mean that the margins are big enough to make up the ground. We're talking about 20,000 votes at this point. When the votes are coming in tonight, it may very well grow for Joe Biden. But there are several large pools of voters whose ballots have not yet necessarily been counted by the Clark County Elections Department. And this is another one of them.
Jacob, let me trouble you just for a layperson's definition of cured, a word we associate with deli meats and diseases. What does a cured ballot mean in that case?
That there was some issue with the ballot, Brian. So some folks logged online and they believed their votes had not yet been received or counted. Some folks voted provisionally, and those provisional ballots may have required you to have an identification that you didn't have at the time. And if you show up here with your ballot, you can, with your ID, they will look at your vote and ultimately put your vote into the system so that that's all rectified. I've heard several versions of what people are coming to so-called cure the issue. I mean, I would think of it as they were presented with what they believed to be a ballot that was not counted, and they came here to rectify that situation. Is that the situation, ma'am, just real quick, that you're in?
Yes, identification, correction of identification.
Correction of identification.
Yes.
And can I ask you if you're comfortable sharing your party with me, who you voted for?
I think that's a privacy.
I totally respect that. No worries at all. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Brian, so we'll monitor it. Like I said, the margin is very big. It's 21,000. It's certainly not 21,000 people out here, but it is something that we're going to keep our eye on out here.
Wow, fascinating democracy at the molecular level, folks. In line, wearing masks, we're happy to see during a pandemic. Jacob Soboroff, our thanks for that. Now let's go to Phoenix. If you've been watching this network over the past several days, you have seen the extraordinary work of Gadi Schwartz trying to describe exactly what it is going on behind him, and more than that, inside the building. Gadi, take it away.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, so what we're seeing right now, this crowd in front of the Maricopa County Election Center has gotten a lot smaller. In fact, just a little while ago, it was all the way out into the road. The Sheriff's Department, Maricopa County Sheriff's Department, actually closed the road. So they've got the road blocked off for about 3-4 square blocks here in front of the place where inside they are tabulating those votes. You said it a little while ago. We're looking at 120,000 votes that are going to be coming out of this building. And the margin here, Biden is leading Trump right now by about 39,000 votes. So it still is possible. I want to show you something. This is a little bit of inside baseball, but it's important. It has to do with conspiracy theories. So we've been talking to you about some of the conspiracy theories that we've seen boil up. We just saw one today happen in front of us. It was the birth of a conspiracy theory. It went like this. you've got a crowd of people over here. You've got the media staged over here. I'm going to walk you over here. We're going to be a little bit mindful of these people here. But all of a sudden, there was a small crowd that broke off from that crowd screaming about voter fraud. And they believed that voter fraud was taking place in front of them. And that was happening over here. So we've got, this is the media staging area. They set up this barricade, and this is where the media comes in. They park. Over there, they've got a freedom of speech zone. So that freedom of speech zone is supposed to be where that protest is. Howdy, Boogaloo Boy? Got it. Okay, thanks. So he's a self-described member of the Boogaloo Boy. That's a whole different story that we'll talk about maybe at a different time. But back to this other conspiracy. The conspiracy was they were counting, or they were bringing in ballots. They were bringing in ballots in vans that were from California. So everybody rushed over here, and it was news crews. Actually, it's them over there. We've tried to explain that it was news crews loading in equipment, so we're going to give them a little bit of space. They were not having it. But the conspiracy theory went that reporters were loading in ballots to take inside, and it turns out it was just camera tripods, it was just the live U-packs that we use to broadcast, and it was a Fox News crew that was loading in their equipment, and this crowd was convinced that they were participating in this election fraud and that they were bringing in extra ballots to be counted here. So it was something that happened right in front of our eyes. We're talking about a crowd of about 30 to 40 people. All of them had their cell phones out. They were filming what was going on, screaming voter fraud, voter fraud. And all it really takes is one of those videos to go viral. And the next thing you know, the entire election here in Maricopa County is called into question. So we've been trying to be diligent and vigilant about everything that we see that's going on. But it's hard to keep track, especially when the crowd keeps expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. We understand that this protest is going to continue throughout the day, and we're expecting it to get a lot bigger tonight. But again, inside this building, while all this chaos and confusion is going on outside, they have one job to do. That is to count 120,000 ballots, and those ballots could determine the way that Arizona sways. Back to you, Brian.
Gotti, thank you for taking the time to tell that story. It's fascinating. It is troubling in equal measure at the same time. Gotti Schwartz outside where the counting is going on in Arizona. There's never been a better time to bring in the author and presidential historian, Michael Beschloss. Michael, let's just take a second. That was a moment in time from Gotti Schwartz, as he put it, the birth of a conspiracy theory. And our society right now, you've seen the vote breakdown. We are primed for this. This is the perfect storm, the collision of social media, electronics, overseas intervention. Our foreign adversaries love fomenting this. They love seeing this cut loose in our society. So what era exactly are we on the cusp of?
We're on the cusp, I hope, of an era that's like most of American history, and that is, as you well know, Brian, you read history so fervently. Throughout American history, at various times, there have been conspiracy theories that have been floated to explain all sorts of changes that some people don't like. The arrival of immigrants before the Civil War, conspiracy by certain groups to get us into World War II. You can do it all the way through the time of Joe McCarthy in the 1950s. And guess what the one ingredient was that had a lot to do with dispelling these conspiracies? It was the President of the United States. Dwight Eisenhower, for instance, at the time of Joe McCarthy's effort to suggest wrongly that the government of the United States was filled with hidden communists, Eisenhower went to Dartmouth in 1953, 1954, gave a commencement speech saying, "Don't join the book burners." We've always depended on a president to explain to us what's going on and to, essentially say to conspiracy theorists, "You're un-American, get lost."
Michael, let's say for the purposes of this conversation that Joe Biden prevails, that in the next 12 to 24 hours, he goes up over 270. What would norms dictate that a sitting president would do and say during that interregnum, during that period?
Well, what norms would dictate is that a new president or an old president, a sitting president who's lost re-election, which doesn't happen that often in American history, less than a dozen times, that you have the sitting president be as helpful as possible. For instance, in 1980, Jimmy Carter was defeated resoundingly by Ronald Reagan by about 10 points in 1980. The first thing he did was he called Reagan in Pacific Palisades, California. Reagan was so surprised to get such a prompt call. He and Mrs. Reagan were actually taking showers at the time. They had to be gotten out of the showers to take the president's call. And what is the first thing that Jimmy Carter says, aside from, I concede the election, you've won, congratulations, Governor? He said, and this is a verbatim quote, I want to have the best transition in history. That's what most presidents do. They don't stay in the White House and claim fraud that doesn't exist. They don't threaten to hold their breath until they turn blue. They don't disappear and then come out in the briefing room and give a performance like what we saw last night, blaming everyone and everything but himself. You know, that is out of keeping with American history. And one thing I really hope is that if Joe Biden is the president of the United States, that either Donald Trump will come to his senses, which I don't have very much hope for in terms of, you know, behaving graciously toward an incoming president. But what I do hope is that we have a restoration of the tradition that even when you get an incoming president, an outgoing president who do not like each other, like Herbert Hoover and Franklin Roosevelt in 1932, or Dwight Eisenhower and Harry Truman in 1952, they realize that for the good of the country, one of the important things is to show that everyone is on board and there's a show of unity that brings this country together at the end of a bitter campaign.
Michael Beschloss, it's always a pleasure. To the folks watching, we can't, I always try to promote Michael's Twitter account. Of special note today, a particular scene in The Wizard of Oz that Michael chose to tweet about. I'll let that be up to the rest of you. Michael, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
To our viewers, we are still watching all the states you can recite by rote by now. As you may know by now, our decision desk is an independent operation within this news division. All news divisions have them. A call is their business. That can come at any moment. That's why we are never taking our eyes away from the ongoing count. Our election coverage continues with my friend Nicole Wallace coming up after this quick break. So I owe you an explanation. Deadline White House, Hour 2 starts now. I promised you Nicole Wallace. I'm disappointed, too. She's having some issues getting to a camera in our studios. They just assumed I had nothing else going on this afternoon. They assumed correctly. What I have is Ali Velshi at the wall. And what I'm going to ask of Ali Velshi while we wait for Nicole to get in and seated in the studio is a tour of the states that, as I was saying last hour, people can now recite the states, the margins. If you can take us on places where the vote is open, places that could conceivably together, added up or on their own, equal 270 for Joe Biden, who appears to be closest to that mark.
All right, let's do that. Let's just take a quick look at that march to 270 right now. So we don't have Alaska, and we will not have that for a while. The presumption at the moment is that that goes to Donald Trump. North Carolina, we're not going to have for a little while, and I'm just going to put that in Trump's column for the moment. This is just an exercise, okay? It doesn't mean that's going to happen. Let's even say that happened in Georgia. Now we're looking at Nevada and Arizona, where we're expecting things to come in. At the moment, Joe Biden has the lead in Nevada. Joe Biden has the lead in Arizona. Now, if that continues to be the case, there you've got Joe Biden with 270. But we don't know because we haven't got enough votes counted. So let's take those out of play at the moment. In fact, let's take them all out of play at the moment. These are all the states that we don't have. And let's look at Pennsylvania. If you put that into Joe Biden's column today, Joe Biden gets 273 and he wins Pennsylvania. If you put it into Donald Trump's column today, Donald Trump gets 234. So Donald Trump has to get Pennsylvania. Then he's got to get Georgia. Then he's got to get North Carolina. Then he's got to get Alaska. He still doesn't have 268. He's got to get Nevada or Arizona. Okay, so that's just the math. If you look at the paths to victory, let's just go back on this for a second. Look at the paths to victory. As we stand right now with the uncalled states, Joe Biden has 9 combinations that get him to 270. Donald Trump has 3. There's 1 combination that gets us to a tie. Then it goes to the House of Representatives. Now, I just want to give you a look at where we are in a couple of these states right now. I would say that because Pennsylvania is as important as it is, all eyes are on it right now. We have 96% of the vote in. Joe Biden's lead is 14,541. There is confusion out there about what remains outstanding in Pennsylvania. There are 2 buckets of votes that are not counted completely yet. The mail-in ballots, according to the Secretary of State of Pennsylvania, are mostly counted. Now, I don't know what mostly means. I don't know if that means there's 15,000 left or 50,000 left. I'm talking to our folks in Pennsylvania to try and get an answer. There are also provisional ballots, and we know there are more than 85,000 of those left. Provisional ballots are if you got a mail-in ballot, you went in to vote, you didn't have your mail-in ballot with you, so you voted on a provisional ballot, and they have to match those up together to make sure you didn't vote twice. That could take 7 days to get. I'm looking for Allegheny County right now. We have 95% of the vote in. We are expecting votes to come in very shortly from there. Right now in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, Joe Biden has a 128,000-point lead, but we're still waiting for some few thousand votes to come in there. So I'm paying a lot of attention to what's going on in Pennsylvania. We're also hoping to get some votes from Nevada right now. That's just a slow counting issue. 92% are in. We need more from there. Joe Biden has a 20,000-point lead, but a lot of the places where the votes are not counted right now are Washoe County, which is where Reno is, and Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is. Look at that. Clark County, we only have 87% of the vote in, and we're a few days from Election Day. And before I give it back to you, I'm going to just look at Arizona, because I know you're going to talk to somebody in Arizona in just a moment. We have 94% of the vote in. What we are looking for is the votes coming in from Maricopa County around Phoenix. We have 93% of the vote in, with Joe Biden having a 60,000-point lead there. In Pima County, Tucson, Joe Biden has a 98,000 vote lead there with 95% in. And in the county around Flagstaff, again, 95. Joe Biden has a smaller lead there, 17,000. But Joe Biden right now has a 40,000-point lead in Arizona. Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, all too close to call. We're not talking about Alaska right now because they still have about half their votes to count. Brian?
Ali Velshi at the big board while Steve Kornacki undergoes court-mandated rest and nourishment period. Thank you. And I am told, to a national sigh of relief, palpable relief, Nicole Wallace has arrived at the studio. I've never been so happy to see you.
Thank you so much for pulling extra shifts. We should pull back the curtain on what our lives are like. We don't know when this is going to end, like all of America, but because of the dynamics of broadcasting in a time of a pandemic, we're all moving and staying socially distanced. I was running up to take a test, so I did, anyway, such are the times in which we are covering the most riveting presidential contest in recent history. Thank you so much for staying there for so long.
Quite welcome. I'll be watching.
I'm very grateful. Let's, with no further ado, turn to NBC's Mike Memoli, who is at Biden campaign headquarters for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Mike, what is this? We've talked over and over again about this campaign's stoicism, their steadiness, their long game. It's all 3 of those coming in handy on a day like today.
Well, yes, Nicole, with perhaps this exception. I think for a lot of the Biden campaign team who had sort of kept that even-keeled temperament throughout this week in what had otherwise been sort of a roller coaster of emotions through Election Day and beyond, the moment when Pennsylvania showed Joe Biden ahead for the first time and within striking distance of that 270 electoral votes, I think a lot of the campaign staff let themselves for the first time publicly get to the point where they were talking about him as the president-elect, where they had been very reluctant to do so. As our own Kelly O'Donnell heard from a source familiar with Joe Biden's thinking, he's very Irish, very superstitious, and was wary of himself getting ahead of the result, and that trickles down very much to his staff. And so once we did see that moment, there was very quick movement on the part of the campaign to get ready for a celebratory victory speech tonight behind me. And then as the day went along, what are we seeing? The slow count, the lack of projections on the part of news organizations. And so for Joe Biden, and you know this, the speech of a president-elect on election night or whenever an election is certain is as much the beginning of governing as it is the end of a campaign. And Joe Biden takes this very seriously, the opportunity and the burden of beginning what he has talked so much throughout this campaign about, the need to unite the country, to lower the political temperature, and to show that he would govern on behalf of all Americans. So I think there's reluctance on the part of the Biden team to put the former vice president out here tonight to give anything close to a celebratory speech, absent some sort of independent projection that he is, in fact, the president-elect. So that's sort of the state of play at this point, Nicole, but so much has changed and quickly over time, and we'll just continue to monitor the goings-on behind us for any signs that could change.
You know, I talked to folks sort of on the Trump side, and there was recognition that Joe Biden is the winner. There was acceptance that on January 20th, he would be inaugurated. And there was some cautious optimism that Joe Biden, not being the kind of person to deploy swagger and go out there ahead of these calls, would, and I know this is really hotly debated in Democratic circles, but would serve him well, that it wouldn't give Donald Trump another applause line at whatever sort of antics he has up his sleeves for the coming days and weeks. Is Joe Biden driving all the decision-making about holding off on any sort of celebration until the network calls are made?
I think he's absolutely setting the tone internally, at a time when a number of the staff, as I mentioned, were really for the first time letting themselves think of this as a victorious campaign. Biden, I'm told, was very much relaxed but reflective and not necessarily ready himself to get to that place. And Nicole, I have to remind or share a story about my own experience covering Joe Biden. It was 4 years ago, on the eve of the election, in fact, election eve, Biden campaigned with Tim Kaine in Northern Virginia. It was sort of meant to be a passing of the torch type moment. Tim Kaine, the vice presidential nominee, Joe Biden, the outgoing vice president. Kaine's remarks that night were very much the remarks of somebody who thought he was about to be elected vice president. And then Joe Biden took the stage after him. And he said something that always stuck with me, especially after the result and still to this day, and I think is relevant to this moment. He said, God willing, we're going to win this election, but an awful lot of people are going to support, at the time, Donald Trump, now President Trump. And he said, we have to ask ourselves why. Why was he able to appeal to a certain segment of the country and the need to speak to them? And that was something that guided his thinking once Hillary Clinton lost, once he considered running himself. And it's very much his mindset, I think, as he looks forward to governing, because, frankly, I think the results, Joe Biden would have preferred a resounding victory, something that would maybe drive a stake in the heart of Trumpism. But what are we seeing? Not just historic turnout for Joe Biden, who will receive more votes than any other presidential candidate in American history, but strong turnout for Donald Trump, who will get the second most votes for any presidential candidate in American history. And so it's a very difficult road ahead for Joe Biden, but I think all indications are that he wants to manage this moment very, very carefully, and that's, I think, what we see playing out tonight.
Mike Memley, that is the exact conversation I want to have with our additional guests. Are you racing off to report something, or can you stick around for a couple more minutes?
I'll stick around a bit, Nicole, right, as long as the people in my ear tell me that's okay.
Okay, all right. So Mike Memley's going to stay with us. I want to bring into our conversation three of our very good friends, the host of MSNBC's Politics Nation and president of the National Action Network, the Rev. Al Sharpton. Also joining us, MSNBC political analyst, my friend, the Senator Claire McCaskill, and Jason Johnson's back, journalism and politics professor at Morgan State University and MSNBC and the Griot contributor. Jason, I'm thinking of you as Mike Memley is talking about Joe Biden's DNA, which is simply that he's always cognizant of the fact that even when you come out on top, millions and millions of people voted for, curtain number 2. You and I have already, Wednesday, I think, the days have all blurred into one, had this conversation about how Joe Biden should position himself to achieve his own stated goal, which is not to govern the red states or the blue states, but to be a president for all Americans, whether they voted for him or not. I wonder what you think as Joe Biden is being deferential to the traditions and the practice. I mean, let me just assert this, too. If this shoe were on the other foot and the networks hadn't made the calls, Donald Trump would be having the gaudiest victory celebration in the goldest, gaudiest ballroom you could imagine at Mar-a-Lago or somewhere, or probably some state-owned property, to be honest. So Joe Biden is reverting back to norms and traditions, and I wonder what you make of it.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. And here's why. One, yes, if the situation were reversed, Donald Trump would be doing, donuts on the White House lawn right now and throwing out.
And we don't know that
hats
he's not, to be fair.
Right. That's true. That's true. I mean, he's kind of built this wall around the building. And I'm not saying that we have to sort of debase the White House or debase politics based on what we've seen from Trump for the last 4 years. But, I would like to think, and maybe he's just doing this now until it's official, but it's like, dude, you won. Joe Biden, you won. It's abundantly clear you won. Everybody's just being slightly cautious right now. You're ahead in every single state. You're ahead by amounts that are very, very difficult for Donald Trump to overcome. You've won more votes than anybody else. You flipped 4, possibly 5 red states, some states that hadn't been Democratic for a good 20 years. You have a mandate. Act like it. And part of having a mandate is saying, yes, I'm the president for everybody, but it is my responsibility to represent the whims of the majority of the people who put me in office, which means Republicans and Trumpists do need to be pushed aside. It does mean that you don't have to be deferent with Mitch McConnell, who you've seen does nothing but obstruct things. So I'm not encouraged by Joe Biden wanting to be so peaceable at this particular point. I don't want him to waste the first 2 years of his presidency trying to make peace with people who have no desire to work with him. He needs to act like somebody who won and start pushing through his own agenda. And anyone who stands in his way needs to be steamrolled.
Claire McCaskill, I want to come to you, and I want you to pick up on what Mike Memley's reporting, what Jason Johnson is, I think, voicing for a whole lot of people. I think that is sort of the mood of the room. But you know Joe Biden, and just sort of try to thread all those needles for us.
Listen, I saw today where the Biden campaign put out a statement that said the government will usher out any trespassers. That's an indication that they are not going to put up with Trump trying to co-opt this period of transition. And I think he will be aggressive. Now, here's the thing. Steamroller would be great, but we've got this problem that we don't have the Senate. So it is hard to steamroller when you've got that kind of obstructionism. So you either have to try to figure out a way to get some things done that really matter to the American people. And if you can't, then you've got to take your case to the American people and then hopefully clean house in 2 years. But if you just come in and say it's my way, you've got this problem that we don't have 50 senators. Yeah. So it is the practical part of this. I've been in the minority in the Senate. Yeah. I know what it feels like. I know how frustrating it is when Mitch McConnell gets to decide every single thing that's on the floor of the Senate. He has no obligation to consider any of Biden's legislation. So you can either decide that's going to be the new normal, or you're going to try to figure out some way to wiggle around it and pick off a few and get some stuff done that we really care about. I kind of hope that happens, but if it doesn't, then, I agree with Jason. He can't act like he didn't win. He won big.
Yeah, I mean,
or as Trump would say, bigly.
Rev, this will not surprise you, but it still leaves me gobsmacked. You touch base with folks in Trump world, and none of the conversations are they are acknowledgement that Donald Trump may have done some harm to the country he ostensibly leads with his off-the-wall remarks last night. Not off the wall. I think they were incredibly strategic, but they were complete fiction, fantasy. But all the conversations with sources on that Trump side are about Donald Trump and Donald Trump's state of mind and Donald Trump's psyche and what Donald Trump needs. And this source said that what Donald Trump is experiencing now is two things. It's rejection on a massive scale. And it is sort of being cornered. There's nowhere to go. He lost on January 20th. There is no remedy for a sore loser.
Well, that's where Donald Trump's mind is. It's always only on Donald Trump. So clearly, this is the first time I think his niece said it best, that he has nobody to bail him out. There is nobody that can come in and intercept for him. There's no foreign bank that can give him a loan when everybody else wouldn't. There's no way out of this. But I think going to Mike's point about Joe Biden, who I've known also for 30 years, I was against him on the crime bill, and then we worked together very well for 8 years under Obama as me from a civil rights outside point of view. I think Joe Biden will behave the way Mike said, but I agree he needs to clearly say, I'm the winner, but I won for the American people. And we're going to do the things that we said, and I'm willing to work with others. But it is a duty for those that want to see things done in a humane and decent way. I think he has to take the reins of where we're going, because you can't heal. And I really believe, from knowing him, he wants to be a healer. But you can't be a healer without dealing with the injured. And then you've got to address the fact that there are people that are injured in this country that have to feel that they've won and now have a shot at being healed. You can't act like the injured and the injurers are the same thing at a healing. You've got to distinguish the injured from the injured, and the ones that are doing the injuries, in order to bring a healing together. Otherwise, you're only confirming the injured. Healing means somebody was hurt, and those that were hurt by the pandemic, by other social grievances that we have, feel like we did not win something. At the same time, you've got to do it in a way, I agree with Claire, that you get some things done. But let's not act like we're all in the hospital on the same level. Some of us were put in there because we were hit by a car that Donald Trump was driving.
That's right. That's right. Mike Memoli, you may not know the answer to this, and even if you do, you may not want to say it on national television, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do you know if there is any back channel? Because someone like Joe Biden, who served in the Senate, who counted among his closest friends Republicans like John McCain, and I have to say, when John McCain ran for president, his friendship with Joe Biden obviously didn't include any support for his presidential campaign, but the friendship endured. And I wonder if Joe Biden has any back channels to the Republican side during what Donald Trump made sure last night would be an incredibly difficult and really confusing time for his supporters.
Yeah, Nicole, it's one of the threads I've been trying to report out already, is reaching out to Republicans who I think he would be likely to be reaching out to himself at this point. At this point, I don't know that there is any outreach that either side, frankly, is willing to disclose at this point. But I will say this, as somebody who was on the plane with Joe Biden every day during the 2008 campaign, once he was selected as the running mate, it became something of a running joke about how he would preface every attack on John McCain with, my good friend, my dear colleague. We actually, at one point, those of us on the traveling press brought a John McCain cardboard cutout on the campaign press plane with him to sort of underscore that point. But there's another thing
let me give you the counter story, because I was on the other plane, and we would say, so here's what they're saying, and he would say, who said that? And we'd say, your good friend Joe Biden, and he would sort of, go like this. So that conversation happened on both campaign planes.
But I wanted to add one other layer to, I think, the dynamic around whether Biden speaks tonight and the moment that the campaign was envisioning, and it's this. Joe Biden was the vice presidential nominee in 2008, and he was the sitting vice president in 2012, joining Barack Obama on celebratory election nights. Joe Biden did not speak on either of those nights. Our reporting is that Kamala Harris was going to speak tonight. And that's, again, a decision from Joe Biden that is going to underscore not just Joe Biden's victory tonight, but a historic moment for the country. The first woman and a woman of color being elected as vice president of the United States. And I think that's another factor to consider about whether or not to speak tonight absent a victory. I think they want to let that moment also get the attention and have the national attention that it deserves, really. And so we should be considering that as well.
I want to get you in on that, Jason Johnson. That does seem like, I know what you're articulating, and I know a lot of people who feel the way you do about going out there and acting like a winner. But wanting to give Kamala Harris her moment is a pretty intentional and it would seem noble reason to wait.
You know, America's late to the game, so it's really good that Harris is out there. I mean, so many other places in the continent of Africa and Europe and Asia have all, I mean, you can go back to the Marcos. Every other country, every part of the world has had a woman in this kind of position before, and now finally the United States is catching up. Senator Harris has been qualified. Senator Harris went through a great campaign. Senator Harris has been a wonderful surrogate. Senator Harris is historic. But I also think this, and this is what I'm excited about in hearing her speak tonight. I really think this is going to be what we saw with Trump and Pence. That's going to be the last time that I think any party runs a ticket of two straight white guys. I don't think it's ever going to. I think Senator Harris isn't just making history for herself. I don't think we will ever see another ticket that does not have a woman, does not have a black person, does not have somebody Hispanic on the ticket. And she is that doorway. So I really hope she speaks to that. She is a fantastic role model for lots of black women. We all know people who worked very hard on her campaign, who I think are really going to put through some great work. But I think Senator Harris is going to be so much more powerful as a vice president than maybe a lot of vice presidents we've seen over the last 10, 20 years, because she is going to have real policy and symbolic significance throughout this entire administration.
Those important points. I'm glad we came back to you. Mike Memoli, thank you for sticking around a lot longer than I know you planned to. I'm grateful. And if you pick up anything else in the next 45 minutes, please hop back in front of a camera for us. The Rev, Claire, and Jason are all sticking around, of course. When we come back, as Donald Trump watches his chances for a second-term slip away, he's launching all sorts of fake allegations, big lies, conspiracy theories, not a one of them grounded in reality. And some Republicans are starting to say enough is enough. That coverage is ahead as our special election coverage continues. I'm sorry, none of us have done much sleeping, but I promise we'll get through this. We're taking a short break. We'll be right back on the other side.
I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost, and he needs to congratulate the winner, just as Jimmy Carter did, just as George H.W. Bush did, and frankly, just as Al Gore did. And stop this and let us move forward as a country.
And on day 4, talk of big boy pants. I love it. Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney calling on President Trump to concede. But he won't do that, right? Instead, the president's offering a stream of false tweets over the past few days and an outrageous, beyond the pale address last night from the White House briefing room, where he railed against mail-in ballots and made unsubstantiated claims against the democratic election process itself. It was, as a senior official told the Washington Post, the kind of news conference they wanted to avoid. Trump's advisors instead wanting him to focus on the legal battles the campaign is waging. As it stands now, there are 7 lawsuits and more are expected to be filed. In addition, the campaign is asking for a recount in Wisconsin. And in Georgia, the Secretary of State has already said he expects to conduct one. We're joined by Washington Post White House reporter and MSNBC political analyst Phil Rucker and former U.S. attorney and MSNBC contributor Joyce Vance. The Rev, Claire, and Jason are also with us. Phil Rucker, I am told today that this is all about Donald Trump's inability to accept the rejection and that these legal moves will not do anything to overturn a result that he simply can't stare in the eye yet.
That sounds about right, Nicole. These legal moves don't have much legal basis to them. I guess Joyce can explain that shortly. But this is all about the president. I mean, he is directing this strategy. He is telling his folks to go out there and argue and fight and try to reverse this. And he's convincing himself somehow that fraud that doesn't exist actually does. It doesn't. There's no evidence of it. And we should keep in mind Donald Trump's history here. He's never dealt with the loss of this magnitude and not have an escape hatch. When he was in business and when he went bankrupt, he could declare bankruptcy and pick up and move on and work on his brand. When he was under investigation by the special counsel for obstruction of justice with regard to the Russia investigation, He had Bill Barr as the Attorney General to help spin it to the public, to help him escape that accountability. When he was impeached by the House, he had Republican senators to bail him out and to keep him in office and acquit him. In this case, there's no escape for him, and he's grappling with that reality right now. I think the real test is going to be when these results become more clear and news organizations start calling this race and Joe Biden earns that title president-elect. What does President Trump have to say about it then?
Well, and just to follow up, I mean, it's also clear from your body of reporting, from your great book with Carol Leonnig, from Ashley's great body of reporting, that relevance is the oxygen for Donald Trump, and that this defeat for him, you know, he never seemed to relish, let's face it, anything about leading this country or protecting this country or serving this country. You know, the public service part of the job obviously didn't ever get through to him, but he felt relevant. And I've already heard rumblings about a lot of this grievance chapter being about maintaining his relevance, not even about overturning the result.
Yeah, that's such a smart point, Nicole. Donald Trump has loved being the president, and what that means is he can issue a tweet and it becomes a cable news chyron and a breaking news alert within minutes. He relishes that. He relishes being on the front page of the newspaper every day. He relishes those days when his name is in 2, 3, 4, 5 different headlines on the front page of the New York Times. And when he's no longer president, that's just not going to be the case anymore. Certainly he'll have a platform on Twitter. Certainly there will be people in this country, many millions possibly, who listen to what he has to say and follow his every move. But he's not going to be, if he loses this race, he's not going to be the president, and he's not going to ever have the kind of relevance that he has today.
Joyce Vance, I want to play you something that a Republican senator from Pennsylvania said this morning on the Today Show. This is Senator Pat Toomey.
I saw the president's speech last night, and it was very hard to watch. The president's allegations of large-scale fraud and theft of the election are just not substantiated. I'm not aware of any significant wrongdoing here.
And that alarm is sort of the soundtrack of all of our lives these days. But I want to ask you about a Republican senator saying out loud what even some Trump folks will acknowledge, not quite out loud or on TV yet, that the allegation of widespread voter fraud is false. There isn't widespread voter fraud. Now, if you put a microscope on every ballot that was cast in the whole country, could you find places where signatures weren't signed? Of course you can. But Donald Trump is farther and farther behind, tens of thousands of votes behind in all of the key states. There isn't a legal strategy that changes the result, is there?
There really isn't. And look, if Democrats were going to steal this election, they would have stolen a couple of Senate seats along with the White House. So people should use their common sense, and they should reject these fake, scary stories about voter fraud that aren't backed up by evidence, and none of them are backed up by evidence. The legal strategies are political narratives. This is, I think, President Trump trying to talk to his base, trying to hold on to something, whether it's a sense of relevance or a following after he leaves the White House, or maybe a last gasp effort to convince people he should stay in power. It is a failed effort. That is clear at this point. Republicans don't have to be afraid of the president's tweets anymore, and I hope more of them will join the courageous senator from Pennsylvania.
Well, there aren't enough, and we wouldn't throw a parade for any of them because it's taken way too long for them to push back on this president. As I watched him speak in the briefing room last night, I thought that they are the reason we got to this point. But let me just read a list of some of the folks who did push back, Joyce, to your point. Mitt Romney said the president is wrong to say the election was rigged, corrupt, and stolen. Former Senator Jeff Flake said no Republican should be okay with the president's statements. Unacceptable. Larry Hogan, governor of Maryland, said there is no defense for the president's comments tonight, undermining our democratic process. America is counting the votes, and we must respect the results as we always have before. Chris Christie, a very close Trump ally, he was his debate coach till he was hospitalized with COVID that he got at the White House said this, quote, "I talk tonight now not as a former governor, but as a former U.S. attorney. There's just no basis to make that argument tonight." And Sean Spicer of that dancing show fame, quote, "I haven't seen any evidence of it. And again, I don't think it helps his case. If he sees an instance in Pennsylvania or Nevada and this particular thing happen, then call it out. But saying voter fraud, you can't just throw a term out like that without being specific." Joyce, people call Donald Trump incoherent and crazy at their own peril. Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing. He wants to spend the next 4 years, or 8, should Joe Biden serve 2 terms, describing him as an illegitimate president, just as he sought to delegitimize former President Obama's presidency. It seems that this is a good start, but until every elected Republican and everyone is calling him out and pushing back, this will undoubtedly seep into the minds of Trump's supporters.
That's exactly right. And look, I'm not going to be a member of the fan club of any of these senators. They had the opportunity to do the right thing during the Senate impeachment trial. They refused to even hear the evidence against this president. The country might have been spared the long pandemic nightmare had we had different leadership in place. But that's all in the past. And at this point, I think we're entitled to expect a bare minimum of service from these senators. And that bare minimum is speaking up to ensure that the American tradition of a peaceful transfer of power is honored as this presidency comes to a close. That's a bare minimum. That's the least that these people could deliver for folks in this country.
Claire McCaskill, I just want to give you a really quick last word, because you had relationships on both sides of the aisle, and you and I sat next to each other for much of impeachment, where we really, in hindsight, maybe foolishly, held out hope that someone would see what was clear to everyone and say something. Do you hold out hope that that more of your former Republican colleagues in the Senate will speak out now?
Nope. I'm bitterly disappointed that more haven't spoken out today. This is outrageous, and especially when you look at the bipartisan nature of the battleground states that are being counted right now. I mean, you have a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State in Georgia. You've got a Republican Secretary of State in Nevada. These are the people who administer elections. You've got a Republican governor in Arizona. He can't wait for the mail-in ballots to be counted in Arizona, but somehow they're totally fraudulent in Pennsylvania. I mean, the notion that United States senators can't state the obvious right now is sickening. It's sickening because this is corrosive to our democracy.
It's also very sad that they were all afraid of the big, bad, mean tweets from Trump's sons. Oof. Phil Rucker and Joyce Vance, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. Claire, Jason, and the Rev are sticking around. When we come back, as Joe Biden inches closer to the presidency, concerns are growing among top national security officials about what happens next and whether Donald Trump will ever respect the outcome of this election. Former CIA Director John Brennan joins us next as we look at the votes coming out of Georgia, where Joe Biden's lead has grown ever so slightly. Our coverage continues after a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. Sadly, it's a theory we've contemplated on this program many times before. What happens if Joe Biden is declared the winner and Donald Trump refuses to leave the White House, refuses to recognize the results? Well, the Biden campaign addressed that earlier today, and they didn't mince any words, saying this, quote, "As we said on July 19th, the American people will decide this election, and the United States government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Donald Trump has not committed to a peaceful transfer of power, and it's a concern shared even among members of his own national security team." The Daily Beast writes this today, quote, "With increasingly flagrant efforts by Trump to cast doubt on the vote tallies, officials are preparing for how to handle a situation in which the race is officially called for Joe Biden and Trump refuses to concede. If that happens, according to 2 officials familiar with the matter, one of the options would be to have the FBI or the Department of Homeland Security make a public statement reaffirming the integrity of the results of the vote. Officials said there is no such plan currently in place, but officials have discussed the possibility. Joining us now, someone I've wanted to talk to since Tuesday night, former CIA Director and NBC News national security analyst John Brennan, also with us still, the Rev, Claire, and Jason. Director Brennan, first, your reaction to what would appear to be Joe Biden's inevitable victory here.
Well, I think Joe Biden has demonstrated that he is ready to be president because he has been very presidential in terms of his poise, in terms of his patriotism and professionalism, as we still await the official results of the election. So I am very confident that Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated in January, but I am concerned about what may happen in the next 10 weeks as Donald Trump refuses to recognize and acknowledge the will of the American people.
Yeah, and you know, that Daily Beast reporting reminded me of the video that Chris Wray and the FBI produced ahead of the election, obviously for domestic audiences, but I thought perhaps for international audience as well, affirming the integrity of U.S. elections. And that was one of the things that made Donald Trump so angry. He's now openly flirting with firing him. Do you think this scenario where we once again say, oh, the institutions will hold, the very ones that Donald Trump has really vandalized and ransacked, do you think it is up to the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security to tell him, you know, hey, pal, you're trespassing, it's time to go?
Well, I think they will. They'll try to do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to sack Christopher Wray, as well as maybe Gina Haspel at CIA, and to install people who are going to try to do his bidding for him. And so that's why I do believe this is a very dangerous time, because as your previous guests have said, you know, Donald Trump is not used to losing at all, and he's going to do everything possible. And he still retains the powers of the presidency until noon on January 20th. And so he can do a lot of damage domestically as well as internationally before he is forced to leave office, because he will no longer have the authority to order anybody around after January 20th.
I wanted to ask you what this looks like. You have more sort of intimate and granular understanding of American allies and adversaries. What did they see when they see that spectacle last night in the briefing room? And I want to read your tweet to anyone who didn't see it. You wrote this after Trump's taking to the White House briefing room, a place where wars are announced and ended, and basically refused to accept the result of the election and conjured up a bizarre conspiracy between pollsters, news organizations, and Democrats. You tweeted this: Donald Trump's fascism has never been more stark, his lying never more odious, his disdain for our democracy never more reprehensible. The most disheartening aspect of the election is that so many Americans either have been deceived by him or, more ominously, think like him. If Trump does not concede and does not want to leave the White House, what technically will happen? Can you say a little more about that?
Well, again, I am just very concerned that Donald Trump right now is thinking and talking with his advisors and his inner circle of people to see what he can do to try to derail what I think is the inevitable inauguration of Joe Biden. And so it's up to people like William Barr now, the Attorney General, who has demonstrated that he's willing to be, you know, Donald Trump's personal lawyer, to stand up and to refuse any type of direction that he may get. You know, presidents have some emergency authorities that they could try to exercise. And I'm hoping that he's not going to resort to some of the things that really could create havoc in the streets. But I think more concerning is he going to fuel the anger, the animus of his base and encourage them to take matters into their own hands? And so that is something that I'm hoping and praying is not going to happen. But Donald Trump seems to only be concerned about himself and not about the country. He has no respect for the law, no respect for the office of the presidency. He only wants to do what's going to benefit Donald Trump.
You know what? I thought about people who have served in national security agencies at the highest levels, like yourself, when I watched that speech last night. And what it revealed to me is that he obviously has no relationships with anyone in a national security role, because no American national security official with a voice and a spine and a brain would let an American president go out and say those things. So what do you think the fact that he walked into the White House briefing room and said what he said says about just the state of detachment of the American president, the commander-in-chief, as you said, until someone else is inaugurated, from his own national security apparatus?
Well, as you pointed out, people would need to have a spine to stand up to him. And unfortunately, I think there are too few people in the Republican Party these days who have that spine and intestinal fortitude and have the love of country they need in order to push back against somebody who clearly has these fascist tendencies and is clearly trampling the tenets of our democracy. And so, therefore, it's the people in the White House, the Mark Meadows and others who really need to stop what Mr. Trump is doing. Of course, he can call for recounts. That is a legitimate request. But to continue to claim fraud and wide-scale fraud about, these dedicated election officials, this is something that goes way, way beyond the pale. And as Claire McCaskill said, the fact that Republican senators in Congress are not speaking out loudly and continuously against Donald Trump is outrageous.
Claire, your name was invoked. I'll give you a last word here. What do you think the folks who still wake up every day and go to analyst jobs at the CIA or are working in field offices all over the country for the FBI, what do you think they think about the fact that Donald Trump may very well have made things much more dangerous for people who could be caught in something that turns violent, could be targeted by groups that are angry and agitated, who genuinely believe what Donald Trump's saying, that the result is a fraudulent one?
Here's the thing. This is the moment that the international community, as I'm sure Director Brennan would back me up on, is really going to be watching this peaceful transfer of power. And the analysts and people need to remember that most of the intelligence community is made up of veterans. There's a lot of veterans. He likes to talk about the military and how he's on their side. These analysts, they watched the former acting director of DNI roll up in a black van yesterday, get out and give some bogus press conference claiming some massive fraud in Nevada with absolutely no evidence. That has to be heartbreaking to people who have dedicated their lives to keeping us safe.
Director Brennan, it's great to see you today. Thank you for spending some time with us. The Rev, Claire, and Jason staying put. When we come back, our good friend John Meacham joins the conversation as we country awaits an historic moment. Our coverage continues after a quick break. 2000 election was one of the most contentious in American history, and yet it ended. And it ended with the honor and the grace on the part of Al Gore. Joining us now, presidential historian and MSNBC contributor John Meacham, the Rev Al Sharpton, Claire, and Jason are all still here. John Meacham, I am told that we should not expect any sort of graceful concession speech from Donald Trump, but I know when John McCain had to give one, it was viewed by him and by Mark Salter, who wrote it, as the most important speech of his life. Why do they matter so much?
Yeah. Well, how we handle defeat tells us as much about our character, if not more so, than how we handle victory, right? Haven't we all been taught that from the schoolyard forward? And I think in terms of the country, the question is, can we disagree but respect the institutions, respect the outcome of even quite closely fought races? And most presidential elections, and I'm going to keep underscoring this number, the numbers we're seeing, are fully within the mainstream of where most presidential elections have been since Harry Truman won in 1948. And Biden's popular vote percentage is probably going to be higher. I think there's also something totally fitting, though, as a coda to the Trump presidency, that a man who came in to avowedly tear down the norms, to blow out the buoys of our politics and our civic life, that he would go out doing exactly that.
Do you agree with this notion that the first things a president-elect does send a lot of important signals? They're deliberate. Mike Memoli reported at the top of this hour that Joe Biden is making the decisions for restraint, for not getting ahead of the network calls. If you take those decisions for restraint, the calls for patience, Mike Memoli also reported that Kamala Harris will also speak whenever they are able to go out and make it official and celebrate. What do you read from the Joe Biden has also had a COVID briefing this week. That makes it one more COVID briefings than the current president. What do you make from the moves he's made since Tuesday night?
Yeah. Well, it's another old piece of home wisdom, right? We talked about learning from defeat, learning in victory. It's also start out the way you intend to carry on. It's an old insight into human behavior, a pretty good precept. And look, Biden is, in many ways, a creature of the ethos of normalcy. And that may have some downsides going forward, but Lord, right now, he looks a little bit like Cicero. In terms of bringing, we just gave the right-wing blogosphere something to play with. Early Merry Christmas.
They're very busy with Donald Trump's lies about voter fraud.
Well, that's true. Cicero may not make the cut today, but it's all a matter of comparison, right?
Yeah.
And so I think Vice President Biden's incredibly careful about this stuff. He's a student of it. It's in his DNA to reflect the best of these traditions.
You know, Rev, I also wanted to sort of hear you out on this theory. Donald Trump and conservative media really never figured out how to take Joe Biden on. They really never succeeded in turning him into a villain the way they have so many others. They made a good run at his son, but they never managed to caricature him in a way they have so many others. Why do you think that is? And do you think that lasts?
I think that it didn't work because Joe Biden was something that they really were not used to fighting, because they had tried to project that Donald Trump represents Mr. Everyman in Pennsylvania, and Kentucky, and Delaware. And Joe Biden was really more Mr. Everyman than they were. And how do you really put a handle on somebody without offending the people that you claim to speak for? And he's more like them than you are. And I think he couldn't get that in his head because Donald Trump doesn't know Mr. Everyman. He's never been that. He's never been the elite that rejected him, which is why he's dealing with this rejection so badly now. He always felt rejected. But he's never been the kind of regular guy that comes to his rallies. If you look at the people at his rallies, they are culturally closer to Joe Biden than they are to Donald Trump. And how do you attack Biden without making them feel like you're attacking them? It was something they could never figure out, and I believe that's the reason why.
John Meacham, the Rev Al Sharpton, Claire McCaskill, Jason Johnson, four of the wisest people I know, and that is what we all need this week. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. And thank you for spending the hour with us. I'm sorry I was late for school. It won't happen again. Ari Melber picks up our coverage right now. Hi, Ari.
Hi, Nicole. I've been enjoying your coverage, and we'll just keep going. Thank you so much.
That's right.
I want to... Hi, Nicole. I've been enjoying your coverage, and we'll just keep going. Thank you so much.
That's right.
I want to send a good evening to everyone around the nation. I'm Ari Melber, anchoring special coverage here on The Beat with Ari Melber as America watches 6 crucial states to see when we will get an answer to the question, who will be the next president of the United States? This is all about the facts, not opinions or timings. We'll be tracking the facts for you tonight and for as long as it takes. Now, Joe Biden is in the lead. The numbers suggest he's on the cusp of winning the presidency because of these facts. He leads most of the 6 states that are still uncalled. He's taken the biggest lead here of the week in Pennsylvania today. Now, that one win, if he got it alone, would put him over the 270 electoral college votes he needs. Right now, we're tracking about 40,000 more votes left to count from Philadelphia, which is a Democratic stronghold. Then let's take you through it. There's Nevada, where officials say new numbers could be out this hour. If they are, we'll have them for you. We also have a new NBC decision desk characterization of Nevada. It is simply, quote, too close to call, with Biden leading. Then there's more bad news for Donald Trump in Georgia, a longtime red state where Biden has pulled ahead by a razor-thin 4,000 votes. Wow. That has officials already prepping for a recount under state law. Now, take it all together here, and you have Joe Biden up in these remaining and bluer states like Pennsylvania and up in other battlegrounds, while Donald Trump only leads in North Carolina. That state alone, by the way, would not get him to victory. And there have been many twists and turns today. And there are signs, some signs, that Joe Biden may have been preparing for a speech tonight there in Wilmington. But the Biden team is saying at this hour that they're not, quote, taking anything for granted. It is unclear from our reporting if we would hear from him tonight or not. So, many elections are, of course, called on election night. And it may seem sometimes like America is just waiting around now. But let me be clear with you tonight before I turn to our experts. This is not a wait. This is work. Elections officials are working all around the nation right now into tonight, as are observers who are represented by both parties in all these different states, to keep counting, to inspect, to recount, yes, when provided by law, and to provide facts and transparency. There is no political or media deadline for that process, which is, of course, as it should be. There are later legal deadlines under state law and the Constitution, but those are a ways out. And the outstanding states are well ahead of those kind of deadlines. So let me keep it very simple. We will keep working, we will keep counting, and we will keep reporting for as long as this takes. This is a time for facts and reason, and no time to lose our cool. Now we turn immediately to Ali Velshi, who is, of course, host of Velshi on MSNBC, but more importantly, is filling the big shoes of Steve Kornacki at the big board under the shift work that we have on a very, very long-running election night that's turned into election week. Ali, we saw a preview of some of those numbers. Walk us through the rest.
Yeah, let's just talk about this for a second. This is the path to 270. We've got 253 to Joe Biden at the moment, 214 electoral college votes to Donald Trump. Let me tell you why we're also obsessed with Pennsylvania, because if I put this into Joe Biden's column, he gets to 273. If Pennsylvania goes to Joe Biden, he wins the whole thing. Let's take it out of his column for now, and let's put it in Donald Trump's column. Let's say we go red. It doesn't get Donald Trump to 270. He's got to get Pennsylvania. He's got to get North Carolina. He's got to get Georgia. He's got to get Alaska. That's going to be a while before we figure that out. North Carolina is going to be a little while. He's still at 268. So at that point, Donald Trump still needs to get either Nevada, which gets him to 274, or let's just give him Arizona for a second, take Nevada away, which gets him to 279. So that's number one. If you look at the paths to victory right now, based on what's available, Joe Biden has 9 combinations that'll get him to 270. Donald Trump has 3 combinations that'll get him to 270, all of which, there's number 1, there's number 2, and number 3. They all have to have Pennsylvania. So that's why Pennsylvania is as important as it is. There is one path, by the way, that results in a tie. A tie goes to Congress, but the way it works is that a tie would probably go to Donald Trump. So that's not what a lot of people who are looking to see Joe Biden win are looking for. Pennsylvania, too close to call right now with 96% of the vote in. We are continually expecting more votes to come in, including some from right here in Philadelphia County. 95% of the votes are in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden's up by about 81% to 18%. He's got a lead of 428,000 in Philadelphia. We may be getting 30 or 40,000 more votes in this area, and if they break the same way these are breaking, then that'll be interesting. We're expecting votes. I've been sitting on this for a while. Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, we got 95% in there, 128,000 vote lead for Joe Biden. That's not in. The other 2 issues we've got across Pennsylvania are that we have mail-in ballots, probably about 100,000 of them to count right now. They are breaking heavily toward Joe Biden, so that should increase his lead. It's only 14,000 in the state right now with 96% in. However, and there's a very active discussion going on Twitter, there are probably a similar number of what's called provisional ballots, 85,000 to 100,000 I'm hearing. Now, what happens in Pennsylvania, Ari, is that if you asked for a mail-in ballot, then you decided you weren't going to mail in that ballot because you were worried about what would happen, and you go to vote in person, but you didn't bring not only the ballot, but the envelope it came in and the security envelope, they would give you a provisional ballot. Those are getting counted last, and there are some people who are saying that those are breaking for Donald Trump in a heavier pattern than they're breaking for Joe Biden. We don't know this to be true, by the way. It's anecdotal evidence at the moment, and I'm hearing all sorts of things. So that's what the issue is in Pennsylvania. Does Joe Biden's lead go from 14,000 up as we get those mail ballots in, or down as we get the provisional ballots in? And we just do not know the answer to that. But if we get Pennsylvania, the ball game's over if Joe Biden gets it. If Trump gets it, he's still alive.
Right, and as you just reinforced, even with other states outstanding, it's so vital to the few paths that Trump has left because it's just that rich haul of 20 electoral votes.
Has to have it.
Ali, I've worked with you for a long time. I've seen you do a lot of different things. You're good at this. But why not wear the khakis? If Steve's out, why not wear the khakis
Let me
in
tell
honor
you,
of him?
why, there's a whole lot of why not. Steve Kornacki is now a national institution. My only role is to try and keep him sleeping for a few hours so that when this really gets hot and matters, he's awake to be back with us. So I'm not even going to pretend to be a little bit like Steve Kornacki.
Well, we think you're both doing great for as long as it takes. Ali Velshi will be checking in with you all night. Thank you. We turn now to NBC's Jacob Soboroff, live in that crucial state of Las Vegas, Nevada there. And we are joined by someone who knows exactly how to plan for these paths. Cornell Belcher was the chief pollster for the victorious Obama campaigns. Cornell, I want your view on what we just saw on the map. We begin on the ground in Nevada. Jacob.
Ari, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but let me just lay out where we are as of this moment. Basically, we have a large pool of votes here that are still yet to be counted. We expect another tranche, I guess you could say, of those ballots to come at around 4 o'clock local time, 7 o'clock Eastern time, so not that long from now. This morning we got about 31,000. Later today, we don't know actually how many. We know that there are about 60,000 outstanding vote-by-mail ballots that were dropped off or either mailed in. The margin was 8,000 yesterday for Biden. It went up to 12,000. It's now around 20-something thousand, just over 20,000. Beyond those mail-in counts, there's provisional ballots. So when I was on with Brian Williams earlier, we were talking about who these folks are that are in line. Why does it look like there's a line of people as if it were Election Day, several days beyond Election Day? And the answer is two answers, as a matter of fact. People are here to cure their ballots, and that means people who may have signed a ballot and the signature didn't match and were contacted by the local elections officials were asked to come in and verify that it was indeed them. The other group is the provisional ballots. That's 60,000, additional 60,000 people who voted but didn't necessarily, meet all the rules and regulations on Election Day. And the parties have received a list of those provisional ballots and have been contacting. So when I was on with Brian, we heard from Republicans. There are also Democrats in line. And the actual party apparatus here has called them and said, look, if you don't know for sure if your vote was counted, you can show up. You can show up in person and double check and make sure. What I want everybody to know is many of the people that are in line right now and are going in are walking out saying, hey, the good news is my vote was counted. So while I did say that it's, it may appear concerning, once people come out the door, a lot of people are having their issues resolved. And by no means are the amount of people in line greater than this margin that we're looking at right now for Joe Biden.
Yeah, really important context as we really see the process play out. Jacob Soboroff, thank you so much. As mentioned, we have Obama pollster Cornell Belcher with us, and we're bringing in New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who has been a big part of our coverage throughout this whole year. Cornell, as promised, I turn to you first. You see that many combinations on the map. I've re-emphasized something we said even before Tuesday night, which is that Tuesday versus Friday is not a constitutional or electoral difference. It may have other feelings, and everyone's entitled to their feelings. But as you look over the time, whether we get more calls tonight or into the weekend and next week, what do you see in the coalition that is assembled there? And is it too early to say yet whether or not you see an Obama-Biden coalition now resuscitated?
That's a very good question. One quick clarification. I was part of a brilliant Obama team. I was not chief pollster. I was part of a very brilliant Obama team with a lot of good
How about this?
People.
You're going to try to share the credit, which we always appreciate. How about you? We'll just call you CEO of Victorious Obama Polling.
I was just the best-looking pollster of the Obama. Now I'm going to get attacked by all my friends. The coalition is interesting. You will remember that in 2008, Obama garnered 43% of the white vote on his way to victory. It looks like Joe Biden's going to garner around 42% of the white vote. So in some ways, his coalition is wider than less white than Obama's 2008 coalition. And when you see the states that are coming online, states like Arizona and states like Georgia that are sort of key and central to what's happening right now, those are also states that are very, very diverse states. So in certain ways, Biden's what looks like it's going to be a winning coalition. I suspect he's going to garner around 52% of the vote. His winning coalition is going to be even more diverse and more dependent on diversity than even Barack Obama's was in 2008.
Really interesting. Michelle?
Well, look, I think that, one of the most interesting things that's going to come out of this election is that what you see is that when some of these Sunbelt states go blue, it happens very rapidly, right? It was not that long ago that Virginia was a Republican state, then a purple state, now a pretty safe blue state. You can say something similar about Colorado. Arizona, a few years ago, it would have been unthinkable for Arizona to have 2 Democratic senators, birthplace of Barry Goldwater, right? You couldn't imagine it. And now I think you have the beginning of something similar happening with Georgia. At the start of Donald Trump's administration, Stacey Abrams was out there saying that Georgia had this potential, but I don't think a lot of other people saw it. And now you have, Georgia, even though Joe Biden's lead is very narrow, Georgia looks like it's going to be in the blue column. And has a Senate race that, has 2 Senate races or 2 Senate run-ups coming up that could determine control of the Senate and thus the fate of Joe Biden's presidency.
Right, and that goes to what that co-equal branch ultimately is staffed like. Michelle, there was a lot of concern about what Donald Trump would do if he was losing with the government. And what I've been reporting legally is not only the brick wall he's headed into, but we should note, not that it's something he gets a cookie for or rewarded for, but there hasn't been any great strategy of trying to use the White House counsel or the DOJ or federal agents in public, anything like that. And then you have people like Mitch McConnell who, using rhetoric that might play both ways, but basically saying things that would seem to lead to Donald Trump's ultimate potential loss, which is count the votes and move on. Here was Mitch McConnell today.
I sent out a statement on Twitter this morning that I think you've all gotten, and beyond that, I don't have anything to say on that. I think this is ultimately going to be decided exactly what I said in my tweet.
And the tweet, Michelle, just said every vote should be counted.
Look, I think that so far, even though the votes in the swing states are very narrow as the count goes on, Trump is not really within cheating distance. And that was what people were worried about. People were worried about, for example, if the vote in Pennsylvania came down to votes that came in during this 3-day deadline after Election Day that Republicans have challenged, and there's an attempt. And if those votes prove to be decisive, then you would see a lot more scope for action, both from Trump and the Justice Department and potentially from the Supreme Court. Right now, there just hasn't been any group of ballots, any tranche of ballots that they can credibly challenge or threaten to seize. Because again, even though Biden's lead right now is narrow, it's normal. It's not coming from provisional ballots. It's not coming from questionable ballots. It's coming from, just sort of the ordinary counting of ballots.
Yeah, all really good points. Michelle Goldberg, thank you as always. Cornell, we'll come back to you later in the program. Let me tell folks what's coming up. This is special coverage. We have a breakdown of Trump's legal strategy with the ultimate Supreme Court litigator, Neil Katyal. Also, we're going to show you what's actually emerging today, something we didn't know days ago, what's historic about Joe Biden's current edge in the total votes in America, and new sourcing in Trump world discussing an angry and despondent president. Michael Beschloss and Heather McGhee, they join us live. I'm very excited to hear their perspective right after this break. Welcome back. Ari Melber with our special coverage right now. We've been counting the votes in these 6 states, but I want to turn to something we haven't gotten to yet. Did you know that Joe Biden has now secured the highest total vote in American history? If you count it up, it's 74 million votes and growing to Donald Trump's roughly 69.9 million. And that would be, of course, as well, the second highest total vote ever. But you can also think about it this way. Take a look at the popular vote percentages that presidential election winners have gotten in every cycle since 1992. This is pretty important because I'm going to walk you through it. Clinton beat an incumbent President Bush with just 43%, of course, a 3-way race with Perot. In 2000, George W. Bush came in with just under 48%. That was less than Gore got, but he won the Electoral College. Then you get up to 08, which we were just discussing with Cornell Belcher. You had Obama's super high number there, 53% of the vote. And in 16, Donald Trump was back down to just 46%, also less than Hillary Clinton in the total vote, but won the Electoral College. So I want to show you this context and take a look at this reveal. Joe Biden, right now, with 50.5% of the popular vote. Now, why does that matter? Well, for one thing, it's one of the highest we've ever seen a candidate get in this modern era, the last 30 years, against an incumbent. And it suggests a strong mandate from here. For context, I want to bring in Michael Beschloss, NBC News presidential historian, and Heather McGhee from Color of Change. Michael, there's many things that we're still waiting on, and we've all emphasized that in our reporting. But the total vote also matters a great deal. And whether you count it in analysis as a reflection of huge support for Joe Biden or huge antipathy for Donald Trump, two cycles running, I'm curious if you as a historian can put in context what it means to see that high a vote share.
It means, just as you've said, Ari, that there is a big mandate for the man who looks as if he's going to be the new president, with that kind of a vote that looms so much larger than anything we've seen before in American history. And the other thing, Ari, is that look at the turnout on Tuesday. Everything we are hearing suggests that this may be the most, or at least in modern times, close to the most people voting, turning out of eligible voters that we have ever seen. The last time that happened in modern times was 1960, Kennedy versus Nixon, height of the Cold War. Even 4 years ago, you'd think that Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump, a lot of people would have turned out. It is likely that the turnout on Tuesday was much larger. That means enthusiasm for Joe Biden. It also is a really big sign of health in our democracy, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, democracy, and Heather, so much of this becomes personalized or even cartoonish in the narratives. And we talk about who presents well or who's beloved or who has a sturdy base, even if it's a smaller base. I'm curious what you think about it. Cornell alluded to the diverse and multiracial coalition that Biden built, according to what we can see. And again, we're not calling those 6 states, but in the total vote, Heather, when you see a level of support that's higher than Trump right now, higher than Trump last time, higher than the Bushes, higher than the Bush years, higher than Bill Clinton, yes, in a 3-way. I'm curious what that tells you about that emerging national majority.
Well, I think you should also peel back and look at what this overwhelming majority, this multiracial majority that draws from people of all ages, that really reflects the diversity that is this country's greatest asset. You also need to look at what are the policies that Joe Biden ran on, right? Those are also ones that get 6 and 7 out of 10 voters' support. Things like taxing the wealthy, a big green jobs program to address climate change, putting care, childcare, paid family leave at the center of our economy. And yes, racial justice issues about police accountability, like ending qualified immunity for cops who abuse the badge. And so it's not just about blue versus red. It's also about what the vision is for society. And that is clearly, the Democrats clearly have an edge in having been able to articulate a bold vision, certainly in contrast to the Republican vision, which so far has been, cutting taxes for the wealthy and, bundling a pandemic, pretending like it doesn't exist and leading to hundreds of thousands of people losing their lives.
Yeah, and this also goes to the writing on the wall, Michael, because we've seen Republicans here not rushing in to help what some see as, this is, I'm quoting reporting, what they see as a potentially losing gambit. Washington Post, Trump turns angry and despondent as, quote, possible defeat looms. Some in the president's orbit, including his family, incensed that more Republicans were not echoing his comments and publicly fighting for his reelection. Of course, what we're hearing from some Republicans and other conservatives, Michael, is they fought for his reelection. They fought hard. They think they're losing, and they're not necessarily interested in passing certain lines for something that is on the way to a loss. Again, reporting where they're at. They're also watching a range of data and sources, as we do, which include, for them, Fox News, which has also at times reported on what's coming in their view. Take a look.
It's agonizing for the president. He sees a lead of 700,000 dwindle every single hour.
I think this was so close.
Right, but Ainsley, you're talking about the popular vote.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden, once again, will win the popular vote. We know that for sure.
If you make a call for Joe Biden at 264, the math is pretty obvious. In Pennsylvania, that would give him 284 electoral
And he would
votes.
become the president-elect of the United States.
That is correct.
Michael?
Well, I think what Donald Trump is going to have very quickly in the next couple of days is the experience. It's going to be like picking up a telephone and there's no dial tone. He's used to everyone jumping. He's used to everyone being afraid of him. He's used to being able to intimidate members of Congress. He will be absolutely astounded at how unintimidated people are of him. You know, the party is over for him. It's going to be a very big emotional shock for him. He's probably having that already. It is for almost every president who's defeated for re-election. Doesn't happen that often, but for Donald Trump, who by everything that we hear has been living for 4 years nearly in a world of delusion where people are giving him, you know, folders of material that suggests that he's more popular than he really is. He's been living in a dream world, and the dream for him has just turned into a nightmare.
Starkly put, I want to thank Michael Beschloss and Heather McGhee. We're moving on a little quicker than planned because we have some news from the big board. Ali Velshi, we said we'd go back to you if we had anything new, and we do. Go ahead, sir.
It's not a lot new, but it's, you know, at this moment when we're looking for little bits of information to come in, particularly Nevada and Arizona, where Joe Biden currently has a lead. We've got 93% of the votes in Nevada. The difference is a lead of about 22,500 by Joe Biden. We're really looking at two counties here. We're looking at the county in which Reno exists and the county, I'm sorry, this is the Clark County where Las Vegas is. Clark County, we just got some numbers in. We're still only at 88% of the total. We got about 6,000 votes in. In fact, 8,700 votes in. Most of them went to Joe Biden. So his lead in Clark County has increased to 77,742. About 2,900 votes went to Donald Trump there. I want to go to neighboring Arizona right now. Tucson, Pima County. We also saw about 9,000 votes come in. We've got about 95% of the count in right now. This was actually a bit of a split. About 3,300 votes went to Joe Biden, 3,600 votes going to Donald Trump here. So it narrowed the lead a little bit. Joe Biden still ahead, though, by a lot in Pima County, 97,866 votes. But bottom line, all right, it hasn't changed the map much. We still do not have decisive numbers out of Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and, of course, Alaska. We're going to be waiting for a while. So no major changes right now, but there have been some updates. I will tell you, we are waiting for more updates out of Pennsylvania, where we have 96% of the vote in. We're probably looking for about 200,000 more votes here. About half, roughly, are mail-in. About half are provisional. These are very rough numbers I'm making up. Remember, this is really important because Joe Biden leads Pennsylvania by about 15,000 votes right now. So how those remaining 200,000 votes break is going to be really important. The mail-in ballots tend to be breaking very heavily toward Joe Biden. What we do not know, and there's disputing analysis about this, is how the provisional ballots are breaking. Are they breaking the same way? Are they breaking roughly evenly for the candidates, or are they breaking toward Donald Trump? Lots of opinions out there. I don't have any evidence.
Well, in big picture, Ali, to your point, it's heading into Friday night on the East Coast. That is the biggest margin that Joe Biden has had yet all week in that crucial state of Pennsylvania.
Yep.
So that's big. Just if we want to top line the takeaway, that's a bigger
correct.
number. Bigger number than 4 hours ago, bigger number than this morning. I want to get you.
And I'm just looking for numbers to come in. They haven't come in Allegheny County. That's Pittsburgh, where Joe Biden has 128,000 lead. And we are looking for about 40,000 votes to come in from Philadelphia County, 95% in. Joe Biden has a 428,000 vote lead. And I will tell you, Philadelphia County has been very, very consistent. So the idea that there are 40,000 more votes to come in, look at how these are generally breaking. 80 to 18. So that lead may increase with those numbers.
Right. And as you say, we're watching something that gets higher and higher stakes for Donald Trump. This is bad news for Donald Trump because he is looking to make up the count. So the longer it goes, the fewer votes that are left, with him having to turn what you're showing there on those counts, that's tough for him, but anything can happen. Now, before I cut away, Ali, let's go back to Nevada and just give us the full top line, statewide Nevada, because as you said, it was a small update, but every little bit, it matters right now. I'm curious, show us statewide.
93% of the votes are in. We think there may be another 100,000 to come in. Joe Biden is leading at this point. Look how close it is, 49.8 to 48. The lead right now is 22,657 votes. So, again, when you look at the various paths to victory, if things go down the way they are right now, if Joe Biden maintains his lead in Arizona and Nevada, there you go. He gets right to 270 without even thinking about Pennsylvania. There is no path to victory left for Donald Trump without Pennsylvania, which is why all of our energy is there. If he doesn't win Pennsylvania, Donald Trump cannot be reelected president. Joe Biden doesn't need Pennsylvania to win.
All very clear at the big board. And as mentioned, we're going to keep coming back anytime you get numbers. Ali Velshi, stay close. Up next, a Trump insider dubbing the legal effort at this point a, quote, clown show. We have a fact check and a very special guest, the one and only Neil Kochel, former acting Solicitor General, arguing before the Supreme Court and bringing those insights to you right after this break.
I think what the president needs to do is, frankly, put his big boy pants on. He needs to acknowledge the fact that he lost.
The mayor of Philadelphia today telling President Trump what to do when it's over, responding to the president's false claims last night about this race, which are drawing headlines like these today, rebuking those falsehoods, fact-checking the actual count. Even the Fox News sister publication, the New York Post, hit Trump as downcast and making baseless claims about fraud. The pushback matters because today, Trump backed off a little bit in a written statement, saying he'll use every aspect of the law to guarantee the American people have confidence in government and the election. And any candidate may, of course, request recounts within the required margin or file suits about the process. I want to tell you 2 more Trump lawsuits got tossed today for lack of evidence in Michigan and Georgia, which may be a problem for Trump's pending suits in Nevada, which only offer arguments about signatures but lack much evidence. Now, then there is one case that might matter in theory about mail ballots in Pennsylvania. But here Trump got very bad news in that state's new numbers. It turns out, even if Trump were to win and get those ballots tossed, the number ranges to about 500 ballots in larger counties. In fact, the top Pennsylvania elections official explained it as you see here, quote, unless it's super close, it won't be making or breaking this one way or another. So that's a challenge to a few hundred votes per county when Biden leads, you see here, by over 14,000 votes. That official update underscores how these cases turn on law and votes. A Pennsylvania official stating that even if Trump were to prevail on the law, an outcome that might even be hard to imagine, he would still lose because of the number of people who voted against him. To paraphrase Sean Carter, we don't believe you. You need more people. Joining me now is Neil Kochel, the former U.S. Solicitor General in the Obama administration. Neil, walk us through the facts and the law starting in Pennsylvania.
Okay, so I think, he needs more than people, Ari. I mean, legal scholars from time immemorial have studied claims like these, from Blackstone to Lord Hale, and I think they describe these claims with the technical legal term of butkus. That's what he's got here, basically. So with respect to Pennsylvania, the claim is that the Pennsylvania legislature sets the ballot deadline, and they set it for Tuesday, and it's only the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that extended it to today, and somehow they've got a theory that that violates the Constitution. It's a terrible theory. It's never been accepted by the Supreme Court in more than 200 years. But as your lead-up just said, the real problem with that is the facts here, because even if you toss out all those ballots from Tuesday on, which aren't part of the Pennsylvania counts that we're looking at, even still, it's not even nearly enough to make up the difference. So, I think lawyers basically say, if you've got the facts on your side, if you don't have the facts on your side, pound the law. If you don't have the law on your side, pound the facts. The problem for Trump is he's got neither the law nor the facts in Pennsylvania or, frankly, anywhere else. I mean, the other lawsuits that have been filed are really at the edges. They're like tossing out 53 ballots here because they weren't on a particular table or things like that. They're technicalities. Biden has right now the force of the American people behind him, the force of the voters. And what Trump is doing is trying to send his lawyers in to go in and say, stop counting, stop, do this, don't count those people. It's a very, very tough argument.
Well, and a lot of Americans, Neil, are watching this tonight and this week, but not necessarily tracking this all year. They've heard that Donald Trump put 3 people on the Supreme Court in one term and that there's a Republican-appointed majority on the court. And so they don't necessarily think about it the way you do as someone who's literally argued dozens of times before that court, that while, yes, there are times where ideology and background may matter, I would say, can you walk us through why the Supreme Court, regardless of party, sees itself as a last resort on this stuff? Because if you only heard Donald Trump this week, and plenty of people get their information from him, he seemed to fancifully, wrongly believe it's a first resort, that the Supreme Court wants to come in and deal with all this.
Yeah, so the whole concept of law is exactly that it's not politics, it's something else. So we set the rules in advance and we apply them even-handedly. That's why Lady Justice is blindfolded. And, why do Americans now have that view, Ari? Because of people like Donald Trump's legal advisors who yesterday went on TV and said, oh, Donald Trump put 3 justices on the court. We know, we're hoping Amy Barrett comes through for us and things like that. And, apart from this election, apart from everything Trump has done, the idea that you have a president and his advisors out there and saying, this is our Supreme Court, they're in our pocket, and things like that, it is so corrosive. And that's why the Chief Justice rebuked him a couple of years ago and said, look, there aren't Trump judges or Obama judges. They're just judges in America. That's the greatness of our system. And I know people are watching it right now and thinking, oh, these political Supreme Court justices are going to do something. No, you got to have a viable legal claim. Trump has, again, to use the legal term, butkus.
Yeah. Neil Katyal with the clarity and that rarefied experience of having argued and won and lost cases before the high court. Thank you, sir. We'll be calling on you in the days ahead. I have to fit in a break, but we have a lot more, including going inside Biden world tonight with a special guest who has been at his side as the numbers build towards not a call, but a lot of optimism there on the cusp of the presidency. I'm Ari Melber. Welcome back to our MSNBC special election coverage. Here you go. Live pictures from the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Now, Joe Biden was at one point today expected to speak tonight. That was reported. Campaign officials are telling us now tonight it is unlikely unless there are independent calls making him the projected winner of the Electoral College and the White House. The Biden Transition website also launching this week with references to the pandemic, the economy, climate change, and racial injustice. Of course, you can't have a transition till you're the president-elect. Right now, the race is not formally called, not by us at NBC or anywhere else. The Trump team also saying they're not preparing any concession yet either. I want to get right to some special guests. I'm joined by Paulo Ramos, who is a former assistant to Vice President Biden's chief of staff and a former special assistant to Dr. Jill Biden. She knows her way well around that family and their work. And we're joined by Cornell Belcher from the Obama team as well. Both of you have a firm understanding of what kinds of pins and needles there can be on a night like this for a campaign. I want to go right to you, though, Paula, on the Bidens, and specifically, of course, Joe Biden as the candidate in the lead. How do you think, from your knowledge of him, he's approaching this, and something even as straightforward but as high stakes as when does he speak again? What does tonight look like if there's no call? What does this weekend look like against an unusual incumbent president who's behind?
Right. I think a lot of people have that question. When is Joe Biden speaking? Why isn't he doing it sooner? Why not now? We need this. Those are all valid questions. But I think the reason why people voted for Joe Biden is precisely because of this moment. Because in moments of chaos and uncertainty, he offers calmness. Right. In moments of division, he offers unity. And I think the most important thing that people are looking forward are those promises that he made. And what I do know, and again, I mean, I am now out of that world, right? I carry different hats, but I can say with certainty that Joe Biden is a man that keeps his promise, right? He's a man that keeps his word. And so the promises that he made to many Black and brown folks of creating a pathway to citizenship in the first 100 days, of reuniting those kids, of passing the Equality Act, those are all things that people are looking forward, and we can't wait to see that happen. And again, these are things that Joe Biden is keeping in mind, but I'm assuming that right now he's doing what any leader should do, which is take a step back and see what the country is telling you. And looking at these states and understanding that it is Black and brown folks that are propelling him to that victory.
I'm only cutting in, and I apologize because Steve Kornaki's back at the big board with a Pennsylvania update. We got to go to that. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, Ari, we just got the mail absentee ballot from Northampton County in Pennsylvania, and the effect has been Biden's lead goes up again. 16,784 is the statewide lead for Joe Biden now. Again, these continuous incremental climbs for Joe Biden as this vote comes in from parts around the state, up to 16,784 right now.
Steve, that would be then at 16K. That's the highest. I was saying this earlier in the hour, but it's higher now. That would be the highest margin Biden has had in Pennsylvania yet.
Yeah, and you can expect it likely to get higher here, considerably higher, because, again, just the trend here of where the outstanding vote is, where the outstanding mail vote is, the absentee vote, that continuous streak here of that being heavily pro-Biden, you can expect that to get up there considerably. The other question, you know, that we have been talking about, too, then, is there's this other category of the provisional ballots in Pennsylvania, and it's a topic that might be a little bit more complicated this year than it's been in the past. It used to be a much smaller number, traditionally a much smaller number of provisional ballots. We think there might be something in the neighborhood of 100,000 provisional ballots this year. That's vastly more than you'd normally have in an election. There is a possibility here, and this is, I think, one of the reasons why there might be some delay here in folks officially declaring winners in Pennsylvania. But I think there is a desire to see some of that provisional vote start to come in and see if the pattern would have to be, when these provisionals come in, it would have to be extremely lopsidedly pro-Trump. I think there's some reason here to think that this provisional vote might be more Republican than you would normally get with provisional ballots. And we could get into the nitty-gritty of why. But it needs to take that extra. With Biden running up the score here with the mail ballots, right, with the absentee ballots, it's going to put Trump in a position where when they get to the provisional ballots, he has to win them in lopsided landslide fashion, overwhelming landslide fashion, potentially in some Democratic areas where Democrats are probably accounting for a significant chunk of the provisional ballot vote. So it's one of those things where you can see an advantage here for Biden. You can kind of see, okay, there's a complicated set of outstanding ballots here, the provisionals, but let's be clear here. I think it would take something pretty extraordinary in those provisionals for Trump to erode what Biden's building here.
Yeah, very clear, because when you're playing with fewer votes left, the margin you would need out of that remaining batch or tranche, as you put it, becomes higher. Steve, I know we rustled you up because this was big PA news. I want you to stay with me. I'm going to bring in Cornell Belcher, obviously a pollster who's worked with the Obama-Biden coalition before. Cornell, I want to get your reaction to what Steve's showing us in PA, and then Steve will give us a further analysis here. We have him up on the screen, obviously, at the big board, 16.7 thousand, largest margin to date in a must-win state for Trump, and a state that would put Biden over the top, but he doesn't have to win it. Cornell?
Yeah. See, if I were in a war room, typical war room, and looking at that map and where the rest of the vote is still outstanding, I feel fairly confident that my lead's not going to be overtaken. Now, that to Steve's point, the big X factor is the provisional ballot, and historically, the provisional ballot has been something that you actually see a lot of minorities cast, and especially if you look back to Georgia, where at least the previous election cycle, where a lot of minorities cast those because something was going wrong at the election place. They couldn't find their name or something like that. But this time around, we don't know. There may be more Republicans doing it. But again, if I look at that big board and I see where this rest of this vote is coming from, I think it's a stretch to say that Trump can make this up. But we got to stay cautious.
Yeah, and on that point, one more to Cornell, and then I'm going to bring it back to Steve. When we say it's a stretch, that's forward-looking. Let's look at history and precedent. Cornell, have you seen a time in the modern era in the last, say, I'll call it 50 years, where the kind of counties that Steve is tracking that are turning in ballots of whatever nature, provisional or not, would come back 60-40, 70-30 Republican?
No, but we are at a different time in history. There was clearly a Republican, a Donald Trump surge on Election Day. And so I think we got to be cautious and to see what has that surge even impacted and changed things, even in the provisional ballots. We don't know yet.
Fair. Steve, walk us through just there before I let you go to our specials coverage and Joy Reid and everything coming up. So the final question to you in this hour, Steve, is for folks tuning in, why is Joe Biden's lead going up in PA, and why is it still too close to call?
Right. So, I mean, it just continues to go up because we continue to get the reports of the mail votes, the absentee votes. They're tallying them up. They continue to tally them up in Philadelphia, in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is. As you just saw here in Northampton County, we just got to release the votes that Biden just got a minute ago to put him up 16,784. He was winning 73% there of the mail-in vote. That's entirely consistent with what we've seen pretty much everywhere. Biden's doing extremely well every time they go and they open up mail-in ballots. And we still have a considerable number of mail-in ballots yet to be reported out here. So that Biden lead of 16,784, just when you get the remaining mail-in ballots, it's pretty clear Biden's winning them at an overwhelming rate. He is going to pad that statewide lead. And then, as I say, there's that question of the provisional ballots and how to think about those. It becomes this very complicated kind of weedsy question. But there are, we think, about 100,000 of those provisional ballots out there. You can make an argument for why there'd be a pretty solid Democratic contingent to that. You can make an argument for why it might be more Republican than usual. But I think if Biden is building the kind of lead it looks like he is building with the mail ballots, with the absentee ballots, then that provisional ballot would not be, if it's just somewhere in between, good for Democrats and good for Republicans, that wouldn't be good enough for Trump, because Trump would be fighting to erode a pretty big lead at that point. It would need to be overwhelmingly for Trump, the provisional ballots.
You make it very clear. Steve, I know you're always focused on the big board and the work. I know you're not focused on the personal, but I hope you'll permit me to say, I don't think I'm the only American right now that's glad that you were able to nap this afternoon, because you're going to be busy with these new numbers tonight.
Thank you, Ari. Although I wish I hadn't napped because I'm playing catch-up here.
Well, we're happy. Your catch-up looks right on the ball. Steve Kornacki is going to be busy. I'm releasing him because you're going to see him at I think, the top of the next hour. Cornell Belcher's with me, Paulo Ramos. I want to return to you, Paulo, because we cut away, as we promised viewers will do anytime there's new numbers. But you were letting us inside the mindset of the Bidens who you used to work for. I do want to read a statement that was punchy from the campaign here, as there have been all this talk about what Donald Trump thinks and will he even concede, which is not legally relevant. The campaign says, we've said this before, in July, the American people will, quote, decide this election, and the U.S. government is perfectly capable of escorting trespassers out of the White House. Paula?
I mean, yes, people think Biden may be playing nice right now, but at the end of the day, he is playing the game as well, right? And that's something that he's been saying constantly. The people will decide. There's so much that Trump can do. At the end of the day, the system will work in his favor. And as we see these numbers, knowing that he may win in a matter of hours, I think that he knows that he's walking into an extremely divided country, right? That is the challenge that he's up against. He's up against uniting an extremely divided country and delivering on big promises to progressives and black and brown folks. And not a lot of people can do that. And I think that the reasons why many people saw Joe Biden as the winner potentially is because he can do that.
Yeah. Paulo Ramos, Cornell Belcher with us here for the hour. I want to thank both of you. I want to give viewers a little bit of an update here. I want to thank both of you. I want to give viewers a little bit of the update. When we came on the air tonight, we told you there are 6 states undecided. No calls at this hour. Those 6 states remain undecided. What's changed is a building lead for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania. We just walked through that with Steve Kornacki. Questions about those remaining and provisional ballots, but a lead that has now grown to its highest of the week. 16.7 thousand vote margin for Joe Biden in that crucial state of PA. Must win for Trump, key for Biden, but he has other paths. That's the update. I am signing off. Ari Melber with the beat here. I want to thank you, as always, for joining us on this special time in America in this elections coverage. I would encourage you not to go anywhere, though, because Joy Reid continues our special election coverage next.